Hey, I'm Zeta Sage Plays, and today we're going to be building a massive modernist zoo in franchise mode, all in one episode. Tekton Zoo took 16 months to build, and in this video we're going to see the entire series, which I have remixed, re-soundtracked and re-edited so it no longer sounds like this.
Hi everyone, welcome to Tekton Zoo.
Wow, that voiceover was bad, but don't worry, I've re-recorded it, and we're going to jump straight into episode 1 of Tekton Zoo and build the entrance. In this series, we're going to be building a franchise zoo that will hopefully be a little different to other zoos you've seen. It's a city zoo based in England, and it's inspired by the design aesthetic of possibly the most innovative zoo designers of all time, the Tekton Group. We're building the entrance here, still my favourite zoo entrance we've ever built on the channel, I think, and I'll tell you the story of how this zoo came to be. So settle down, click the like button, and I'll tell you a story. This entrance is going to be pretty big, and the design is based around a mixture of flowing lines, white concrete and green vegetation, and that is the aesthetic that the entire zoo is built out of. The Tekton Group, who inspired the designs and the name of the zoo, were zoo designers back in the 1930s, and they basically introduced the whole concept of modernism to Britain back in around 1932. They built some mind-blowing zoo habitats in London Zoo and Whipsonade Zoo, and built pretty much all of Dudley Zoo, all here in the UK. And they built mainly using reinforced concrete, which was the latest technology at the time, and pretty much blew people's minds with the stuff that they built. And after those zoos, they went on to build office blocks, apartments, municipal buildings all over the UK, and one of them engineered Sydney Opera House as well. So these guys knew what they were doing. Most of the habitats they built are still in zoos today because they're all Grade 1 listed buildings and they can't be taken down. But as beautiful as they were not great for the animals. They were pretty small and made entirely out of concrete. So the concept for this zoo is to take those designs and that design aesthetic and update it for the modern day and build genuinely good zoo habitats in that style. One of the things I like best about the Tekton building style, and you can start to see it here in this building, is that even though these buildings are 90 years old now, they still have a kind of futuristic look to them, and it is a lot of fun coming up with designs in this style, both inspired by their real habitats and completely original designs, and we'll have both of those in this zoo. And I'm building it in franchise mode because that's my favourite mode to play in. I like the challenge and I like the way it kind of feels more like a real zoo when you actually have to look after the animals and think about the animal welfare and stuff like that. This entrance is coming together. It's mainly built from plaster panels, which is the main building material in this zoo. It just has a really good concretey look to it because the actual concrete pieces in the game have got lots of scratches on them and stuff. I don't really like that look. I much prefer the slightly cleaner look of the plaster pieces. In fact, I don't think we even had concrete panels in the game when I built this entrance. This is back in 2021. And if you're wondering where the original entrance is, when I built this, you were actually able to delete the original entrance in franchise mode. You could get rid of 2 of the 4 spawn pads to get some extra money. And then the other 2 I moved into the car parks you can see around this entrance. They're all from the workshop. And we're just going to add in the green foliage, which when matched with the white concrete, I always think looks good. And then we're going to add some text to the side of the building. Custom signs and lots of text is one of the other big features that we're going to be seeing in this zoo. We'll add some e-ticket machines in as well. And that's the entrance built. Very happy with how that looks. As happy as I am with the builds in this zoo, the quality of the first 2 episodes in the series was not good. They were the first videos I ever made, and yeah, it shows. So that episode has been heavily edited down, and this is a new voiceover. In the second episode, I built some staff buildings in the same style as the entrance, because this being a franchise zoo, we need to get money in as quickly as possible. I also built this vet centre, which is based on a restaurant that the Tekton Group built at Dudley Zoo, and this little gift shop pod. Happily, from here on in, the video quality was a lot better, and now we can rejoin the series proper at episode 3 and the first habitat.
So today we're going to be building a penguin pool. I did start working on the central plaza for the zoo, but quickly started to run out of money. So I've done the little bit that you've seen at the start there. I'll go into that more in the next episode, I think. In this episode, I decided to get on with building this penguin pool so we can open the zoo as quickly as possible and get some guests in. This is based on the famous Tekton Penguin Pool at London Zoo, which is sort of their most famous zoo enclosure that they built. I would say pretty celebrated, and it's still there today as a Grade 1 listed building, so it can't be removed, although they don't keep penguins in it anymore because it's kind of small. So what I decided to do was build a giant version of that, but with quite a lot of changes to it, so it's more inspired by it than than a version of it. If you've not seen it, the penguin pool at London Zoo it's a really cool shape. It's beautifully designed, all white concrete and spirals and ramps and all sorts of stuff. It looks really good, but it wasn't particularly good for keeping penguins in. Kind of small. They only had a little pond to swim about in, and I don't think having the floor made out of concrete was particularly good for them either. It's hardly the most natural environment. So for this build, what I've done is changed the little pool into a giant underwater viewing area, which gives the penguins a lot of space to swim around in, and should be a lot of fun for the guests as well. There's a pretty good view. And then at the back of the enclosure, the sort of simple concrete has been replaced by a proper naturalistic habitat, which I'll be building later on in the video. So what I'm doing here is building the sort of externals of it, again using the white plaster pieces, metal poles and glass, which I should be doing for pretty much in some way, shape or form for all the habitats in the zoo. Always fun working with water in Planet Zoo, using fun in the loosest possible sense of the word. The issue I'm having is to get the water higher than the plaster, without the plaster being too thick, so that you don't see the top of the water from ground level. This habitat is going to be on 2 levels, so the guests will see the penguins underwater at the front, and then at the back there will be stairs up to 2 viewing platforms, so that they can see them waddling about on land like the ridiculous little birds that they are. Well, not that little, to be fair. King penguins are pretty big. So yeah, all sorts of fun with the paths in the water. I don't think this kind of building is probably something I'm particularly good at. So I did really struggle to get the paths and the water all working together, but we get there in the end, and it looks pretty good, I hope. It's going to be a real centerpiece for the zoo, so it'll be the first thing you see when you come in. Building here a wheelchair access ramp to go with the stairs, so that was a step too far for my building skills. It really kind of ruined it. I just couldn't get the slope to fit within the space that I had, so in the end I replaced it with a lift, which works a lot better. Well, I say works, obviously it doesn't work. There's no lifts in Planet Zoo, but you know what I mean. You can see it. It's there. Always fun trying to get the the staff gate in as well. This was a hellish process, this bit of it. Once you get, I think it's like anything with Planet Zoo, once you get the paths in, once you get the water in, then it's plain sailing from there. You can just concentrate on making it look nice. Tried out loads of different paths as well, but went with black tarmac in the end, which I think looks good. It's a nice contrast with the light grey paths that all the rest of the zoo have. We're going to move back and finish off the upper viewing gallery now. I'm trying to use the flowing lines that Tekton were famous for here. Everything is rounded, there's no sort of sharp edges or squares. Everything's been rounded off. The other sort of main aesthetic, I guess you'd call it, of modernism is the idea to design things that are purely functional. So everything, every part of the building has to have a function. If something doesn't have a function, then it doesn't go on there. There's no decoration. You don't have any of that unless you actually need that for the building to work. So that's something that looks really cool, but it makes it difficult to build, because obviously decorating things is normally how you make them look good. So when you're building in a modernist design, you've got to try and work with just the building pieces that you have to and try and make the design itself attractive, because it's still supposed to look attractive. It's just supposed to be attractive without any ornament. So yeah, that's always fun. It's probably why it takes so long to build these things, because the bit at the end where you just whack loads of details on and make it look good, you can't do. So you've really got to concentrate on making sure that all the shapes that you use look attractive in their own right, or attempt to. That's what I'm attempting to do here. I'll leave it up to you as to whether I succeeded or not. Please drop a comment in the video, let me know what you think of this. You're always slightly limited when you work with water in Planet Zoo, because it's so particular about, you know, whether you can put something somewhere or whether you can't. I put these side bits in as well because it kind of looked a bit ridiculous, that much water being held back just by glass and a few poles. Seemed like the glass would have to be about a metre thick for that to work, so I put some bits in on the side. This name, I mean, if you can think of a better one, please do. Penguin Palace. The original Tekton build was called the Penguin Pool. Didn't want to just call it that, but I like the alliteration, so I went with Penguin Palace. Just put in the lift in there, doing the sign trick. I've been planning this this build for quite a while. I always knew it was going to be the centerpiece of the zoo, so I'm really excited to get it completed and get some penguins in there. I wish there was a mirror tool in Planet Zoo. It's so hard to just do something simple like copy something from one side of a habitat to the other. It takes so long doing it all, pretty much all manually, because you can't mirror things. I really like this font, Noto Sans. I think it's a really nice font, works really well, and just by coincidence it's really similar to the font on the Tekton Penguin Pool, so that goes in nicely. Put a surrounding as well to cover up some of the sort of missing paths where you can't get the paths close enough to the water, but the way I've built it, something that was really important is that the viewing window at the front below the logo, I needed the paths to go right up to that so that the guests could get pretty much to touching the glass. Probably need someone monitoring them to make sure that they're not hammering on it, but I wanted that. Around the sides, you can't get quite as close, but I couldn't really do that at the sides as well as the front. The front was the main bit. As long as I could get the paths right up to that, I was happy with that. Starting to get very low on cash, as you can see at the bottom, but we solve that later on. More terrain madness. This is the access for the keepers at the back. I can't get rid of that hideous piece of terrain there, so I basically just cover it up with more plaster, and it looks pretty decent in the end once it's all in there. I'm trying to not make this look like an afterthought, although it is. Try and make it fit in nicely with the rest of the build. I kind of assumed that I'd be able to get the keepers in a bit easier than this, but I don't know why I thought that, because obviously they're going to have to enter at the top of the enclosure, and they can't fly, so there'll need to be stairs. I don't know why this surprised me so much, but there you go. And we're going to move on now and take a look at the actual habitat part of the build and get the penguins a nice beach to live on. This bit I really enjoyed. I've never used a path inside an enclosure before. It was kind of tricky to get it working, but I really wanted a pebble beach for the penguins, because that is pretty much where king penguins live. Sub-Antarctic islands, just before you get to the permanent ice and snow, so they spend most of their times on, like I say, pebbly beaches or on the Falkland Islands and places like that. So I definitely wanted to get pebbles in, and as far as I'm aware, the only way to do that is with paths. So I used a path. Obviously it has to be kind of squarish, but then I spent ages hiding the edges with rocks and plants, and I think by the time I've done all of that, it actually looked pretty good. It doesn't look just like a rectangular path. I've broken up the lines all the way around, and yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. Trying to go with a naturalistic look for the inside of the habitat, which I think contrasts really nicely with the very architectural building around it. Another thing that I wanted to do, which I've seen in Edinburgh Zoo, they have them, is a nesting area. So they have these concrete rings that the penguins will use. They give them pebbles, and the penguins collect up the pebbles and build nests inside these concrete rings that I'm building here. And the penguins at Edinburgh Zoo successfully breed every year. They have penguin chicks. It's a completely self-sustaining population, I think. And I just think it looks really cool. So I built a little nesting area. Obviously the penguins here won't actually be using them because they have their babies by magic, but I thought it looked good. Put some one-way glass in as well to give them some privacy when they're on the nest. And then on the other side it's completely open, like the London Zoo penguin pool. I don't know if they'd build an enclosure like that these days. Technically the guests could pretty much just climb in, but it looks so good. I decided to do that. Planet Zoo guests won't be climbing anywhere. They can barely walk, so it's not going to cause an issue. There's only a few plants. You're looking at sort of tundra, but they are pretty nice. So with a bit of work, I quite like the planting in this enclosure when it's all done. It's hard to make something look fairly natural when it's in a tiny space surrounded entirely by one-way glass and white concrete, but I think it looks pretty nice when it's done. And then it's onto the pool itself. So I didn't want it to just be like a swimming pool. I wanted it to look like the sort of environment that they would have around those subantarctic islands. So there's a lot of rocks and temperate plants along the bottom, nothing tropical obviously. And it should provide a nice environment for them to swim around in. And like I say, it's pretty big. I love the new water options in the latest update. Underwater viewing areas have gone from being a massive pain to being just a lot of fun to build, because you can do so much with the colour of the water and how clear it is and everything. I think that's a really good improvement. Putting some habitat signs in as well. I want all the habitat boards to be custom in this zoo, but I just ran out of time, so I will be replacing those later with some Photoshop stuff when I get a chance. There's been a lot of real life happening past couple of weeks, so I haven't had that much time to build. Put a little shelter in as well. I didn't realise they needed shelter. I'm pretty sure penguins in the wild don't have any sort of need for shelter, but not this type of penguin, but I could be wrong. The next episode we will finish this central plaza. Now that the main attraction is in there, I just need the zoo to open first so I can get some money off the guests so I can afford to actually build anything else, because we are broke. And that is pretty much the build done. Just a little bit of decoration out the front here. Some trees and plants to break up the lines slightly. Again, the contrast between the foliage and the white concrete I think is really nice. So use that whenever possible. I'm not so happy with that donation bin. Need to do something about that. Okay, that's the build done. We just need to get our hands on 3 things and then we can open. Money, staff, and penguins. Now we're going to make a nice little house for some frogs. So the exhibits in this game have a bit of a bad name. I think because of the fact they're just a 4x4 box, which isn't very customizable. I think the builders in Planet Zoo, as in not people like me, people who are actual geniuses at building stuff in this game, find them very limiting. So I tried to work out how to make them a bit more interesting. What I came up with was taking 2 exhibits and just rotating them away from each other slightly, which creates this nice negative space in the middle. I'm using the white plaster, obviously, to give it a nice, clean, modern look. And we're going to have red-eyed tree frogs on the left, and then the layman's poison frogs on the right. So I'm just surrounding them with the plaster at the moment, and then I'm going to try and sort of turn them into a unified building. So in the end of it, it looks like one building with 2 viewing windows rather than 2 4x4 boxes just stuck next to each other. I'm going to use the roof and what I fill in the space with to tie the building together. Try and get some nice curves into the roof. And then later on there'll be some planting on the roof as well, to get that sort of white and green combo that I'm a big fan of. This building isn't based on any particular Tekton design. It's just something I came up with to try and match the style that they established. I went through a load of different iterations of this roof, each one getting more complex than the last, and I eventually decided on something dead simple. So putting some mulch in here and then some plants to get the effect of the left exhibit sort of melding into the right exhibit, and then the space is going to contain the signage, just making the roof a bit more interesting here, and then making it darker as well so it sits in nicely with the planted area in the middle. I thought it was a bit too dark though with all the shadows, so I put a light in as well. Should talk a bit as well about how the zoo is running, seeing as we're in franchise mode. So the answer is pretty well. The penguins seem to be a big draw. We're getting a lot of guests in and turning a nice profit, despite the fact that we've only got 1 species in the zoo at the moment. And once we've got these frogs in and the other exhibit I'll be building in a second, we should be running very nicely indeed. Then putting some access doors in for the staff, although I think I moved these later because of the struggling with the paths. Obviously rotating the exhibits in the middle of a gridded plaza causes issues with the pathing, so there's a lot of mucking about to get the way I want it, and then covering it all up with some more lovely plaster. I went with something quite in your face originally, this white surround, and again some other colours and things like that, and then I just ended up changing it all to match the courtyard, same as the penguin pool. I did quite like it like this. I was in 2 minds as to whether to change it or not. I was getting a lot of Z fighting, which was an issue, so I deleted it all and just put in a simple grid of grey plaster to cover up where the paths weren't. Next week we're going to work on the rest of the plaza. I want to get that finished and move into the next area of the zoo, which is going to be a forest. And we're going to make the parts of the zoo that aren't exhibits look less terrible than they do at the moment. I haven't done any custom signs for these. They're so small, I'm not sure if it's really necessary, to be honest. As well as rotating the exhibits very slightly to the left and right, I've also the one on the right I rotate through 180 degrees, I think, so that the scenery isn't the same as it is on the left hand side, so they look like 2 different enclosures. And then I put different enrichment, is it called enrichment in the exhibits? I can't remember. Different these things, enrichments, whatever, in as well. And then use the 2D facades inside to give the illusion of more space. I like the wood panelling on the underside of the nature plant boards, or whatever they're called, as well. I think that goes in nicely. And then for the logo, the 3D letters were just too big for what I wanted to do. They really obscure the planted area behind them. So what I did in the end was change them to the 2D letters, and then I just duplicated them and cloned them behind themselves numerous times, and you sort of end up with a 3D letter that is the same size as the 2D letters. I think it looks better like this once it's in place and it's coloured, etc. I'm trying to find something to use to hang them with. I thought this would work until I realised it was about 8 feet long. So I think I used the bunting in the end, and just sort of hide it in the roof, trying to find which one's the longest so I can use the most rope. And then we hang the signage off of these and then suspend them as well. It's more like wire than rope. Although if you look closely, patently it is rope, not wire. I think that looks nice. I'm just making it look 3D now. I just copy it 4 times and then select it and copy it once, so you end up with 8 of them all behind each other. It doesn't really stand up to close inspection, but as long as you don't go right up to it, it looks good. And it allows you to have smaller text, which is always useful. I gotta say, I love the animation on the tree frogs in this game. Most of the exhibit species really are actually really good, but the tree frogs especially, the little animations they've got are so good, they're so realistic. You'll see some more of them in the cinematics at the end, but yeah, they're great. Nice bit of education for the guests. All this stuff is really important when you're playing in franchise mode. And then I copy it across to the other side, and we're going to have some snakes in this exhibit, but with obviously a few changes here and there, so it's not just exactly the same. So I wanted the area in the middle to more represent the large snakes that are going in here. So the yellow anaconda and the boa constrictor, they're both members of the boa family. Boidae, I believe it is, hence the sign. And I thought these vines sort of suggested the very large snakes that would be in here. Although I feel like both the anaconda and the boa constrictor are tiny when you look at them in these exhibits. I don't know if that's because of how large the exhibits are, but I've seen them in pretty sizable exhibits, you know, in real life. I don't know if Frontier shrank them or if that's just me, but they always seem kind of a lot, especially the yellow anaconda. That's like the second largest snake in the world. It just doesn't look like the second largest snake in the world when you see it in game. And yeah, that's both the exhibits done. Today we're going to build a whole new area for the zoo, the forest. So first let's take a look at the finished entrance area. The sort of plain plaster wall that surrounded the whole area has been replaced with a much more attractive one. I've done a picnic area because my guests were complaining about having nowhere to sit because they're very lazy. And we had some baby penguins. So without further ado, let's move on and start building the forest. So let's discuss the plan for the zoo, which I've not really been into yet. So each part of the zoo is going to be a different area with a unique look. Each area will be themed. I'm not going to theme by geography, which is all the rage in zoo development at the moment, just because I think it limits the number of all the different types of species that you can have. I think zoos sort of end up having a lot of the same species as each other because they've got to have an African exhibit and a South American exhibit, etc, etc. So I wanted to try and do things a little differently, so I'm going to split each section of the zoo up into habitats. So there's going to be a forest area, which is what we're building today, jungle, mountain and aquatic, and possibly some more. Just seen the news about the reduction of the polar bear habitat requirement. I've never used those before, so I'm pretty tempted to put some of those in. So I'll see if I can squeeze enough space in for them somewhere. So here I'm building an entrance for the forest area. After the central plaza, which we're in at the moment, which is entirely sort of modernist in design, very man-made, no attempt to be natural at all. The other areas are going to be quite naturalistic in look, and then with these sort of modernist structures looming out, big white concrete structures. As you can see here, I've gone crazy and introduced a new colour into the zoo. Everything's been like white and orange so far. So I wanted to put in a third colour with the green to signify that this was coming into a forest area here. You can see me doing the pathing here, which was an absolute nightmare. I really struggled with it. I left a bit of it in so you can see all the fun and games that I had, even trying to get simple paths like this. What I was doing is for the entrance, I didn't want to use an 8-metre gridded path going into the entrance, or 2 4-metre paths next to each other, because the guests would walk straight through the join in the middle, which I didn't want to see. So trying to get 2 parallel paths to go next to each other through there was a real struggle, but I managed it in the end. The original plan for this was to have a waterfall at the entrance to the forest, and then ring-tailed lemurs off to the left, red pandas directly behind the waterfall, and then binturongs on the right, which I'm excited about because I've never used them before, and they're one of my favourite animals. But I built a lake to go in front of the lemur habitat, and I liked it so much I thought I've got to put something in it. So I put some flamingos in there, and then hopefully we still got enough space to squeeze the ring-tailed lemurs in to the right of the flamingo habitat. This waterfall is a sort of Tekton style build based heavily on their aesthetic. It's kind of weird looking. I hope you guys like it. I quite like it. It was kind of tough to build because I wanted to use the circular pieces here, but obviously they only come in one size and 3 different heights. So making sort of concentric circles and interlocking circles and things like that can be tricky because everything's the same size. So there's a lot of sort of fudging of the angles to try and make it work. And as we all know, working with water in Planet Zoo is second only to working. No, in fact, it's worse than working with paths. So this took a long time to put together to try and get the water at a decent level and then try and hide all the waterfall pieces inside the concrete. So like I said, I want the forest to look really natural. So putting in a little bit of terrain variation and then concentrating quite a lot on the planting. I went for a walk out in the Peak District, which if you're not in the UK is a really nice part of England, lots of forests, etc. The other day I took some photos and sort of took note of where the planting was in real life next to paths. So you sort of get small trees and the odd plant or flower next to the path, and then you get sort of undergrowth after that, and then you get the bigger trees further back. So I've tried to replicate that in the planting here. Trying to work with water effects when it starts raining in the game. It's really confusing. I should have just left it. I don't know why I didn't come back to it when the sun came out. That's one of the pleasures of building in franchise mode though. You get weather, you get fussy animals, all sorts of problems to overcome, which is always fun. The main influence of this particular build is probably again the penguin pool at London Zoo, much like the penguin palace that we built. Although overall in this forest, what I'm sort of going for is I really like the way in Dudley Zoo that Tekton designed. You've got the grounds which are they're not particularly naturalistic. They do have grass in them, and the structures sort of loom out of it very effectively. I'm a big fan of the new water colouring and clearness and transparency that you can change. You can make some really good looking water features and things like that with that new option that they're giving us. I mentioned before that I wanted all the builds to have the sort of white concrete with lush foliage over it, so I'm putting a little bit of that in here, but the actual shape of this build is really simple. I want the plants in front of it and trees, etc., to make it look like it's sort of looming out of the forest. So I'm just starting the terrain work here and planting up the forest, like I said, trying to make it look natural. It's not 100% finished yet, the whole forest, but I've concentrated mainly on the areas by the flamingo habitat that we're building today and the waterfall at the entrance. All the trees are temperate European, Asian or African trees, A, to keep the flamingos a bit vaguely happy, and B, so it looks like a forest, because I'm going to have a jungle on the other side of the central plaza, so I want them to look very different. So I'm using almost exclusively temperate plants on this build, and I'll be using almost exclusively tropical plants on the jungle. So the wooden box that you can see behind the lake was the placeholder for where the lemur habitat was going to go. That's now going to be the flamingo shelter, and the lemurs will be moving to the right hand side. I came up with a logo for the zoo while I was doing this build, almost by accident. I was just mucking around with the letters and ended up with something I really liked. Issue is though it's vertical, which doesn't really work for any signs, so I've then modified it again as a horizontal logo, which has been added to the sign at the front of the zoo. I put a few flowers in, not gone crazy with that, because you don't tend to see that many flowers in temperate forests. And then onto the flamingo habitat itself. So I spent a lot of time on the shoreline around the lake trying to make that look natural. A lot of rock work and things like that. Like I say, I want a contrast between naturalistic setting and then modernist building designs. So the actual flamingo shelter itself, which we're building in a second, is very sort of striking looking, I hope. As always, I'd love to hear any suggestions that any of you guys have for anything that I've built today. It's always good to hear what improvements could be made. If you can think of anything that would improve this, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that could improve this, please let me know in the comments below, and I'll take a look and see if we can implement any of them into the zoo. I really like that big rock piece, makes a nice little bridge, and I think the keepers are happy to walk over it, the flamingos certainly are. So it keeps the feeder refilled. Just doing some basic rotational symmetry on the habitat to get a nice shape. There's ramps going into it, and then there's ramps on the inside going down to where another feeding pool is going to be. And then some big windows on the top so they get lots of light in there. The flamingos are really shy in this game. Really don't like guests looking at them, so they need a lot of shelter. And although there's windows all the way around the shelter, I've positioned them high enough that I don't think the flamingos, I hope, that the flamingos aren't going to be able to see the guests when they're in here. I don't think they can. They've not been complaining as of yet, although there's not many people in the zoo at this point. We've still only got, this is only the second habitat, so yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. Built the whole habitat out of null barriers because we've got the railings on the path which keep the animal in. Obviously zoo flamingos will have their flight feathers clipped so they won't be able to fly out anyway. And I thought I'd make a little custom keeper hut as well, just a really small one that I can dot around the zoo near any of the habitats. As you know, I am the world's slowest builder, so anything that can save time and allow me to use it more than once in the zoo is very welcome indeed. Doing a little trick here that I think I saw it in a Paulsley video, where if you want to put a bench down somewhere where there's no path, you literally just put a path down, drop the bench on it, and then delete the path. Obviously the guests can't sit on it, but this is for the staff to chill out in. I put a little fly lamp in as well, keep the staff happy if they're out there reading in the evening, keeping an eye on the flamingos. Sounds like a pretty good job. I'd be happy with that. And that's the last thing we're building. So please let me know in the comments what you think of it. I love getting your feedback. Today we are going to be building a habitat for one of my favourite animals, the Binturong So we are back in the forest, and we're going to build this next to the flamingo habitat. So the concept for this build is that it is going to be inspired by the shape of the binturong's distinctive ear tufts, which are just crazy, and I love them. So I wanted to incorporate that into the shape of the habitat, which is a bit tricky because it's not the most normal of shapes. It took me a while to get there, but I did in the end, as usual. So I want to talk a bit about binturongs first of all. They are, like I say, one of my favourite animals. I'd never even heard of them until a few years ago. I was lucky enough to go to Le Ménagerie du Jardin des Plantes in Paris, which is an amazing zoo, by the way, if you ever get the chance to go there. I think it's the second oldest zoo in the world, and they've done an amazing job of keeping the majority of the beautiful buildings from 150, 200 years ago. I think it was 1779 that it opened, or that they built it, and they essentially, from what I can tell from walking around there, it looks like they've sort of gutted the inside of the buildings, but left all the facades there. So as you walk around it, it looks like you're in a zoo in the 18th century, but inside each enclosure is actually, good quality habitats, modern habitats for the animals, for the most part, and it's a pretty amazing zoo. So as I was walking around, I saw an enclosure that was like a sort of like a bowl descending into the ground, and there was just a sign on it saying Binturong, and I had no idea what it meant. I thought it was like the common French name for an animal that I wasn't familiar with. So I was wondering what animal the French called a binturong. So I looked into the enclosure and I was just like, what the hell is that? There was just a little bundle of maybe four or so binturongs asleep on this raised platform in the middle of the enclosure, and I realised that it wasn't the French term for an animal I knew. It was an entire animal that I'd never heard of. So I've been a big fan of them ever since then. This enclosure is slightly influenced by that enclosure at the menagerie. It's a depression in the middle, with the idea being because binturongs love to climb, spend most of their time in the trees. I've made, as they did in the menagerie, I've made the inside of the enclosure a sort of a pit, and then with loads and loads of climbing for them in the enclosure, so that when they climb, they're at the eye level of the guests, which worked really nicely when I saw it in real life. This was actually the first enclosure I designed for this zoo, because I knew I wanted to get binturongs in there. So this is when I was sort of experimenting with trying to keep the classic Tekton style and then update it for the modern day. So you'll see the sort of dual layer of white concrete with viewing in the middle of it, which is obviously a big trademark of theirs. And then what I wanted to do, you can see that all the barriers are glass. I just do that because I find that's the easiest way to work, because it's translucent but you can still see it. Majority of this is going to be null barriers in the end, but I just put them in as glass and then change them to null barriers later once I'm happy with how everything's looking. And then there's a dual sort of a standoff barrier on the paths, just from the game's inbuilt railings. I think this might be the first time I've ever used them on anything that isn't a stair, but they actually look really nice on this wooden path. So that keeps the guest back, and then where you see the glass between the concrete at the moment, that will be removed, so that is just completely open, so the guests have a completely unobstructed view of the little binturongs doing their thing. I've used a strangler fig as the main tree for them to climb, which is something that you'll see in the binturong's natural habitat. Unfortunately, the strangler fig isn't climbable in this game, but I solved that by, the way strangler figs grow in real life is by parasitizing other trees and growing around them. So I've just put another tree that is climbable inside the strangler tree, which you can see being strangled, which they can use to climb, which is good. It's a fairly small enclosure, well above what they need to be 100% happy, but once you put in all the climbing apparatus and the different terrain variations, etc., there's not actually that much space. I had to do a lot of work on this after I put the binturongs in, because they were having trouble navigating quite a lot of it. But after some changes and a few modifications here and there, just to the inside, nothing changed on the exterior, they're now very happy, which is nice. Just making a little bridge here so that the Binturongs can get up to this tree and the keeper can get over there as well. As always, if you've got any ideas for improvements or anything that you think I could do better, please let me know in the comments and I will check them out and we'll see. And then they're going to have a dual level sleeping area at the back of the enclosure, so just putting the roof in here. Under here will be their shelter, which will have one-way glass around it so the visitors can see them if they happen to be in there. And then above it is going to be a whole load of climbing frames for them. I mentioned at the start that the enclosure is sort of inspired by the shape of their little hairy ears, or ear tufts, I think they are. So I also wanted to get that motif into the sides of the building as well. So I'll be building that in a second, which keeps the climbing area at the top sort of safe so that they can't get out. If you're enjoying this, please hit the subscribe button if you haven't already, and drop me a like. It really helps me grow the channel. I'm so glad Frontier listened to the community feedback and made the changes to the Binturong after the whole Binturong incident. Because yeah, it did not look like a Binturong, and that really does. And I think the actual animations are so good on this animal when it hangs down by its tail and it just sort of snuffles about the forest. It looks really lifelike. I like it. As I've said before, I want the insides of the enclosures to look really natural and the outsides to look really unnatural because I like the contrast. And I've put a little window in here for the kids to be able to see the Binturongs. I see that in quite a lot of zoos. It's always cool when you're a kid if there's a little spot sort of just for you that's not really for the adults, because I think the smallest kids would have trouble seeing over this wall. So there's 2 circular viewing windows for them, which I put a little bit of signage on later as well, to make sure that everyone can see in. And I've made sure that the views of all their climbing apparatus are good from all the guest viewpoints. And then they've got their shelter. They do want a bit of privacy, and also the upper climbing area. It's you can still see them when they're up there, but they're very much in the distance, so they shouldn't have any complaints about being stressed, etc. I've done a bit more work on the forest itself since last week as well, so putting in some of the falling leaves and one of the wind power things. Don't know what they're called in the game. And then some more signage. Really struggled with the climbable area in this habitat. I got it up to 40 meters of climbing, which I think is the requirement for just one Binturong. Obviously, I knew I'd need more than that when I bought another one in. But for some reason, no matter how much more climbing I added, the game just refused to recognize it. Happily showed it as green on the climbing view, or the habitat view, whatever it's called. Showed it as climbing, showed direct access from all the other climbing to the new climbing. Everything was fine. Binturongs just completely ignored it. So eventually I managed to get that to work. So again, they are 100% happy now. I put these little ropes in so that the vines look like they're actually attached to the branches. And now we're building in the upper wall that I mentioned earlier. And then I've put the wall in here so that when they're climbing on the broken cherry blossom tree, they can't just jump out through the window. So I put some glass in here, so both the windows have glass over them, and then the rest of it, apart from the shelter at the back with the one-way glass, is completely open. I really like the shape of this in the end. It was a bit of a wacky sort of shape that I came up with. I wasn't sure if it would work. I guess it's not for me to say, but I like it. And then we put a load of plants in, all Asian forest plants. That's where the Binturongs live, forests in Southeast Asia. So the inside of this enclosure is slightly more jungly than the rest of the outside part of the forest, so that it fits in with what they would have in their natural environment. I think this forest is coming together really nicely now, with the modernist structures in the fairly natural looking forest, apart from all the wooden paths everywhere, of course, and just this last little bit of terrain painting here. And that's the inside of the enclosure done, just a few touch-ups to the outside and it'll be complete. Got some more custom signs made for the binturongs as well. I'm just putting in the kind of signage that you often see in zoos, which are quite orientated towards children, simple, understandable signs, giving them a little task to do, so try and find the binturongs and telling them a little bit about them, that they like to live up in the trees. And yeah, that's the habitat built. Stick around for the cinematics. I really hope you like it and enjoy the binturongs. This week, what we're going to do is build a restaurant next to Flamingo Lake because my guests are hungry. So I mentioned last week that we were going to be building either a red panda or ring-tailed lemur habitat today. My guests had other ideas. Apparently the one food kiosk and the one drinks kiosk I provided them with was not enough, and they are not happy at all. Now, as soon as I built the Flamingo Lake that we did a few episodes ago, I knew I was going to put a restaurant in right here, so that the courtyard overlooked the flamingos. So I thought that would be kind of nice. So yeah, I've sort of pushed that forward, and that is what we're going to be building today. Now, this design is based on the restaurant at Dudley Zoo that Tekton designed back in the 1930s, though with a few changes to make it fit a bit better into this particular zoo. And also I find some of their designs are really basic, and I don't mean that in a negative way, as in they were really good at making things look interesting, even though sometimes it was almost just like a rectangle of concrete with a bit of glass. And I find in Planet Zoo, because you don't get the the different rates that things degrade, the different way that paint decays over time, and just the little imperfections and tiny changes and things that you get in real life. If you build something like that, it can look a bit unrealistic. So I've made a few changes to make it a bit more visually interesting and work a bit better in Planet Zoo. I'm pretty happy with the final result. It took quite a long time to build this one, which is probably no surprise, it being me building it. But it probably looks simpler than it was to build. Getting the fronts that I'm building here to work was a bit of a challenge. You'll see in a minute how it sort of is bent forward and then goes back into the roof, which took a bit of doing to get it all joining up and looking good, but I think it got there in the end. So this has got two food places in it. We've got a pizza place and a chief beef, and then there is a drinks place, a couple of drinks places actually, and a toilet as well. Then there's going to be seating inside, and like I mentioned, there'll be a courtyard out the front where the guests can have their food and drink and watch the flamingos and just generally have a lovely time. But I really like the way the arch over the entrance goes down into these shelves for planting and then suspended on the metal poles. This is one of several restaurants, cafes, etc. that Tekton built at Dudley Zoo. I used one of the other restaurants, or the Café, it is actually, as the basis for the medical centre in the entrance to the zoo, and then I'm using the restaurant for this. I think there's actually another restaurant at Dudley Zoo as well, which I may use for inspiration at some point, I'm not sure. I'm using the Arctic wood flooring here, which is one of my favourite pieces, possibly my favourite piece in the game. It just looks really lush. I always use that for floors when I can. And then I also think it's really important to put a base into the structures that you're building. It really helps set it into the landscape. Should talk a bit as well about the Africa pack, seeing as that's just been announced. I am really excited for that to come out. I've been waiting, as I'm sure a lot of people have, for meerkats especially, for a long time. The original building has a very slightly sloping roof, curved all the way over, which would have been a bit of a nightmare to try in Planet Zoo, and also it's incredibly subtle. So I just thought I'd put some shapes in to make it a bit more visually interesting. and some little chimneys as well, using a couple of cylinders of different colours and then some smoke effects. The inbuilt chimneys in the game look very much like they're sort of for a house, so I didn't really think they'd fit, so I made some custom ones. And then the logo for the Forest Café, as it's called, using the same slightly overlapping letters that I used in the zoo logo, which I really like. Letters are a bit bigger than the space I allowed them, so just got to copy that down there. The original restaurant is a sort of medium blue highlights rather than green, but I've never really liked blue. Sorry, blue. I prefer green, and also I've chosen that shade of green as the sort of defining colour for the forest area, so I've used that again there. Got a lot of planting into the courtyard and the surrounding area as well to really get that sort of forest vibe when you're in the restaurant or when you're outside it as well. So there's a lot of mulching going on, because I think it looks better than when you just use the soil brush, and then just using the same sort of palette of plants that I've used throughout the rest of the forest. I put some nice palms out the front. I wanted the tree that was striking and looked really good, but wasn't too tall. I didn't want it to overpower the building. I'm using the station surround pieces here to make little shelves, and then putting the ceiling in for inside, which is going to be on 2 levels. There's a drop ceiling here in by the counters with some of these lights, which I like, hidden away in there. I decided watching this back that I really don't like that toilet sign. It's kind of huge, a bit overbearing, so I think I'm going to replace that just with a text sign. I think it will fit in a bit better. And there's going to be a set of 3 different custom signs for menus, etc. here. Each one's subtly different, so they form a sort of panorama going from left to right. And some shelves to disguise the pretty garish colours at the front of the food stalls, which I'm not a big fan of. And this is the second part of the ceiling. I really like the coloured bamboo. I think it's a really good piece. I'm going to shade it brown, like a sort of smoked bamboo effect. It goes really nicely with the green of the drop ceiling. And now we go mad with the plants. Then somewhere for the guests to sit. So weirdly, these patio tables that I've put in there are pretty much identical to one in my parents' garden when I was little. They are very either classic or dated, depending on your viewpoint. I'm still not exactly sold on them. They're a bit retro for the zoo. Well, they do go nicely with the cafe, with it being based on a design from the 1930s. But if you guys could let me know in the comments what you think of those tables in particular, and if you've got any suggestions for any better ones, or whether we should make custom ones, let me know what you think we should do, and I'll take a look at it. Now a little light path going from the entrance to the door, which I'll sink into the ground, and then some final decoration on the inside, a bit more lighting. The palms I mentioned, which I think work really well. I must have been through, well, I did go through about every palm in the game to see which one worked best. And I like how low these ones are. I think they really highlight the front without being too obtrusive. I put in some little sauce stations with the Indian bottles, again using those station surround pieces, which I mentioned earlier. We could definitely do with more props for inside in the game, I think. When you're building restaurants and backstage areas and things like that, it's really hard to find the pieces that you need, although better builders than me will make custom stuff. And finally, some spotlights for the trees with green lights, turned the saturation all the way down so it's quite subtle, be more visible at night. And that is the cafe done. I really hope you like it. I'm quite pleased with how it turned out. If you want to see the original, check out, I think it's on the Dudley Zoo website. Today we're doing something which I've wanted to do for so long, which is getting some meerkats into the zoo. So let's get straight into it. So I've had no early access or anything like that. I've been waiting for the Africa pack, same as everyone else. So I built this meerkat enclosure yesterday in a new area of the zoo, the desert. When I planned the zoo out, I had 6 different areas planned, but I left space for 9 so that we could put more areas in as and when I wanted to. So we're starting a little desert area today for our meerkats. We will eventually have fennec foxes and I think Gemsbok as well, because I'm a big fan of both of those, especially fennec foxes. I remember seeing those in London Zoo when I was a kid in the nocturnal house, and they just, I mean, they're incredibly cute, but they're also kind of weird. I think because they live in the dark and you can't hear them sort of running around, they're almost spooky and cute at the same time, which is quite a weird combo. So they've always been a favourite of mine, so I'm really looking forward to getting some of those into the zoo. But that'll be for a later episode. We will be going back to the forest area in our normal episode this Saturday to do the ring-tailed lemur habitat. You might see the big sort of wooden under construction thing behind this. I've actually already finished the lemur habitat, just need to edit the video, so I've covered that up so that you don't get any spoilers. But anyway, onto the meerkats. So I'm trying to do a sort of Tekton version of the classic meerkat enclosure that you tend to get in zoos. I've seen a couple of enclosures in the past month or so. It's Yorkshire Wildlife Park and Knowsley Safari Park, and it is typically like this: a low wall, lots of space, sand, soil, etc. for them to run about in. I've just put a bit of a Tekton spin on it using the white plaster that we always use in this zoo, and some glass that curves inwards to act as a barrier to stop the little meerkats from escaping. While they are so cute in this game, they are really, really cool. Definitely worth the long wait to get them into the zoo. What I thought would be pretty cool for this enclosure would be to actually have the zoo's logo in the enclosure as something that the meerkats could climb on. We've all seen the classic sentry duty behaviour that the meerkats do, where they find the highest point in the surrounding area and then climb up to the top of it and stand there on the hind legs watching out for eagles and all the other things that there is absolutely no danger of them being eaten by in a British zoo, but they do it anyway. Unfortunately, when I added the meerkats in, I discovered that they cannot climb in this game, so I had to sort of jerry-rig a ramp up to the back of the T, which is where I wanted them to stand, and it does work. They do stand up there, which looks really cool. You can see that in the cinematics at the end. So meerkats live in sort of semi-desert areas throughout Africa, or mainly the southern part of Africa, I think. So looked at a lot of reference photos for that sort of environment. Lots of dead trees, obviously, with there being not much rain for them, but it is semi-desert rather than desert, so there is grass, vegetation, etc., just not a whole lot of it. So I've put an acacia, some dead trees, lots of terrain gradations for them. I'm just securing the letters into the floor so they look a bit more stable here. I think this is the kind of stuff you probably don't do when you first start playing the game. The structural stuff, which is actually really important to sit things into reality. So I always try and do this now. I want quite a lot of soil in the game as well, which I hadn't expected, so I went back and added that in later. I wasn't sure if they'd need shelter. I assumed they would, but I waited until the new African pieces were out to build that so we could get some new pieces in there. This whole habitat is just a null barrier. There's no actual barriers anywhere. The plaster and the glass does the job. And then getting the keeper's gate into a circular structure is always fun. And then lots of rocks as well to sort of bring it to life, along with the plants. I buried a couple of trees into the floor there as well, which looks nice. So it's more of a sort of scrubby, low-lying vegetation rather than trees. There's just the one actual tree in the enclosure. Just doing some work to try and fix the door there, make it look like it belongs. Also bringing in now the actual desert area itself. It'll be quite a small area, definitely smaller than the forest, but I wanted to tie everything in nicely rather than just lobbing some meerkats into the middle of the zoo and hoping it looked okay. So this whole area will be laid out and decorated as a desert right next to the forest that we already have. The name for this enclosure, Meerkat Manor, stole from, I think it was an old BBC nature documentary about meerkats, obviously. And again, I try and make it look a little bit logo-ish with some overlapping text, like the same as all the other enclosures, to give a visual continuity to the zoo. I've decided to use a mustard yellow rather than the orange that I've used elsewhere for this desert area. Although we use green in the forest, I want a different colour for each part of the zoo. I noticed yesterday as well that we've hit 50 subscribers on the channel, so thank you so much to everyone who has subscribed. It's quite surprising for my weird little zoo that I'm building here, so thank you very much. And thank you for your lovely comments as well. And now we're on to some rock work, which is so important to really tie everything together. Just putting a little bit of grass in alongside all the sand, and then making these signs look better as well. And then a few final plants to bring together the different sides of the enclosure. You'll see as well in a minute the lighting on the entrance to the desert area of the zoo. I really love the lighting engine in this game. You can do so much with it. I've put a really soft orange glow on the title for the entrance, which you can see there sets it off really nicely. And then a few terrain gradations as well, just to make things a bit more interesting. Nothing should ever be completely flat. And then I wanted some really low-lying plants to go in front of the enclosure so it doesn't cover up the text on the front of the enclosure. The rest of this will obviously be done properly when the rest of the desert is put in. But for now, I've just dropped a few trees and paths in so my guests can get there, and so that the background isn't completely blank. This is that sort of little ramp that I mentioned earlier to try and get the meerkats up onto the T, which they do. But like I say, it's a bit janky looking at the moment, to be honest. I'll improve that later. And now finally onto the new building pieces, which I'm really excited about. There's a load of plaster pieces, which is very good news for me in this zoo, seeing as that's where everything is built out of. So this is literally the first time I'm seeing them. I'm just throwing together a few things to see if it sits together. It's probably not the best shelter I've ever built, but it looks quite nice and it fits in nicely. And that is the meerkats done. I've only got 4 meerkats at the moment, no babies yet, but I'll bring you news on that as soon as it happens. But anyway, we should probably start building something. So this week we're going to be doing a ring-tailed lemur habitat. We are back in Tekton Forest for this episode after our brief excursion into the desert. We are building, like I say, a ring-tailed lemur habitat. The reason I'm building that in the forest is because that is where they live in real life. They live in Madagascar, in dry forests, and their favourite habitat is what's called a gallery forest, which is a forest on the edge of a river or a lake to some body of water. So there'll be some water in this enclosure. They don't swim or anything like that, but that just seems to be their favourite habitat. I'm not entirely sure why, but I guess easy access to water and lots of trees is pretty good if you're a lemur. There won't be any red ruff lemurs sharing the enclosure with them. They tend to prefer jungles, so they will be going into, well, if I put them in, they'll be going into the jungle on the other side of the Grand Plaza. This enclosure is going to be on 2 levels. I really wanted to have a level for the guests to see the lemurs up in the trees. Ring-tailed lemurs are the most terrestrial of the lemurs, so they spend about a third of their time on the ground and the rest of the time up in the trees. So I also wanted some ground level viewing as well. So this enclosure will have 2 paths running around it, one at eye level for trees and one at eye level for the ground. Working with different height paths in Planet Zoo is always fun, using that term very loosely. So it took me a long time to get this to work the way I wanted it to. The original design for this that I drew out was probably my favourite of all the designs that I initially did for the zoo. When I built it, it didn't quite work as intended, so you'll see fairly shortly in the video that I changed the shape of the whole enclosure and move it, because I just couldn't get the stairs to work the way I wanted to. So I ended up going from the shape that you see here to more of just a circle, and shortened the bit that I'm working on here, and then moved the whole thing back so that I could get the paths and the stairs in to where I wanted them. I'm using this palace tile stair here, which I wasn't actually a huge fan of, but I needed one that had a white curb to go with the white plaster that makes up the rest of the build. And then, to my surprise and gratitude, when the Africa pack came out, it had a monochrome version of those exact paths in, which is perfect because that's exactly what I would have chosen had it already existed. So I switched that out right at the end of the video, and I'm really happy with how it looks when it's done. The rest of it is the standard white plaster and glass combo that we use throughout the zoo. And I'm really enjoying now how all the white plaster buildings look when they contrast with the forest that they're set in. This is when I realised that the shape, especially those stairs, just really isn't working. So I tear it all down, well, most of it down, and then move it across to give it a bit more space and put new paths in and keep a simpler circular shape. That also gives me space to get the stairs in where I want them to be, so it's a more effective entrance. Then we run the lower level path around the rest of the enclosure so that the guests can get in and under the arches, which I really like the effect of. I want it to be quite, not claustrophobic, but quite close when the guests are in there, so they feel like they're almost in with the lemurs. And then at the top it's much more open, and they get a really good view of the lemurs up in the trees. There's going to be one really large tamarin tree, which is the ring-tailed lemur's favourite food and favourite tree to live in the centre. But we'll get onto the inside of the enclosure a bit later. I'm using the underside of the paths as well as part of the structure, leaving some of that exposed. Exposed concrete is quite a big feature of Tekton's design and aesthetic, or was, I should say. So I think that looks quite nice. I contemplated covering it up, but I like the contrast. And they often had untreated concrete as part of their designs, as well as the white painted concrete that they use predominantly. In fact, they use untreated concrete a lot more than I do, but I prefer the white stuff. It's more in keeping with what I'm trying to get the zoo to look like and the aesthetic that I'm going for. These entrance posts that I'm putting in here are influenced by Madagascan architecture, which will eventually be coloured to sort of mimic the tails of the ring-tailed lemurs, but that is quite a subtle thing. I didn't want it to be stripy or anything, but I just shade the tops of it black. This is a little custom fence that I'm putting in to stop the guests from falling to their deaths when they're at the top. I make quite a lot of modifications to this, make it higher. I put a different one on the inside. I'm still not entirely sure this would pass a health and safety check in a real zoo, but hey, this is Planet Zoo, and the guests won't leave the paths, so they're certainly not going to be falling to their deaths at any point. But I imagine this is the kind of thing you would have built back in the 1930s, and probably wouldn't build today because it'd be deemed to be too unsafe for the kids or even adults falling in, or maybe adults jumping in, which does happen in zoos sometimes. But I really like the way it looks, and I wasn't going to change it just to meet health and safety regulations, which I don't have to bother with. So I'm putting the sign in here with the usual letters overlapping in Noto Sans that we normally use. I've been back and put a few more of these around the zoo so that everything's got a distinct visual style. And this is the indoor area for the lemurs. This is where they're going to sleep. I'm building some raised sleeping platforms for them because they normally sleep up in the trees. And now putting in a covering semi-roof for the habitat. Done this exactly the same as the surrounding roof in the Grand Plaza, although I actually go back and change it later because for some reason I really like the orange stripe in the plaza, but I really don't like it here. But the basic circular roof is still there. This is one of the things that I've added the new African pieces to. Obviously we've got columns to support the roof. I hate it when guests walk through scenery, it drives me mad. So I've put bins inside them to stop the guests from doing that, but the plaster pillars aren't quite wide enough to cover up the bins, so I've put an extra base on at the bottom so that you can't see the bins, and that works really nicely. It just prevents the guests from walking straight through them, which looks really weird. And that's pretty much the outside of the enclosure done. And then it's on to the inside of the habitat. I spent ages on this. I mentioned at the start of the video that the lemurs live in gallery forests. at the side of rivers, so I wanted to put a river in, and I wanted to really go to town on this little river bit. It's only small, but I had a reference photo of a little clearing in a forest in Madagascar, and I've tried to essentially replicate that photo. So you'll see the camera is mostly here where it is now while I'm building it. I'm literally just trying to copy this photo using whatever pieces I can find in the game to enable me to replicate it. So lots of mossy rocks, tropical rocks, maybe some other types of rock as well to get different colours in, lots of foliage. When you look at a forest in real life, there's so much going on, so many tiny things, you know, leaf litter and little pebbles, stones, sticks, twigs, all that stuff. Recolouring the water to make it a bit murky and a bit dirty so it fits in nicely. You'll find a lot of detritus in forest clearings and things like that, so I'm really trying to put as many little bits in as I can. I really like the tropical plant boards. I can never remember what they're called, but I use them quite a lot, mainly for bio roofs, but I've buried a lot of them into the ground here. They look really good when they're buried, so just little bits of the plants poke out. They really fill things in nicely, and the bottom of the little river bit is full of different items as well, so it's not just a terrain at the bottom of it. I've used a few of the aquatic rocks as well. I struggled to get the colour how I wanted it, but it's quite useful because they've got two colours, so you can have a sort of a rock colour and a moss colour mixed in, and then a lot of terrain painting as well to tie it all together. Use some mulch as well a bit later on to fill things out. I've mentioned before that I'm the world's slowest builder, and just to give you an example of that, this habitat took 15 hours to build. I was watching a Koali Zoo episode the other day where Rudy Rankamel was talking about how he'd spent 15 hours on a build, and it turned out that was 2 entire habitats, an entrance lake for the zoo, and various other things as well. I don't know how it took me 15 hours to build just one, but there you go. These big roots are really cool as well, the strangler fig roots. So I put some of those in. It's quite subtle, but just fills out the bottom of the trees and makes them a bit more varied. Put a few of them in the water as well. Let's take a quick look at this in real time now. I think it's quite peaceful. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. Back to the speed build. So we've got a few things left to do. So this here is a sleeping platform. I've been really inspired by people like Beezy, other builders that I've seen, to try and get more detail into my builds. I really want to try and do that going forward. And then some finishing touches to the outside, just trying to tie these railings in with the surround and put some drains in, and then having left loads of exposed concrete and little bits around the lower walkway, just put some ivy in to make one of those look a bit nicer, because that's one of the main entrances. Some of the custom benches that we designed in the Grand Plaza. A few supports to tie the concrete pillars into the roof, and then the new African pieces. I absolutely love these pieces. They look so good. There's a few sort of fallen leaves from the tree up on top of the roof as well for detail. And that's the build done.
Today's going to be a big episode. We are going to finish Tekton Forest. We're going to build the house of the Red Panda. So the house of the Red Panda, it's not just a clever name. This is based on an actual house, which I'm a big fan of. I saw it and I thought straight away that it would make a really good habitat. I decided that the Red Pandas would be the species that we put in there. It's modified, of course. I'm not just going to build a semi-detached house and stick some pandas in it. We'll be changing it to suit their needs and those of the guests. It's going to be on 2 levels. So there'll be ground level viewing, access through the front, and then there'll be gallery viewing as well, so that when the pandas are climbing in their tree, the guests will be able to see them at eye level. The 2 towers that I'm building here are part of what would be a stairwell, I think, in the original house. But here what's going to happen is there's going to be a climbing frame inside it, so that from the balcony, whether the pandas are climbing outside or inside, the guests will be able to see them at eye level. They don't climb as much in the game as they do in real life, which is a bit frustrating, but that's why I've got the ground level viewing in as well, so that whether they're up or down, you can get a good view of them. The original house that this is based on is a modernist build, like I say, but a lot more modern with a small m than the Tekton buildings that I base most of the aesthetic of the zoo on. And there's a bit more ornamentation. You can see me putting some in here, which does sort of break the the rules of the zoo that I've set up, and so I decided to delete it later on. I should discuss really the whole modernist thing, with the caveat that my knowledge of this extends mainly to Googling, which is always dangerous. But as far as I understand it anyway, modernism came along in the 1930s, was a movement, as I've discussed before, to make buildings with all the new materials that were out at the time, i.e. reinforced concrete, plate glass, and things like that allowed you to make buildings in all sorts of shapes that people had never seen before, and was pretty amazing. And then it got pretty popular, and I think in around the 60s, as a movement, it was sort of replaced by what was called brutalism, which was a new way of building which stripped back the sort of design aesthetic of modernism even more. So rather than thinking that anything that goes on the building needs to have a function, and then how can we make it beautiful, from my understanding anyway, they were more everything has to have a function, and the function is the beauty, regardless of what it looks like, which is why most brutalist buildings tend to have a small sort of following of people who love them, but the general public at large tends to think they're pretty awful. So if you think of, especially if you live in the UK, all those 60s and 70s council buildings, high-rises, car parks, supermarkets that are all just blocks of unpainted concrete with all sorts of crazy things coming off the sides, and it looks like it was designed by somebody who was asleep at the time. That's brutalism. I think it was popular because it was very cheap to build, in my extremely uneducated opinion. And please let me know in the comments if you have any better knowledge of this than me, because like I say, Googling and Wikipedia can only take you so far. But eventually it was replaced by the sort of modern with a small m style of building that we have today, which I believe is known as postmodernism, whereby they've retained the new materials that we use in this zoo, but dropped the whole if something doesn't have a function it shouldn't be on the building thing, and went back to trying to make buildings, you know, as beautiful as they could be, just with ornamentation and things like that, and if something doesn't have to have a function to be on the building. And this building that we're making here is slightly more of a post-modernist building, especially with the decorations attached to the front. And like I say, I get rid of the ones on the tower because it was just too much. I really want this to sit in with the rest of the zoo nicely. But the new wooden pieces from the Africa Pack up on the balcony, they actually serve a function. They stop the guests falling off. Always useful. So I was able to retain those, and I just got rid of the ones on the tower because they don't really have a function. The facade at the front that you can see, that is all I'm working from. I had one photo of the front of the building. I have no idea what the sides, the back, the top, anything else looks like, so the rest of it I've just made up. And I think it fits together quite nicely. It looks very simple. The back here, it gets heavily modified later. I just wanted to make sure I had the sizes right for the pandas. And if there are any architects watching, I'd like to apologise for the absolute state of that attempt to explain modernism and postmodernism, but that's about as good as you're going to get from me, I'm afraid. Anyway, let's move on to the inside of the habitat. So inside, to reflect the slight change to the style of the outside, rather than making a completely naturalistic habitat like I've done in all the other enclosures, I wanted to try and build a garden for the pandas. So it's still going to include everything that they need to be happy, and that'll all be built from wood and then natural trees and shrubs, etc. But I wanted to lay it out like a formal garden rather than a natural environment. So we've got a nice water source. I don't think the pandas swim in the game, but in real life they do. They love a good swim, do the red pandas, so I've put in a water feature for them, and that'll have a bridge over it for keeper access, and so they can wander along next to the circular windows for the guests to see them. It's quite shaded, this building. I contemplated moving it, or spinning it rather, so that it was more in the sun, but just from where I'd built the forest and all the other enclosures, this is where this sort of needed to go. I didn't really have the ability to spin it to face in a different direction. It wouldn't really have worked as well as it does, which is something I need to consider more, I think, in future areas of the zoo where the sun is, seeing as you can't really change that. So I've put quite a lot of lights in around the water feature to brighten it up, and now we're just bringing back some more aspects of the front to tie it together. The circular windows are not in the original house, unsurprisingly. That is one of the things that I like to put in the zoo that I've added in there, as well as the metal poles that we use all the time. And that should tie this in nicely with the rest of the zoo. When you look at a real zoo, unless it's only just opened, you'll see enclosures from all sorts of different time periods, depending on how long the zoo's been open, and they've often got very different styles to them. So if you look at London Zoo, for instance, there are things like the giraffe house that was built in the early 19th century, and then you'll have the penguin pool, which was built in the early 20th century, and then something like Land of the Lions, which was built in the early 21st century. So you got 200 years of different time periods and styles and knowledge of building and things like that. So you get all sorts of different areas. That's not something that I want to replicate in this zoo. I want a uniform modernist look throughout, but there is room within that to have different takes on the modernist style. So I'm bringing in some of the aesthetic that I use elsewhere to this build to tie it in. I'm using those aquatic rocks here again, like we used in Lemur Heights. Put the different colours in to match the I think it's the temperate rock, if I recall correctly, that we're using around the rest of the water feature. That's a little sleeping area for the pandas. I've got the new little African steps in there, which is looks pretty good. I'm a big fan of those new pieces. This is going to be covered up with vegetation so that the guests can't see them, so the pandas get some privacy because they're pretty shy. And now we're making a feeding area for them. We're going to have enrichment feeders, obviously, but I wanted a little feeding platform for them, just to get a bit more of the white concrete on the inside of the enclosure, which I've not really done before, and some steps up to it for them. Sometimes they walk up these, sometimes they jump. It's going to be quite the executive house for these guys. Set you back a good few million on the market. Luckily they don't have to pay for it because the guests do. Now we're getting some more of the Tekton style shapes onto the outside of the building. Again, just to tie everything in nicely, and then rounding off the back of the enclosure as well. This enrichment item goes really nicely onto this bridge. That was just a complete accident. I was just wondering where to put it. I thought, hey, I wonder if it fits on the bridge, and it lines up perfectly with those fences. So yeah, just a happy accident there. And I'm trying to hide this, what's it called, a rubbing post, I think, into their sleeping area, so it doesn't stand out too much because I think it's kind of ugly. And now we're building the climbing structure. I built it out of these new concrete poles because they're tagged as climbable, but they're not. Well, they're not for pandas anyway. Maybe they need to be bigger animals. Maybe a bear or something would climb it rather than a panda. But I really like the look of it, so I put wooden poles that they can climb up alongside it to get them up there, and then encourage them up here with one of the enrichment items. And now, of course, it's a Tekton Zoo enclosure, so it's going to have a sign with some overlapping letters in the Noto Sans font, which, as you know, I'm a big fan of. This one I really like. I think it's one of the better ones that I've done, especially when it's recoloured to represent the pandas. I thought when the custom billboards came out that I'd be using those for all the signs, because I love a bit of Photoshop, but this font just goes so nicely into the zoo, and with it being recolourable and with you being able to put the letters wherever you want, I find I just end up using this all the time for the main signs, and then I use the custom billboards for the educational signs for the animals. This is just a little bio roof to finish the roof off. We're getting pretty close to being done now. Just some final touch-ups in the garden area, so we're getting some bamboo to soften the inside of the enclosure in the same sort of smoked colour that we used in the Forest Cafe. And then we move up to the balcony to finish that off. We need to put a barrier up there to stop the guests from diving into the enclosure. So we're going to use the metal poles as per usual, and then incorporate some of the wooden pieces from the New Africa pack as well. So that'll tie it into the front of the enclosure. Now, just while I finish off the balcony and the garden area, I'm just going to show you a couple of new additions to the zoo that I've made in the past week. Firstly, Maurice and his pals now have little statues at the entrance to the desert area. And secondly, I've put a webcam in Penguin Palace by the nesting area so that the guests can see the penguins when they're on the nest. And I want to have a feed of that on video screens somewhere in the zoo, and probably the meerkats as well. Now, I know you can't do it live in Planet Zoo, but what I can do is take video, record it, and then put it onto a video screen somewhere in the zoo, which I think will look really cool. So I'm going to try and do that next episode. Let's go back to the front of the building. I wanted some planting in the front as well, so we're going to have some plants hanging down from the doorway. A couple of different types, mainly wisteria with this alpine behind it, just to make it a bit more interesting. I stole that idea, saw it a few days ago, and I cannot remember who was doing it. If it was you and you're watching this, I apologise. In fact, let me know in the comments and I'll credit you or something, because I just cannot remember who I stole that from. And then some more formal garden out the front, just to set off the front of it and again soften the white at the front and give that mix between the white concrete and the green foliage that we like to have in many places as possible. And that's the House of the Red Panda complete. On Sunday I went in to tidy up Tekton Forest, and it's fair to say that escalated pretty quickly, and now we have 2 new animals. So today we are going to take a tour of the completed Tekton Forest and meet our new pals. I've added one of the Red Panda statues to the logo at the top there, seeing as we've got those guys in residence now. Sort of an origami sort of thing, which I like. And now we'll make our way in and go to the Tekton waterfall. Now I thought it'd be cool to have signage on the floor rather than on signs. So you can see some of that here with the Welcome to Tekton Forest sign down there. I've also added one of the new vista points, which is great because it means the guests actually stop and look at this ridiculous waterfall that I built. And let's go and see the first of the new habitats that I added in. This was sort of in the back of my mind to do. I wanted to try and squeeze some of these little guys in here somewhere, because they don't need very much room and they're really easy to take care of. So this is the peafowl pathway. So nothing major here, although there's a lot of the new African grass on the floor, which just looks so good. It makes a real difference. I'm pretty sure everyone who owns Planet Zoo has spent the past 2 weeks just spamming that grass everywhere. And then a nice little area in the middle, just a little stream. There's one of the peacocks now. There's been some changes on the inside of the cafe since the episode where we built it. I just thought it was a bit plain inside, so I reached out to a few people on the Bro Nation Discord for advice, because those guys are pretty amazing. And we got some suggestions about removing some of the big expanse of green, which is where all the wood panelling and the grills come in. And I think it looks nicer. There's a few more plants and things like that in there as well. And yeah, this is the view of the flamingos from the cafe. Now let's move on to the main new habitat I built. I had what I thought was a little area behind the flamingos, which I just needed to put a few plants and things in to make it look less janky. And then I realised it was 600 metres squared, so I had to put a clouded leopard in. I mean, what else are you going to do with 600 metres squared? So this is the clouded leopard enclosure, or the clouded leopard foothills, as I've called it, because they live at the foothills of the Himalayas.
throughout various parts of Asia. And this guy's pretty shy, so not... there he is. Okay, so he's up sleeping on his branch. So this is the first time I've used the mesh in the game. So the whole thing is covered in mesh, because these guys are very arboreal, pretty good climbers, and you don't want them climbing out. They'd probably be up that wall like a shot. So there he goes. So yeah, mesh everywhere. You can see it in the long shot as well. I'm a big fan of the clouded leopard in this game. It's really beautiful. I've used the one-way glass for the backing of the sign again, like we did on Lemur Heights, because it's more attractive than just the plain black background, because it's slightly translucent. And I really like that sign in the game as well. I think that works really nicely. There's some rock work at the back as well to sort of simulate the foothills, but this is probably the one of the least complex habitats I've built. And he's got a shelter here as well, because he's pretty shy, so that keeps him away from the guests when he wants to get away. That is Tekton Forest. Next week we'll be starting a new area in the zoo, which I'm very excited about, so I will see you then. Well, here we are back in the Grand Plaza. It's been a while since we were here. This is one of the original ideas that I had for the zoo. I'm going to be honest, when I first came up with the concept for this zoo, I did not plan the entire zoo out. I know some people like to do that, which makes perfect sense. But to be honest, I'd spent so long working on London Zoo 1985. I was really eager to just get started with something new. I had the concept, I knew where it was going to be, I knew what the aesthetic of the zoo was going to be. So I just planned really the Grand Plaza, the forest to the left of it as you come in, and the jungle to the right of it. The rest of it we're going to make up as we go along. I've got quite a few ideas for different areas and different exhibits, etc., but this is the second of the two main areas that I'd planned out. So kind of difficult to build an outdoor jungle in a zoo based in England, as anyone who is either from England or has been to England knows. It gets pretty cold here, but it also gets pretty hot in the summer. It's not unusual for it to be 30 degrees. It's quite common for tropical animals to be kept outside in England. You just need to make sure that they've got sufficient indoor areas that are heated for when it gets properly cold. So I've selected the species that will be going into this jungle pretty carefully. What I'm doing here is building a waterfall. We've already got one waterfall in the zoo, but that was a kind of crazy modernist construction. What I'm trying to do here is build a natural one. So I'm channeling my inner Mike Sheets here and trying to do a load of rock work and some a specimen plant, I believe it's called, at the top, and just making a waterfall that looks natural. It wouldn't actually be natural, although there are lots of beautiful waterfalls in England. It's pretty unlikely that there'd just be one in the middle of the field that they built the zoo in. So this is a lot of I don't know if it'd be fake rocks or real rocks that you moved in, but that's the plan. I'm going to put a pool in here below the waterfall, and then lots and lots of plants all over it, so it looks natural. Spent a lot of time building this. I probably spent, well, actually, you'll see the paths in a minute, and that took some doing. But this waterfall, I probably spent about as much time on this as I did on the habitat that we're going to build in a bit. We are going to build a habitat today, the first one in the jungle. Going forward, I would like to move to working on different areas of the zoo each week, rather than building the whole area over a long series of episodes like we did with the forest. Loads and loads of rock work here. People always say you should use more than one colour of rock to create things, and I sort of struggle with that, to be honest. I don't know if it's just the way I build, but it never really looks right for me when I use lots of different colours or use sort of equal amounts of two different colours. So with this, it's almost entirely built from, I think it's the tropical rocks, and then I just squeeze in a few other coloured rocks, mossy rocks at the top obviously because that's where the water is, and then mainly one colour after that. I just find it gels better, but that's probably more to do with my building than whether you should use more than one or not. And then I take a section of the waterfall and I just use this one section over and again, spinning it round and then moving the plants around to disguise the fact that it's one copy pasted area. And I think when it's finished, it doesn't look like it's just one big lump that's been copied loads of times.
I hope. We'll have to see, but I think it looks pretty decent when it's done. And this is all surrounding one of the biggest, in fact the biggest habitat that is going to be in this jungle, which we will not be getting to today. That is for a future episode, but I'm really excited about that one. It's an animal that I've never used before. This here that we're working on now is today's habitat. So this is going to be a habitat for red ruff lemurs to complement the ring-tailed lemurs that we have in the forest. In the middle here, where that depression I just made is, that is going to be a mixed species habitat, which we'll again get to in a later episode. I'm using raised paths here to make it more interesting than the forest was. And we're going to get some custom fencing in a minute, which drove me absolutely insane. You'll see why in a minute. It's dead simple, it's not even complicated, but just the way that I made, just sort of placed the paths in lots of nice looking curves with reckless abandon, and then realised that meant I would have to place the fence pieces pretty much individually, and that was not a quick job. Even by my standards as the world's slowest builder, that took a long time. I've put one of the new reward statues in, which I've never used before, in the entrance here, which I think looks pretty nice. And this is the fence. Now this fence is based on a fence in a park in China, which I really liked. It's like a really, I don't know if it's, I imagine postmodernist is the term that would be used for it rather than modernist, but it's really in your face. It's bright red, obviously, being Chinese. It is not a path designed to sit into the background and not be noticed. It is a path designed to blow your socks off. I've made it a little more subtle. It's going to be a light grey when it's finished, but I just thought it was a really nice design. I wanted to get that into the zoo. Using the new mesh pieces here, again, I love these pieces. These are going to separate under the path the mixed habitat in the centre and the lemur habitat that we're working on today, and stop the little guys from getting out. I just run this all the way under the path so that it can't be seen by the guests. I'm using some of the concrete barriers here, which I used a lot of in London Zoo 1985. I've not used them at all in Tekton Zoo. I use the plaster for everything, which is sort of standing in for concrete because it bizarrely looks more like concrete than the concrete does. But those concrete barriers I thought actually looked pretty fitting at the back, and they're kind of hidden away. I cover them in vines, etc. once it's done. I needed something here to prevent the guests from being able to see the lemurs as they came in through the entrance, because I had this issue with the peacock pathway that we built last episode. When I designed it, I opened it and then realised that all the guests would walk straight into the forest and then just come to a dead stop in the entrance, clogging it up as they stood and gawped at the peacocks. I fixed that eventually, but it took a lot of hiding barriers, and it wasn't ideal. So with this one, I've integrated an opaque barrier into that part of the wall from the outset to stop guests from stopping there. They'll walk straight past that bit, go up onto the raised paths, and that is where they will see the lemurs from. Now I'm putting mesh pieces up here. One of the other big concepts I had for this particular habitat is I wanted to have the lemurs visible from in the Grand Plaza, so that as people walking along, if you get lucky, you might see them swinging, well, they don't swing, jumping, running, etc. through the trees, through that mesh. And they do occasionally do that, and it looks really cool. You'll see that in the cinematics at the end. But that's probably my favourite feature of this particular habitat. And like I said at the start, it's really important to have a lot of shelter for these animals, because they're going to be happy as Larry, the lemur, in summer, and they'll be pretty much perfectly happy in spring and autumn. But come winter, once it starts getting down towards zero, they're not going to be wanting to be outside for extended periods. So there are two shelters at the back here, built into the overhang of the raised pathway around the Grand Plaza. And one of those shelters will be visible from the Grand Plaza as well, so we put viewing windows in on the Grand Plaza side. So in winter, if it is a cold day and the lemurs aren't outside, you can still see them playing around in the inside bit of the enclosure. And now we're back to the paths, and you can perhaps begin to understand the scale of the problem I left myself with here. I did eventually, and I've cut, oh my god, so much out of this video, but in that bit there you can see I've managed to start working with 3 at a time, I think it was, but even then I had to go in and individually adjust most of the pieces, so this was a good few hours work. Now we're on to building the shelters, or their winter quarters. So I've used wood here. This might be the first time I've used wood at all as a building material in this zoo, but I just wanted it to sort of sit into the back behind all the foliage, so it's not as noticeable as the white concrete. And this is the viewing from the Grand Plaza for the red ruff lemurs, so that when they're inside in winter the guests can still see them. Went through a lot of different designs for this, but I ended up just going with a really simple one of replacing the wall with the round windows, which just look so good, I think, and I use those a lot in this zoo. I'm going to put a window in if I can, it'll be one of those, and then some bricks to tie that in, and then we cover up the holes in the path. I didn't want the path extending into the enclosure for obvious reasons, and then there's going to be some custom signs on here to tell people about the lemurs and bring them into this area to look at them, so even if they're outside there's still some education here. I put a door on the inside, or the suggestion of a door on the inside, because in winter you wouldn't want a big open space like this. Obviously it's going to let all the heat out, so there is a retracting door here. Obviously it doesn't actually retract or do anything at all, but I just wanted it there so that you could see it and it would suggest its existence. There's the custom signs. We're just finishing off this area, and that is the red ruff lemur habitat done. Next weekend, myself and many other creators are coming together to raise money for a zoo and conservation program called Kango Wildlife Ranch in South Africa. And they run breeding programs to save and maintain the genetic diversity of the cheetah. They've had some of the severest lockdowns in the world, so consequently they're now struggling, so that is where we come in. Today we are raising money for Kango Wildlife Ranch as part of Kangathon 2021. We're going to be building the biggest habitat I've ever built, and what is that in the background? That is the new Cheetah Conservation Centre. Before we get started, I'm going to show you why we're raising this money. So Kango Wildlife Ranch was closed for a whole year due to lockdown. The lockdowns over in South Africa where they are has been particularly bad, and with no visitors obviously they can't support their animals as they should, so that's why a load of creators have come together to raise funds for them. It's all led by Paulsley, whose videos I'm sure you've seen, and there's a load of us making videos and streams this weekend in order to raise money. All the links on how to donate are in the description below. Obviously I wouldn't ask you to donate something that I haven't donated to myself, so I have done. It's a very, very worthy cause, and I'm sure if you're a fan of Planet Zoo, and if you're not, then I'm not sure why you're watching this. Maybe you're lost. I would highly recommend donating if you are able to. So, on to today's build. I mentioned this is going to be the biggest habitat I've ever built. I think it's 3,000 square metres, you can see here. These are just the fences that I've laid out. But they are fairly sizable. There's 2 reasons why it's so big. A, I want the animals to have a lot of room, and B, it's going to incorporate a conservation centre into the build. So the conservation centre is, the entrance to it's on the path, but then the back of the building is all one-way glass that lets you see right into the habitat, and that actually forms the habitat barrier. The Kango Wildlife run a Cheetah Preservation Foundation, which is a not-for-profit group. So in honour of that, I've decided to build a cheetah habitat for the zoo. Now, cheetahs, or any big cats really, were not in my plans for the zoo. With it being a small city zoo, and wanting it to be fairly realistic and focusing on animal welfare, I've mainly selected smaller species for this zoo. The cheetahs, I guess they are the smallest of the big cats, as they're called, so they do fit in, and they've got 3,000 metres to play with here, so they should be pretty happy with that. I made a nice long enclosure, so there's lots of room for them to run about. The inspiration for the exterior of this habitat is taken from a zoo in Denmark called Repark Safari, which has a really, really good cheetah enclosure, and they've got this amazing enrichment system which I've replicated here. Well, I say I've replicated it as much as Planet Zoo will allow me. So essentially they have a wheel which spins. It's attached to like a generator and a battery pack, and there's a wire that runs all the way around the enclosure, and then attached to that wire is a piece of string with a bundle of string at the end, sort of like a cat toy that you'd use at home if you have cats, just slightly larger considering the size of the cheetahs. And the keepers are able to essentially send the little bundle of straw flying around the enclosure at cheetah speed, and the cheetahs chase after it. I'd highly recommend checking out on YouTube. You can see that in some of their videos on there. So later on I build a replica of the machine that they use, as closely as I can in Planet Zoo anyway, which isn't particularly close. But yeah, sadly there's no sort of flying around the enclosure with it for obvious reasons. I wanted to make some custom fences as well. So you can see here that I've done my own anti-climb barriers, because I'm not a big fan of the ones in the game. And then this is a standoff barrier that's going to prevent people from being able to put their fingers through the bars and get them nipped off by a cheetah, which is never ideal. One thing I should probably mention, and this may come as a shock, so I hope you're sitting down, but today's build is not going to be made out of white concrete. I know it's a shock, I know you might need some time to adjust to this drastic change, but I wanted to make a big conservation centre to go with the cheetah habitat to tie it in. So it's a conservation centre for cheetahs and other South African animals that Kango Wildlife Ranch would or may have. And I'm basing it on a building called the Lemvig Crematorium in Denmark, which is just an amazing structure. It's really beautiful, and it's, I guess, postmodernist is the term that you would use for it. It's very different from anything else in Tekton. As you'll know if you've seen earlier episodes, most of the buildings in the zoo I designed myself. There's a few that are taken from Tekton's designs, and this is very different, but I thought it'd be really cool to have something in the zoo that maybe wasn't built out of white concrete like everything else. And the concept for this is that this area of the zoo is a new area, so the Grand Plaza and the forest and jungle and desert that surround it, and whatever's going to go next to the jungle, when I think of that is the original zoo, the original size of the zoo. It would have been pretty small by modern standards. This is a new area of the zoo that was designed later, so it's not going to stick exactly to the white concrete, but it's still going to be very modernist in design. We're still going to be concentrating on the flowing lines. So you can see here the building's actually black, and yeah, I know that's crazy compared to everything else, but that provides a very nice contrast. And the flowing lines that are so important to the design of this zoo are still very much there, but they're going to be added on to the front of it in a second. So the building itself is essentially a rectangle, although the top floor is displaced from the lower floor, which gives it a really interesting shape. And then the lines, rather than being in the building themselves, are in these metal poles and this sweeping flowing piece of wood, or many pieces of wood actually. I think this is the most piece heavy thing I've ever built. That is going to come in a bit, and it was when I saw it was that made me think that I wanted to get this building into the zoo, because there's a giant sweeping wood panel effect on the front of the building, and it really brought to mind the cheetah. So I thought it'd be perfect to have as the conservation centre for the cheetahs in the zoo. It's all sort of custom made from single wood planks, so my PC does kind of tank when I'm when I'm trying to build anything else in the building. As soon as the camera gets anywhere near the front piece that I'm putting together at the moment, then my PC is not a happy bunny. But I'm really happy with how this one turned out. I sort of lost confidence on it halfway through because it looks so different to the rest of the zoo. But I asked a couple of people who know their architecture in their building when it was about half done, and they said, yeah, that still fits in with the rest of the zoo. So thanks to JP and Weiser for backing me up on this, and now it's finished and I can see it in context. I am really happy with it. So all the metal poles are individually placed so that they form some flowing lines going up and down the front of the building, and then there's some wood panelling that is put in the middle, which I'm doing here. The wood panelling, it doesn't just curve up and down, it actually goes in and out on the Z-axis as well. But this is probably the longest build I've ever done. It doesn't even look that complex when it's finished because the building itself is mainly a rectangle. but it's the separate architectural designs on the front of it that really took the time. This is what I did. So it's the planks of wood. I forget the exact name of the piece. Each one is individually coloured, so you get a nice orangey effect that changes as the structure rises up. And it's all about just these little pieces, placing them down, putting them into exactly the right spot. You can see how it goes back on the Z-axis here, and then as it gets towards the top, it will come forward on the Z-axis. That fills the front of the building on the Y-axis. Then I just copy it on the X-axis, and it's done. So a quick correction to the sign here, and then we are on to the interior of the building. I've only built 3 interiors, I think, and they were all in London Zoo 1985, so I copied them all. This is the first time I've actually tried to design one myself. As you can see, white concrete is back on the menu, which is good. I wanted to bring some of the Tekton style back into the inside of the building, so you'll see some more of the curves and the white concrete coming up. I did some research into conservation centres and what they look like, and found a couple of really nice ones, both over in the Emirates, and decided to use some of their ideas. So one of them in particular had a really nice centrepiece, so I decided to recreate that using these curved wooden pieces, which I've never actually used before. I didn't realise there were thinner ones than this one that I'm using here, so I went back and edited that in when I discovered them later. But it's almost like a man-made tree kind of effect with information screens in it, which I've used the exhibit information screens in for, and put some custom graphics in there. And in order to use the exhibit screens and actually have the information screen show up, you need to have an exhibit nearby. So the building has an exhibit in it, which is purely for that reason, really. I'd actually looked through what Kango Wildlife Ranch have by way of reptiles, insects, etc. And the only one that they had that we have in game is the green iguana, and it wouldn't really make any sense to put that in a conservation building because they are one of the few animals in the game that are actually pretty common. So I found another African animal instead, which is quite rare, which is the Goliath frog. So I put that in a bit, purely so that the screens that I'm about to put in here actually have something to put on them, so you can then replace that with the custom graphics that I've done. I started off building it using the African kiln upside down because I loved how it looked. I was really impressed with this until I hit play, and then smoke started billowing out of the middle of this centerpiece, and I realised that was not the best idea. So I changed this out for one of the plant pots, and it looks pretty decent. I think I prefer the look of this kiln. It's a bit more unique, but I didn't really want a giant fire in the middle of the conservation centre, so I had to change it. You can see all the way around the building in the back, the windows, they're all one-way glass, so this entire building sits inside the habitat. It forms the barrier for part of the habitat, so the point being that the guests, when they're in the conservation centre, can get a really good view of the cheetahs without looking through a fence, and it sort of gives a reason to go into the conservation centre. I sort of feel like a big conservation centre is one of the last places you'd actually visit in a zoo. It'd be like the insect house, always one of the least popular attractions, so I wanted a reason for guests to actually come in here. I made some custom lights as well with these African masks, which I like, just a mirrored mask, and then put the giant stadium lights in it, which are the most underwhelming lights in the game. They're enormous, and then you turn them on and it's like an energy saving light bulb, but it fitted nicely. I like the look of it. And then this is where the Goliath frog is going to go, so just putting the exhibit in there, and then again there'll be no path to it from the outside. It won't be visible at all from the outside of the building, so the guests will need to come into the building. And then I'll just put paths all the way under the wooden floor. I was going to grid it, but then apart from all the problems the game has with gridded paths, I wanted the guests to go where I wanted them to go rather than wherever they fancied going. So I've used normal paths to direct them to the various viewing windows and to the frogs and the information boards, so that the guests in the game will be sort of stood in the right place, if you like. Next up is the shelter for the cheetahs. So I've repurposed the staff building for this because I wanted something that was really low profile, that would sit in the back of the enclosure that the cheetahs would be able to get into, but which wouldn't dominate the view from inside the conservation centre. I've put a maternity area in here as well. I spent quite a bit of time looking into the husbandry requirements for cheetahs, and if you want them to breed, then they really need a separate area for the female to give birth. They have a nesting area, it's called. Never realised that cheetahs made nests, but there you go. So I put that in here. As far as I'm aware, you wouldn't actually keep a male and a female cheetah together. They don't really get on. But you'd bring the male in purely for the purposes of mating and then remove him. So the enclosure originally was split in two. But I just didn't like the visual of having the fence across the middle of it. I thought it would look better without it, and it would be more interesting to have them together. And I figured that this is Planet Zoo, not a real zoo, so we could do that. Now, this was fun. I'm going to try and turn this giant pile of junk into the driver for the cheetah enrichment system that I mentioned at the start of the video. I'm always amazed when I see things in Planet Zoo where people have made something that isn't in the game. It's all very well doing, buildings and habitats and things like that, like I do, but when you can create something that doesn't even exist, it always amazes me how they use, font pieces and the smallest items in the game to make things. So I thought I'd have a go. I'll leave it up to you to see how, or to judge how well I did in that regard. But I really wanted to build this system. It's only very superficially similar to the one in the repark that I was talking about at the start. But this would be the driver that would send the enrichment item flying around the enclosure. So I've got, I needed a wheel, so I've got the wheelbarrow. That was the one that worked best. A few air conditioning units. The African Jeep, but I really enjoyed doing this. I might try and do things like this more often. Let me know in the comments whether you think it works or whether I should never ever try and do anything like this again, and we'll see how we get on. I've christened it the Jankmaster 4000. Now it's on to the final stage of the build. So 3 of the things that are considered desirable for cheetah habitats are a raised viewing point, so they can display their natural behaviour of scanning the horizon for prey, an outdoor shelter of some kind, because they like to have like a little den to, chill out in, feel safe in, and have their cubs in, and then permanent access to some form of water source. So I'm building here something that takes care of the first 2 of those. So it's a raised platform that they can walk over and survey the massive habitat that they've got, and then underneath it is a shelter that they can chill out in. It's only very small, but obviously they've got a massive shelter in the building that they can also use. And then I'll add in some standing water later as well, and then just the usual terrain work to tie the rocks into the ground. I like this little platform. It's semi-modelled on a picture of a real zoo somewhere. I forget which zoo it was. It wasn't the repark. It was something I found on Zoo Chat, but it just looked really cool the way they could walk up it, and it looks very good. You'll see it in the cinematics at the end when they walk over it. It's pretty visually pleasing. And then obviously, since the Africa pack has come out, spamming this grass everywhere. Well, carefully placing, not spamming. The spamming comes in a minute. The one thing I don't like about it is the shadows. I think maybe because I filmed this in late afternoon, but the shadows on this grass are pretty extreme. You can see here it looks really, really dark. I mean, grass doesn't really cast a shadow, not one that you can see without getting really up close to it. So that's it looks good at midday, but it's a bit of a shame in the afternoon the way it looks. Be cool if they could tone that down a bit. All that's left to do now is put in the pond, make a few little adjustments to the front of the building, and that is everything done. Today's episode is going to be pretty chilled compared to last week. We're going to be building a new exhibit, but before we do that, I want to look at this entrance area here, which I'm pretty happy with. I like the way it highlights the Penguin Palace, but if you look at it from up here, it's kind of empty. I've got a few ideas for improvements, and we're going to get those done before we move on to building the exhibit. I'm just going to put some simple geometric lines into the floor to lead people up to the Penguin Palace, and then we're going to build some fairly small water features that are going to go on either side of the entrance, so again they won't be obstructing the view as you walk through the front entrance, but if you look to the side you'll see them, and they should look really nice. I've taken this from the little sculpture park that I made last week. I didn't really even mention that last week, that I built that to bridge the gap between the Grand Plaza and the Cheetah Conservation Centre. I like that circle motif, I use that a lot throughout the zoo, so I'm using it again here to make a water feature. If it looks a bit cramped at the moment, don't worry, I'll move the kiosk along in a bit to give it a bit more room. I'm also doing something which I never really do, which I should do more of, which is use one of the habitat items as part of a build. This is the elephant pool. It's a nice little water feature which doesn't have the sort of 18th century vibes that all the in-game fountains do. So I use this to create it to keep in with the modernist architecture of the rest of the zoo. Whilst I remember, I want to say a massive thank you to everyone who donated to Kangathon last week. We raised a total of £6,680, which is pretty amazing, so thank you to everyone who helped with that. What we're going to do next is get some mulch in here, and then some bracken to tie it all together and make it look nice. And it's a really nice contrast on the edge of this entrance area to have some more of the white concrete and the green bracken, which is probably my favourite plant to use for this kind of stuff. And then next up, we're going to get the zoo's logo into the floor of the Grand Plaza. This is inspired by Koali Zoo. I love how they have that massive logo on the floor by the entrance. This is a lot simpler. Two reasons. A, I mean, those guys are really good. But secondly, because obviously the style of this zoo is all about sleek modernist lines rather than sort of detailed or over complex designs and things like that. So it is literally just the metal floor pieces because they're reflective and they look really good. They stand out nicely. And then the zoo's logo, written as always in Noto Sans, and then a nice little welcome sign to welcome you in. Alright, so let's check out what it looks like when it's all done then. Ooh yeah, I think that looks so much better with these water features. A little bit of graphics on the floor makes the entrance to the Grand Plaza look a lot better than it did before. So let's move on to the exhibit then. We are making an exhibit for the sacred Scarab beetles, which I've never used before. Exhibits get a bad name in this game because of their lack of customization, and I really struggled to do anything interesting with them myself when I first started playing. So the first tip to making exhibits look good, in my opinion, is never to just have one of them. Trying to make one 4x4 cube not look like a 4x4 cube, it's pretty tricky. As soon as you have two of them next to each other, then you get a lot more options for making them look good. So this exhibit will only hold sacred scarab beetles, nothing else, but I still put two next to each other, and we'll just have a few in each, and that gives you the freedom to make a more interesting building. The main other feature you'll see here is the giant sphere on top of it, which represents the dung balls that they famously form. Whether the design of the exhibit should feature a giant ball of dung, I'm not sure. But I actually got rid of it in the end because the only big sphere in Planet Zoo is one of the art shapes, and it's plastic, and it was just driving me mad. You know, you would never build a structure out of concrete and then put a giant plastic ball on top of it. So without the ability to retexture that into concrete or plaster or whatever, in the end I just couldn't live with it anymore, so I got rid of it. So if you're thinking that was a terrible idea to put that, don't worry about that, because I get rid of it anyway. We've got a nice modernist structure coming together here. I've got this sort of Venetian blind effect of these limbs along the back of it, and then I've got some of the new North African arches at the front, because this is well, actually it's found in Europe and Asia as well, but predominantly an African animal, and it fits in with the shelter at the back of the Meerkat Manor as well. And like I say, we've got two spaces for exhibits so we can get a more interesting shape to the building itself. So the dung ball at the top gets replaced in a bit, and then I've built like a second skin to the enclosure, which makes the shape a lot more interesting. I've also raised the terrain around it so that you walk up to it, again just for a bit of variety in the look. and then I just use these plaster panels to cover up the bits of the exhibit that stick out to the sides. So when it's finished, it looks like one piece, even though there's actually quite a few pieces in there. Another thing you can do to make them look more interesting is to actually dress the inside of them. Takes a while to make sure that where you're placing things isn't going to end up chopping one of the exhibits in half, or one of the animals in the exhibit in half. You've got to learn where they appear, which different animation points that they use. But then you can put other plants and things in there to make it a bit more interesting, and just make sure that the upgrade options that you can select to each exhibit with the extra branches and things like that, just make sure you use different ones for each one so they don't look like they're both the same. And then, similar to the tree frogs, I've planted up the negative space in between the two exhibits, so it gives a continuity. And another little trick that you can do to make the exhibits more interesting, if it is close enough to a habitat animal, is to put an education sign for a habitat animal outside it, and then use a custom billboard texture to replace what's in there, so that you can have a large sign for the exhibit rather than the tiny little signs that you get by default. I end up using both of them here. And then next up, we change the dung ball for this semicircular piece which projects over the front, similar to the tree frog exhibit. And then some of the triangular pieces which I really like, I always try and get those into builds when I can. Last used them on the Lemur Lounge, as it's now named. Thank you to Christopher Seiler for that name. That will be going on to the lemurs today. And then this Scarab sign, which is recolorable, looks really good. And that is the exhibit finished. Hope you think it's a bit more interesting than the standard exhibits in the game. Let me know in the comments what you think of it. Today we are back in the jungle, and we're going to be doing something that I've wanted to do for ages, which is to build a habitat for sun bears. The sun bear enclosure was one of the original designs that I came up with for this zoo, and I was really excited to make it. It was based on the Tekton Bear Ravine at Dudley Zoo, which was a really, really cool piece of architecture. And it was actually my main inspiration for the walls around the Grand Plaza as well. Those big white concrete walls with the roof on it and the bars, etc. But in Dudley Zoo, the enclosure there is built into the side of a hill, and then the ground falls away really rapidly, hence the Bear Ravine name. And so I knew I'd have to change it to get it into this zoo, because we don't have that terrain here. So I've extended the walls so they were formed a complete circle. But when I built it, it just looked like a bear pit. And I hate bear pits. They are like the most horrific enclosures for bears. Bears are so intelligent, and possibly because they're not social like most intelligent animals are pretty social, dolphins, chimps, humans, etc. And bears are kind of solitary, and I possibly for that reason they're incredibly hard to keep in zoos. They tend to go insane, and I don't mean like angry. I mean as in they become psychotic and they spend their lives pacing just 1 meter of their enclosure back and forth 24 hours a day, or they bash their own heads in on the walls. It's pretty horrific. It's really hard to keep bears in zoos, and you've got to build an incredibly good enclosure if you're going to do that successfully, which happily good zoos do these days. London Zoo's a good example. They used to keep like 6 species of bear on Bear Mountain, as it was called, and these days they have none. That's how hard it is to keep them. And just bear pits, they're not good. They're really bad. So I just couldn't bring myself to put it in there. So I had to come up with a completely new design. Dudley Zoo doesn't have bears in the Bear Ravine now either, I should point out. So what I decided to go with is, rather than building a massive tapped-on style enclosure, I'd build a more naturalistic enclosure, and then use the modernist elements to make towers inside the enclosure for the bears to climb, which will act like giant fake trees. and bring the bears up to the eye level of the guests, which is why I've shrunk or lowered rather the terrain in the enclosure. And we're putting some anti-climb barriers on. Some bears are arboreal, so they spend most of their time up in the trees, so they need a lot of climbing enrichment. And the whole idea for this enclosure is just to make it a sort of bear paradise. It should be really big, full of enrichment. So I'm lowering the fences here so that when the guests stand where the angry archer is stood at the moment, their view is pretty much unrestricted. If you're an adult, your view will be completely unrestricted. If you're a kid, you've got these little peepholes in between the new mesh pieces that you can see through. These are the climbing platforms that I spoke about. These are based on the Tekton architecture that we always use in this zoo. But basically the whole concept of this zoo is to update their aesthetic to the modern day so that it is good for animals. So we've got 3 towers here, and I'm going to put some bridges, logs, etc. between them. The idea being that the bears will spend most of their time up in here rather than on the ground. So all, or pretty much all of their enrichment items, their food, etc. is up here, so they can live as natural a life as possible up in the trees. We'll get into it a bit more later, but trying to get the climbing working for this enclosure was an absolute nightmare. It took so long. It went through so many changes. So some of the joins that you're seeing here look a little different in the end, because trying to have everything covered up with plaster and still have the bears happy to use it was impossible. Or it was impossible for me anyway. Better builders than me may be able to have been, or may have been able to make it work, but I couldn't really. But the main bones of the enclosure are definitely the same now. This is the rear access where the bears get up to here. This is purposefully at the back, so you don't really notice it from the front. You'll just see the bears happily wandering about on these white concrete platforms, and then we just copy it across to the other 2 platforms. As you can see, it's a pretty big enclosure, and it's going to get bigger. The rock wall at the back that I built when we created the jungle a few episodes ago, a lot of that is going to get knocked down and replaced by the bears' winter shelter. These guys are pretty okay with coldish temperatures, but they're certainly not going to be happy in a British winter, so they need a big shelter, which we build in a bit. I've put a concrete bottom in this pool, which I'm starting to try and do now to make it more realistic. A pool of this size, if you just sort of filled it with water and had the mud at the bottom, essentially the water would just evaporate, so you need a concrete bottom to keep the water in there, and it also makes it easier to clean. And then putting some rocks in around the side to cover up some of the concrete and just make it look nicer, look a bit more natural as well. I think it's really important when you're making a enclosure that's pretty big like this one, you really need to concentrate on the rocks that you put in and the plants and the trees and the terrain painting like I'm doing here, so you don't just have a big expanse of green grass or mud or whatever it is that you're doing in the enclosure, because it just looks really unnatural. And we're going to come back and do quite a bit more work on this in a bit. So now it's time to bring the bears in, make sure the enclosure is working okay. Can't foresee any problems there. Yeah, that's an hour of my life I am never going to get back. So you rejoin me about an hour later. Yeah, sorry, forgot to hit record. I was so annoyed with the climbing, so I missed a little bit of the building. You can see I've planted up the fake trees now, or the Tekton Towers, as I've just decided to call them. And now we're moving on to some more planting and terrain work to start sitting the enclosure together and making it look natural. I've got a little area just here at the back where the bears are out of sight of the guests. They've got a little enrichment item there. They can just sort of go there and chill and be outside but still out of sight, as well as their massive winter house that they're going to have, which I'll be building in a second, and a bit of planting in this area in between the 2 habitats as well. And I'm putting in some structural supports for the bridges between the trees. You can see the concrete covers that they had are gone now, unfortunately. I just couldn't get them to work, and after an hour of language that is not suitable for a video of this nature, I just got rid of them, and it finally started to work. So it's just going to look natural now. Still looks pretty cool though. There we go. That is the exterior pretty much done. There's still some signage and a little bit more planting, etc. to go, but it looks pretty lush. Let's move on now to their winter shelter. Now, this is a franchise mode zoo, so we do need to look after the animals' welfare, but to be honest, that's something that I sort of focus on when I play anyway. That's one of the main things for me, probably more so than the building, if I'm honest. The shelter requirements for the animals are normally pretty basic. It's like, okay, the bears need 200 meters, 100 meters, whatever it is, some tiny amount, just so they've got somewhere if it's snowing or whatever, where they're not outside. But obviously in real life, depending on where the zoo is, it's not really enough. So this zoo being in England, in the north of England, it gets pretty cold in winter. It's not unusual for it to be below zero at times, and certainly in the sort of single figures to zero for a good few months a year. So for an animal like a sun bear, it's pretty sizable. It's a bear, it's quite tough, but it's certainly not going to be happy if it's -2 outside. So I don't want to just build, like a tiny little shelter just to meet the game's requirements. These guys need a proper shelter because they're going to be spending quite a lot of time in it. So I'm making a really big design here, moving away from white concrete for once, with a big change of grey concrete, just because I didn't want it to stand out. This is sort of hidden away at the back of their enclosure, so I don't want to make it out of bright white concrete. It's going to be really visually striking and distract from the rest of the enclosure. So I built it out of grey concrete so that it kind of hides away at the back. I'm putting a door in here, not a real door, but just a sort of implied door. In winter you would close this to keep the heat in, and you can see we've got the glass dome in so that there's a lot of light in here. There's also going to be some more windows in the back in a bit as well. And then inside it needs to be full of enrichments, both actual in-game enrichment items and stuff like this, which is you sort of would have in real life, although it doesn't fulfill any function in the game. Because if the bears are going to be in here for a good few weeks at a time, then they really need to have something to do while they're in there, or they're going to go mad, like I mentioned at the start. So this is coming together nicely now. I've put a load more enrichment in and some more windows, and I think it looks pretty cool. Last thing to do is to add some finishing touches to the outside, and then that's the enclosure done. These are just tiny little things. I mean, you can barely see them, but just when you have something perfect, it never looks right. So I've put various things, including an umbrella, because I wanted this little hook on the end. So various things into these towers to just add detail and realism to it, try and make it look a bit more lived in, and then covering up some of the ivy because it's just in a straight line, and obviously you never get a straight line in nature, so I use bits of moss to cover up the joins, and I feel like you would get moss and things like that on these structures. They do decay over time, being made of concrete. I know that the zoos that still have these tectons, because they're grey bond-listed buildings and they can't be removed, I know they spend a lot of time and money maintaining these enclosures. That is the sun bears. Stick around for the cinematics so you can see the enclosure in action. These bears don't mess around, do they? We have a baby already. Look at this little dude. He's so cute. What are we doing today? Today we are building a pygmy hippo habitat. And the challenge is, can I squeeze some pygmy hippos into the tiny little strip of land that I've left myself next to this sun bear enclosure? So if you look at it, it is bound in on 3 sides we've got the sun bears, the waterfall, the boundary of the zoo, and this path, so it is going to be a challenge to fit it all in. So whilst I sort out some of the terrain here, let's talk a bit about the concept for this enclosure. So if you remember when we started the jungle a few episodes ago, we built this beautiful waterfall and put a river in here, and the idea being that wherever you are in the jungle area, you've got a sight line to the waterfall. So anything in this habitat that goes next to the waterfall needs to not get in the way of that sight line, basically, which means everything needs to be built at or below the level of this path. So I'm just filling in with some concrete the gaps between what's going to be the big enclosure in the centre of the jungle and the enclosure that we're going to put the pygmy hippos in. We need to come up with a design that is going to sit below the level of the path. I checked out a lot of pygmy hippo habitats in zoos around the world, and man, those guys get shortchanged. I mean, I know they're pretty small, hence the name, but it's not like they're a meerkat or something. They are pretty sizable still, and their indoor quarters tend to be really small. Unfortunately, in Tekton Zoo, whilst I would like it to be a lot bigger, their enclosure here is going to be pretty small as well. It's going to have an indoor pool and then a sleeping area and an area to join those two things together, and obviously it'll be heated, but it's not going to be huge. I've sort of, like I say, hemmed myself in a bit with this path. If you remember, all the posts on the side of the path are custom. They were placed to begin with one by one, and then eventually I worked out a way of doing it 3 at a time, but it took a long time, and I'm not doing it again, basically. So the path is staying where it is. Plus I really like the shape of the path, so we're building this low modernist structure for their winter quarters. So you can see it's not tiny. I've certainly seen smaller in real life, but ideally it would be bigger. We've got a glass dome on the roof so that when the guests are on the path next to it, if the hippos are indoors, then they can see them swimming about in their pool. Briefly experimented with an orange roof. That did not stay there for long, for obvious reasons. And then we put a window in here as well by their sleeping area, so they get lots of light. So even though it's inside, with the glass roof and the big window and the door, should be still pretty bright and airy in there. And this is where their pool is going to go. So I just lowered the terrain here so we can get the water in, and then we're going to surround this with concrete. Before we do that, we're going to put one of the bio-roofs in that we like to have wherever we can in the zoo. We've got a little area by the ladder for staff to be able to get to the plants without trampling all over them. You can see we are right up against the border of the zoo here. Very little room for manoeuvre, but I really wanted to squeeze a habitat in here because I want that effect of being surrounded on all sides by jungle. Starting to solidify the plans for the next area of the zoo that we're going to expand into, which is going to be a giant area for reptiles. I've got a building which I found quite a while ago now, which is just absolutely perfect for having reptiles in. It's a real building, exists in real life, and it actually looks like some sort of giant reptile, or it's reminiscent of one anyway. As soon as I saw it, I just thought that would be perfect for a reptile house. So that is going to be the dragon's lair. That is going to be where we have Komodo dragons, which I've never used before. I'm excited to use those. And it's going to be surrounded by separate buildings for crocodiles, mainly the saltwater crocodile, which is another animal that I've never had in a zoo, especially now that they actually dive as well. I'm really looking forward to getting those in. I think I mentioned it when I built it back in episode 10, but the waterfall in this habitat is heavily influenced by the videos of Mike Sheets, who made some amazing videos about landscaping and planting in Planet Zoo. If you haven't seen those, I'd highly recommend it. Back onto the inside of the habitat now. I'm going to surround the pool with concrete. I really struggled to fill this in initially. I had to cut a load out of this part of the video, but eventually I managed it, and it's pretty seamless now. It's actually quite cool to have a man-made circular pool. I don't think it's something I've ever done before, if I recall correctly. We've got some steps, etc., so the hippos can get in and out. and they're perfectly happy using this. So it took me a while to get there, but this is working really nicely now. The building itself was a bit low as well. I didn't realise, but the keepers couldn't actually fit. They couldn't get in, couldn't get through the door. So I raised it up a little bit, but it still sits nice and low, still barely visible from the other side of the paths, which is what I wanted. These are some of the new Africa pack pieces which I'm using to make the stairs here. So many great pieces in that pack, really makes it easier to build certain things with all the plaster pieces that we've got. The inside of this enclosure is going to be a lot more realistic than what I normally build. All untreated concrete, pretty basic. It looks a lot like some of the Pygmy Hippo indoor enclosures that I've seen in real life, and the guests will be able to see them splashing about in their pool, looking through the domed roof. You have to see the little pygmies splashing about. We used to have pygmy elephants, or dwarf elephants as they were called. They lived in various Mediterranean islands, and they essentially shrank due to island dwarfism, as it's called. They were about the size of a person, like 1.5 meters. I wish they were still around. That would be so cool to have pygmy elephants as well as pygmy hippos, but sadly not. But anyway, back to animals that aren't extinct. We're going to put some more of these bars on the wall. And this light, this Australian light, which is supposed to be a wall light, but I really like it when you sink it into the ceiling. It gives you a new option in terms of lighting. And that's the winter quarters pretty much done. We're going to move now to behind the waterfall in the enclosure. I wanted a way to see, or to have rather, where the water actually comes from. So I'm going to put some pipes in where the water is being pumped up out of the ground and into the waterfall. Obviously it's not a natural waterfall, so the water's got to come from somewhere. So this is pretty simple. I mean, it's on the outside of the zoo. No one's ever really going to see it. So it's probably not my best work, but we just put some pipe work in and a few rivets, etc. And then move some of the rocks in the waterfall around so that the pipes go in there. And there's you can see where the water is coming from and where it's going to actually power the big waterfall. And now the final stage of the build, which is to finish off the externals. So I've made the pool by the waterfall a bit larger, so the hippos have got more swimming room, because it was a little tight, because I want a few of them in here. I think it's 3 adults is the maximum. So I wanted a bit more space, and then I need a bridge so that the keepers can actually get to this side of the river, because at the moment they can't. So just a really simple one with the African hut base, I think it is, and then this enrichment item, the mud bath. Love this enrichment item, hate the wooden border, so I spent ages hiding it with rocks and terrain, and I think it's really worth putting a lot of time into to sort of disguise these habitat items so they don't just look like they've been plonked down randomly into the enclosure. So I cover up all the wood with rocks. What I used to do would be to, like I'm doing with this long piece, just cover up each bit of it, but then basically instead of having a wooden border you just have a rock border, which is, I mean, it's a bit better, but it's not really ideal. So the way I'm doing this one is I'm using little bits of terrain to cover up some of it, and then rocks going in different random directions to cover up other bits of it. And then the odd rock here and there covering up quite a lot of it, like this one. And the end result should be, I'll leave that up to you to decide, but it should look pretty seamless, like it's just an area of ground that's that's had water, etc., poured onto it to make it into a mud bath, rather than this sort of octagonal wooden structure with mud in it. Yeah, it looks pretty decent, quite happy with that. Bit more terrain painting to sit it in, and that's it, and then just a few more enrichment items to put in. I'm going to use the fronds of leaves. I don't know what the official title for it is, but I really like using this in doorways because the animals get sort of automatic enrichment whenever they walk in or walk out of their house. And then some food enrichment on the other bank of the river. And then we're going to do a little final bit of landscaping. So I want to put some more trees in, But I mentioned that the sight lines at the start of it, so what I'm doing here is making sure that this tree doesn't obscure the view of the waterfall from anywhere in the jungle, which it now doesn't, which is nice. And then we're going to put some more low-lying plants in around the rest of the enclosure, put some of the new African grass in, obviously can't make an enclosure without that anymore, and then a load of vines on the walls to soften the fairly harsh white walls of this enclosure. Then we're going to put some giant rhubarb under the path to fill this gap in here. I saw some of this stuff in real life at Knowsley Safari Park a few weeks ago. It really is impressive, which is not something I ever thought I'd say about rhubarb, but it's not just called giant for a laugh, it really is huge. And it's a very impressive plant. It takes up a lot of space as well, which is useful. And finally, some underwater plants. So there's a bit of interest under there. There's the African grass, don't forget that. And that is the pygmy hippos done. I really hope you like the enclosure. The outside especially is possibly my favourite out of all the enclosures that I've built so far. We are stood in the beginnings of a new part of the zoo. We're starting the big area for reptiles that I mentioned last week. Before we start building though, I realised recently that the zoo does not have a map, so I went ahead and made one, and here it is. So I'll be updating this as the zoo progresses, but you can see we've got what we've got so far in there, and then on the left and the right we have some touchscreens which IRL, the guests will be able to use to scroll through the different areas in the zoo and see which animals are in which area. So let's make our way over to where we're going to be building the new reptile centre, and we're going to do things a little bit differently in this episode. Now that we've got our new camera drones that I made a week or so ago, I'll be able to use aerial shots like this so that we can see the build progress in stages as well as in the speed build, so it's not just one giant lump of speed build in the middle of the video. So I hope you like that. Let's get started. So the concept for this build is that it's going to be made of 3 circular structures which meet together in the middle to make one building on 3 different levels. So the first thing I'm doing is I've worked out the area that we need for the animals, and then I just build a square that is that exact size, and then build a circle that encompasses the square so that I know that the final area of the circle is going to be slightly more than the animal needs, which will allow for any rocks, foliage, etc. that go in there, so the animals have got enough space. The first one will be a habitat for saltwater crocodiles, which I'm very excited about because I've never used them before. The second will be for Cuvier's dwarf caiman, which is a really beautiful little animal. And then the third one will be, the concept is a joint nursery for baby crocodiles and all the staff buildings, and there'll also be viewing for the guests as well. I didn't want this to be too big, and the space requirements for the saltwater crocodile in this game are pretty extreme, and if you have 2 in there and they pop out 4 babies, then you're going to be dealing with a massive structure. And this was originally supposed to be a sort of a little something on the way to the dragon's lair that I'm going to build, but as soon as I looked at the space requirements I realised that plan would not work, and I'd need to make a real feature of this, so it's more like 2 equally large structures rather than a little something on the way to the Komodo dragon enclosure. So I'm also doing a lot of terrain work here. I suck at terrain work. I find it so hard, and you've probably noticed the extreme flatness of the entire zoo, because every time I wanted to do some terrain work I basically just chickened out. So apart from a bit of work in the jungle area, I've done very little, but I really wanted at least this second half of the zoo to be higher than the first part, so you get nice vistas and sight lines as you walk through the first part. So I decided to just raise the terrain at this point in the zoo for the entire rest of the zoo pretty roughly, although that still took me ages. As the world's slowest builder, and I'm gonna sort out each bit as and when we get to it, basically. So this looks pretty rough right now, but by the time we finish building, hopefully it won't do. I want to get at least the exteriors looking good for everything, so I can make sure that the whole building looks good, rather than just concentrating on one of the circles. But this is the saltwater crocodile part of the habitat. The concept for this is that it's going to be a big underwater viewing window at the front, similar to the Penguin Palace. But now that the saltwater crocodiles can dive, I thought it'd be really cool to do a big underwater habitat rather than the standard sort of little pond or large lake where you have loads of crocodiles just sort of laid about in it doing nothing. Thought it'd be cool for them to, sort of have somewhere to swim to, and it'd be really cool for the guests. I've certainly never seen anything like that in a zoo. Probably because to be honest, the amount of times that crocodiles spend laying around doing nothing would make it less effective than it might be. But they spend quite a lot of time swimming in Planet Zoo, so I thought it would make a really good idea for an enclosure. So let's take a look at the aerial view. You can see the building at the back is coming along nicely. That is the nursery and staff area. The main one at the front is obviously the crocs, and then the very unfinished one to the left is for the caimans. So let's go and do a bit of work there. This is going to be quite similar to the crocodile enclosure, but because they don't dive, and obviously they're much smaller, rather than a big glass viewing window like we're going to have with the crocodiles, this one will have everything slightly lower, so it'll just be a fairly shallow but still pretty large pool of water for them to swim about in, so the guests will be looking down at them rather than having them swimming about at eye level, which just makes a lot more sense for the caimans. I spent a lot of time making circles on this build, and I couldn't just copy paste them all because obviously this part of the building is quite a bit smaller than the crocodiles. I didn't want the caimans getting lost in it, and this will be a bit lower than the crocodile enclosure, and then the staff building at the back is going to be higher, so it'll work on 3 levels, and it should look pretty cool when it's done, I hope. Back in the aerial view, things are shaping up nicely here. We're going to move now and get some more work done on the crocodile. So one of the concepts for this enclosure is that the roof is going to be almost entirely glass. So I'm making the sort of rotor blade kind of support struts, which I'm going to rotate all around, and then fill the rest of it in with glass. I want it to feel like it's almost an outdoor enclosure, despite the fact that it's obviously indoors, so the guests will be outdoors and the crocodiles will be indoors, so they should be happy because obviously they're not going to enjoy a British climate being from Australia and South Asia. But with the guests outside, the crocodiles inside, and then with the glass roof, it should give sort of an impression of being more of an outside enclosure than an inside one. I wanted to use the one-way glass for the roof, because I really like how that looks, and I thought the black and white would be a cool colour combo, and also because it would give the impression of some sort of treatment on the glass to prevent the crocodiles from overheating when it is hot. But because it's got no structure to it, it's got no metal supports like these glass panels do, it just looked really bad. So I fought with it for a bit, and then I just got rid of it. I decided to go with the modern glass pieces instead, and then I'm putting in some more structural support here so that it looks vaguely like it wouldn't fall down. I'm not an architect, so I don't know the exact sort of strengths and load-bearing capacities of this sort of concrete, but I'm just trying to make it look like it makes sense. Hopefully it does. And these will also double up as vents for ventilation in a bit as well. I'm trying to make the whole structure look like it would function in real life. I don't know whether I succeed or not. So next up is the actual barriers. This was fun. It wasn't. I don't know how it's so difficult. I mean, you build what by definition must be a perfect circle, and then you try and put curved barriers in. You'd think that they would line up pretty easily. That is not the case. This is just a small snippet of the immense amount of pain that I went through to get this circular glass to match up with the plaster. And then we're on to the inside of the habitat, so we're going to hollow out the ground quite a lot at the front. I've just used one of the 4-meter pieces to measure how high it needs to be, so that the crocs will need 4 meters of water in order to dive and swim around in. So it needs to be 4 meters deep at the front, so the water can be low enough, and then obviously it needs to be high enough at the back that the water doesn't just flood the entire enclosure, because the crocs need somewhere to sit. And then we'll put in these the vents that we spoke about, and this is what it looks like now. I'm happy with the crocodile roof. I think that looks pretty good. Let's move on and look at the caimans. I thought it was cool to give them quite a lot of space, and I'm all for enclosures in zoos where you're not actually guaranteed as a guest a good view. If you're lucky, you'll get a great view, and if you're not, you won't. But the animals are happy. That's the main thing, as far as I'm concerned. So I'm happy to do that. Trying to save a bit of time here, so I'm just copying the roof over from the crocodile part of the building. They match up pretty nicely, as we can see here. Let's get some infrastructure done now. So like I said before, I think it's important to make this building look like it would actually work. So I'm going to put in a water filtration system. This would obviously be necessary with the 2 large heated pools that the enclosure has. So this is off the workshop, this set by a creator called Birani. I really like this set. It's really simple in terms of its well, no, I shouldn't say simple. It's really small, but it's very nicely designed. So I just want to make a little reservoir where the zoo would have water and collect rainwater, etc., and treat it and use that to supplement the water that is in the pools. I know even less about hydration water systems than I do about architecture, so absolutely no idea whether this is in any way feasible, but I just thought it would look good as a little backstage area behind it. So I want the path to go all the way around both of these pools and the right hand side of the nursery and staff building at the back, so that there's a almost 360-degree view for the guests. There's also going to be a viewing window into the nursery area of the building at the back, so that the guests can see all the little baby crocs. Now we're going to work on joining some of the circles together, because it's going to be one big structure, like I said at the start, so it's important that it feels like one structure rather than just different structures put together. So I'm putting a central gantry in here with some rooftop access for maintenance technicians, etc., to get to the roofs of the buildings. I'm trying to make it look usable and fairly realistic up here, just with the aquatic fences, and then we'll put some more stuff in there later. Incidentally, let me know what you think of these drone shots that I'm using to give more of an overview while I'm building. I'm hoping this mixes it up a bit. Let me know in the comments if you think that's good. So now we're progressing on to the inside of the crocodile enclosure. So this is getting really close to being semi-finished. This I really liked. This is one of the little plant bricks that they use in aquariums, etc., to secure plants to the little mesh, so the brick keeps it at the bottom, stops it floating away, and the mesh gives you something to tie the plants onto. And whether they're fake plants or whether they're real plants, and you've got some little substrate in there for them as well. I thought that looked pretty nice. And then I put some more of the water filtration stuff in here, along with some effects pieces to give the sort of pumps to control all the water, and then also a load of rock work. So I'm using a lot of actual natural terrain, which I very rarely do, in here. So I thought the rough rock texture actually looked good once you mix it in with some of the in-game rocks to give a sort of fake but natural looking feel like you'd actually see in something like this in the zoo. And then a little modification to the structure here so we can get one of the habitat boards on, so people know exactly which species of crocodile they're looking at. Not done a custom sign for that yet, but we'll get there. And then I think the last thing that we're going to do today is to put some of the temple rubble along here to cover up these janky paths because that was as close as I could get it to the barrier, and B, so that people aren't sort of right up against the glass, banging on the glass. That, I think, is where we will leave it today. The saltwater crocodile building's looking pretty nice. We're going to start today with the nursery, which is the building at the back, and concentrate on getting the outside of that looking good as well. Here we go. We are doing some work on the roof of what is going to be the crocodile nursery. So the space requirements for the crocodiles are pretty big, and once they start having babies, the enclosure at the front where they are would have had to have been just absolutely huge, and I didn't want that. And also with saltwater crocodiles, you don't keep the babies with the adults anyway. Babies get pretty territorial when they're about 2 years old. They have a tendency to eat things, including each other, and the adults can attack them as well. So they live pretty solitary lives in the wild. So in a zoo situation, you would separate the babies anyway. Typically, you wouldn't have more than one baby in an enclosure. It'd all be separated off, normally into pretty tiny little pools until they're big enough to go on display. There's no real way to replicate that in Planet Zoo because just one tiny little baby needs a huge amount of space, so I sort of half replicated it. We're going to have a separate nursery for the babies, but there could be quite a few in there at any one time. I think they mature when they're 13, if I recall correctly, so if the crocodiles are having babies every couple of years or whatever, then there's going to be a lot of babies, so we need somewhere to put them, and that keeps the main enclosure for the adults to the kind of size that I wanted. So in this nursery here, I'm putting a bio roof in. This looks nice when it's finished, and it brings this part of the building to life and differentiates it from the other two parts of the building. I've never used these flowers before. I knew they were recolorable, which is really useful, but never really found a place for them. But I really like the way they look. You just sort of drop them into the mulch and just leave little bits of them sticking out. Certainly looks good from up here, I think. Let's move on and get the caimans in. So going to get a lot of terrain work done. I should say, I said last week something that was absolutely rubbish, which is that the caimans can't dive, which is kind of embarrassing. I was looking through the update notes, and I saw that they added diving to the saltwater crocodile, and then they added it to the gharial, and then they added it to the bears. I was like, so the caimans can't dive, forgetting that they were added in the aquatic pack and they could already dive. So I was just talking absolute rubbish. So apologies for that. It doesn't change the design for the habitat though. I wanted this one to contrast with the saltwater crocodile one so that the guests are looking at the caimans from above rather than from below. I discovered something when I was making this. Well, I'm sure it's been done loads of times before, but just not by me. But the long grass looks really good underwater, especially with quite shallow water, which I've put in here. I've tinted the water slightly green as well, so it should give a bit of a feel for the Pantanal South American location where the caimans live. To be honest, it's probably browner, dirtier, more sediment filled over there than this, but I didn't like that, so it's a sort of compromise again between realism and aesthetics. So I've built a couple of islands for them to sit on, which will bring them close to the guests. I said last week that if anything, the enclosure is probably a little large for them, but I wanted the animals to have loads of space, and so for the guests, they might get a really good view, they might not, they might have to be patient, but the opportunity for a really good view will be there without compromising the space for the animals. So these islands will be fitted out with various enrichment items to try and get the caimans over here as often as possible, their food, etc. And they do spend quite a lot of time at the front of this. Plant-wise, again with the caimans, you can see one there, with the caimans being so small, I didn't want to fill the enclosure with plants because they are going to get completely lost in them, but they do live in a pretty rich habitat, so I've kept all the plants to the back. Keepers can't walk through water for reasons unknown, so I've built a bridge as well, which I've tried to build out of the rocks. And then we've got the sign that we always have that matches the crocodile sign. And now on to the backstage area. So I'm just adding the water treatment, water regulator and a transformer to power and clean this enclosure next to the reservoir that we built last week. This is probably the worst building in the zoo. Actually, no, it's definitely the worst building in the zoo. If there's a building worse than this, then I'm in big trouble. It can't be seen from anywhere in the zoo. So it's literally just a box. Zoos, to be fair, zoos wouldn't spend money on buildings that can't be seen, so it's actually alright. I added in one of my staff buildings that we created way back in like episode 2, I think it was, so that we've got all the staff that we need in there. Let's move on to the nursery. I'm going to start by putting in one of my little windows that I like to do. Not done one of these for ages. These are in Penguin Palace and the Binturong Bowl, and then I'm going to cover up the slightly janky looking bit of the circular structure that I made, which is kind of unavoidable. So fix it up a little bit and then cover it up with a big old sign. We'll do some Photoshop work later and get a sign in there just to sort of announce the building. And then it's back to my favourite activity, attempting to make circular enclosures. You can see all the staff access for the different enclosures here, so that's going to be covered up. I went through a few different ideas of how to do this. And what I settled with in the end is one of the in-game concrete barriers rather than creating a custom one, because you often see that in zoos in the sort of in the backs of the enclosures where people aren't really looking. You'll have less ornamental kind of stuff. Building some little pools as well. This sort of simulates the kind of habitats that the baby crocodiles would be in real life. You know, just one in a little pool and then one more in a little pool, etc., rather than having them all living together. And the concrete barrier I'll cover up with some vines, etc., later on. I figured that the zoo would have spent the majority of its money on the main crocodile and caiman exhibits, and then this nursery would be sort of a necessity. So it's been built into the original structure, but perhaps less money to spend on this bit of it than the other two at the front. So some fairly standard for zoos, bamboo covering up concrete, vines or fake vines covering up concrete, etc. I've concreted the bottom of the pool for realism, and then I'm adding some leaves in there again to try and get the babies to spend some time on that rock next to the viewing window, because the viewing opportunities in this habitat are a bit less than the others, because everyone likes seeing babies, but it's not a new species or anything like that. Hopefully when it's full of babies, there'll most of the time be at least one of them chilling out on that little rock. And now it's onto the staff area. So I thought it'd be cool here. This is for the saltwater crocodiles. I took a screenshot of the view from the inside the door, and then we put it on like a security cam, so that seeing as the keepers in this game seem to just wander into any carnivore's enclosure, it would be cool to have a camera so they can make sure they're not actually about to step onto a crocodile. So I put that in. Obviously in real life they'd be handled a bit differently. And then we're going to cover up some of the bits near the path with some plaster, because that's what we do. And you can see here, just coming into screen now, a maintenance ladder made by the incredible Creative Games. I've used a few of their workshop items in the zoo. They've just got such a great eye for detail. Everything they've made looks so good. Sticking a few boxes around as well to simulate the sort of backstage feel. And the last thing to do is something that I normally forget to do, but not today, people. I've remembered. Yes, it's the donation bins. Always forget those. That's it. We'll take a look from our drone cam at the finished reptile centre and the beginning of our reptile area, and then I'll take you around it and we'll take a look at it properly. So this is the start of the reptile area. I really like this little sign that I've made using the normal sort of lettering style that I use. This sort of draws you into the walkway up to the Crocodiles and Caimans building itself. We're just past the Cheetah Conservation Centre here, as you can see, and from this angle you can't really see a great deal of the rest of the building, which I kind of like. You've got the trees over on the left, and then as you get to the end of this path, the enclosure for the caimans is kind of revealed. This is the main viewing area for the saltwater crocodiles, which is the underwater viewing area. You can see one of them there, both of them there, in fact. I'm really pleased with how this looks. I think the views are really good. And when it's feeding time and they start swimming down and grabbing all the fish, moving around to their land viewing area, which is like a second viewpoint for the guests with their mud bath, which as usual I've sort of hidden away. And then this is the viewing window for the baby crocodiles. So we've got a little sign here telling you all about the crocodile nursery and how the baby crocodiles live and why they're kept separately. And then the main sign for the centre up there. And then this is the viewing, so you can just see one right in the background getting into a little pool there. There'll soon be a lot more than 2 babies in here. So the views from here under the little heat lamp that I've made should be better in future. Let's head round now to the caimans. This is a central area with signage and a little rock garden, etc., just to educate the guests as to the different species that are in here. And then here we have the caiman exhibit. So it is kind of a Pantanal feel that I've gone for, like I said, so that you can see the caimans. And then this is the staff area, which I've not shown a great deal of. So staff building, water treatment. This is a franchise zoo, as you know, so you can't really skimp on stuff like this. You've got to have all of that right next to the enclosures, or the animals will starve or get really dirty or whatever. So let's go inside. There's the beautiful stairs from Creative Games. This is the inside for the crocodile nursery. Let's go in there for a second and take a closer look at the baby crocodiles. Like I said last episode, they're a lot bigger than I expected, but they are really cool. I love the way in this game the babies and the juveniles are completely different models to the adults. They've not just made the adults smaller, which they could have done. They're really unique and individual. These guys look nothing like the adult crocodiles. I think that's a really good feature. The door up there leads on to the central gantry that you can see from outside, which gives access for maintenance, etc., to the roof. There's a ladder up there as well, so you can get up to the bio roof that we put in at the start of the episode. And finally, we have the inside of the crocodiles. She has not checked the camera. She's going to die. Doesn't look like there's a crocodile there anyway. So hopefully she'll be fine. She seems pretty happy. Yeah, that is the crocodiles and caimans habitat. I'm having so much fun building this zoo. I'm so happy that people are watching me do it and enjoying it, so thank you so much for continuing to do so. Today we're going to finish Tekton Jungle. So we've got the sun bears, the red ruffed lemurs and the pygmy hippos, and then we have this big old space in the middle with nothing in it. So today we're going to fill that with 3 new animals, so I hope you enjoy it. So way back in episode 12 when we started the jungle, I talked about how I wanted it to be as much like a real jungle as possible, considering that we're outside in a zoo in England, which is a bit limiting. So lots of trees and trying to get the trees to interact with the path in some way. Obviously with the lemurs and the bears, you can't really have trees coming out of their habitat and going into the paths for obvious reasons. So this central area is where we're really going to try and make that happen. So we're going to get a lot of trees in here, and I'm going to make some custom trees to match the reference image that I've been looking at when I've created this. But first of all, let's talk about what animals we're going to have in here. So obviously nothing that can climb. That's going to cause issues. So the 2 main animals in this mixed habitat are going to be Malayan tapirs and Babirusa, neither of which I've ever used before, so I'm very much looking forward to adding those. I really wanted to have cassowaries as well because they're so cool and they're so colourful, but I didn't think the avian equivalent of a velociraptor and little piggies would be a particularly good idea to keep together, so I've put some more peafowl in instead, just to add a splash of colour, with the Babirusa being a sort of grey, I guess you'd say, and the Malayan tapirs being black and white. Beautiful as they are, they don't have a lot of colour, so I thought some more peacocks would add to the colour in here. and we've got a load of those in the forest at the moment. They are currently driving my keepers mad with their excessive defecation, shall we say. So it was good to actually get rid of a few of those from there and move them into here. So there's going to be 3 species in here altogether. And then later on, we're going to add another animal in, an exhibit animal as well, which we'll get to later. So first thing to do, obviously with this being an English zoo, like I said before, is to get some indoor habitation for the tapirs. I mentioned, I think it was back in episode 12 or maybe later, that I've chosen the animals in this area carefully. So whilst they are all animals that live in the jungle, they're also all animals that can take fairly cold temperatures, but they're all need somewhere to go when it is, freezing, etc. So I'm building shelters for all the animals. Babirussas are just going to have these little sort of pigsty things, executive pigsties. And as we can see from up here, the Malayan tapir will have a much bigger enclosure. Tapirs need constant access to water because that is where they like to poop, apparently. If you don't give them permanent access to water, they will start to suffer from a medical condition that I'm not going to describe in this video. But look up their animal care manual if you really want to know more about that, if you dare. The first issue that we need to solve with this habitat is this part of the front here. So this is right at the entrance to the jungle where the guests come in. And as you probably know in Planet Zoo, as soon as guests can see an animal or think they can see an animal through a wall or whatever, basically if there's any sort of see-through barrier or null barrier there, they'll basically just stop dead and start staring at the animal, which is really going to clog up the entrance. So I need to get a solid barrier in here, like a concrete barrier, to go across this gap here so that the guests don't see it as a place they can stop to see the animals, and they'll just walk straight past. To the right, up to the lemurs and the proper viewing area for this enclosure. So I'm building a waterfall here, bit of gravel path in there for the bottom of the waterfall, and then putting the barriers in, and then concrete across the part of the entrance to prevent the guests from stopping there. At some point while I was doing all these null barriers, somehow I managed to make the red ruff lemur habitat invalid. I have no idea how, but it suddenly joined onto this habitat, said it had 2 keeper gates, and everything went kind of crazy for a bit, but I did manage to fix that and get everything back to normal. So going to make the waterfall start looking actually nice now. I'm using a mixture of the aquatic fake rocks and the real tropical rocks. I've just coloured the aquatic rocks to match, and a few of the mossy rocks as well. This is the first thing that the guests will see when they come into the jungle, so it's really important that it looks good. So I'm using some of the special effect misters, or whatever they're called as well, to really set the sort of jungle vibe. I'm trying really hard to make this look as much like a jungle as possible, while also remaining within the realms of what you can actually do outside in England. So hopefully I've achieved that. Back to the drone cam here, that waterfall, a bit more vegetation, that's providing a nice entrance to it. And now we can get on and do some more work on the central habitat. So the first thing I want to do, what I mentioned earlier, is a custom tree. So I'm basing this habitat very loosely on a photo of a river in a forest in Indonesia, and there were these amazing trees. I have absolutely no idea what sort of tree they are, but what I'm going to do is use the strangler fig, a boatload of ivy, some bracken and some strangler fig roots to replicate those. They were so overgrown, they just had all these presumably leaves, maybe some kind of vine, I'm not sure, hanging off of them. They were just absolutely beautiful, and I really wanted to try and capture that for this enclosure. So I'm going to make one of these, copy this around, and then make a variation of it using one of the kapok trees, not sure how you pronounce that, and really fill the habitat with these. They really give it that lush jungle vibe. Not sure if you could grow these trees in England, but the concept for this is that these would be expensive fake trees, presumably with ivy like this, which will obviously grow very happily in England, all over it, just to replicate that jungle feel. So the actual strangler fig part of it, if they can't grow in England, would be fake. Zoos do quite a lot of fake trees, and obviously they love fake rocks. Who doesn't? If you like fake rocks, you're going to enjoy the rest of this episode, because there is a lot of rock work to bring all the jungle paths and the exhibit that we're going to add in together. But yeah, this took a while, just completely covering this tree in ivy, but if I may say so myself, it looks really, really good when it's finished. It's only a tree, but it's probably one of the favourite things I've ever built. I will put these up on the workshop if you like them and you want to put them in your zoo. Like I say, it's pretty simple, but it does take a while to put them all together and get it looking right. The ivy pieces in this game, I mean, they are 3D, but they are so close, they're about as close to being two-dimensional as you can get whilst not actually being two-dimensional. So they need a lot of copying around and duplicating and things like that to get the depth that I want. So mainly I just built one piece that I really liked and then copied that around and then just adjusted the angles of the different pieces so it looked good. And then adding some bracken in as well. That might look slightly strange if you're right up close to it, but obviously at no point are you ever going to have the in-game camera right up there unless you're inspecting it. From a distance, it pretty closely matches the photos that I was working from. And then, like I said, just loads of these strangler fig roots around the bottom to thicken up the base of the tree and just give it that sort of old growth jungly vibe. And then moving on to the enrichment for the animals, so standard, just hiding the feeding troughs and the mud baths, etc., so they don't just look like items that are stuck in the ground. Lots of soil and mud, and hiring the terrain around them to hide it, like you can see here. And you can meld these into the terrain really easily once you've done a few of them. They just look like a muddy puddle rather than a natural octagonal, or however many sides those things have, enrichment item. So I really like these. I always put these in enclosures when the animals will use them. You get really good animations as well when they use them. And then we're going to concrete over the bottom of the pool, as I've started doing pretty much everywhere now. A couple of drains just to make it a bit more realistic. There we go, it's starting to come together nicely. It's getting a bit more of that jungle feel, but there's going to be a lot more trees put in here to achieve that effect. So here we go with the rest of the trees. I just keep adding more and more of them until I get the effect that I like. I don't want to, fill the enclosure with trees because the guests need to be able to see the animals, but I get quite a few in here. That's the Capoc/Capoc tree that we're going to add a lot more ivy, etc. to, just so they're not all the same. And then just some simple planting on the roofs of all the animals' indoor quarters to hide them and blend them in a bit better. Now we're really starting to see that jungle vibe come together with these big trees. There's something missing though, and that is rocks. Lots and lots of lovely rocks. So same drill as always with these, always burying them into the terrain rather than just leaving them on top of the terrain, so they meld in nicely. Just a few different types of rocks, so they're not all the same. They make such a difference. It's weird how much of a difference they make, I think. Putting a bit more greenery on top of the Malayan tapir house, and now we're going to move on to the borders of the jungle. So this is what's going to separate the jungle from the area that's going to be next to it, that's to be announced. So again, copying the rocks from the opposite side of the jungle basically, and then editing them so they're not all just the same thing, copy and pasted, and so they're not blocking off the access for the keepers here. And then yet more trees, because there still wasn't enough. And then this little backstage area is going to be visible from this end of the path, so I wanted to make this less ugly. So some more planting on this trellis, and then a few more plants beside, just so that as the guests walk past this bit, which is after the pygmy hippos, it's not so ugly. Doesn't bother me that some of the backstage can be seen. You always find that in zoos, they never hide it completely. It's not like like a Disney park or something where they'd probably be a bit more careful about it. And then adding another of the touch screens to the front entrance to tell people what's in here. I'm going to update that sign in a bit with the new animals. And yeah, that's the central enclosure done. We're going to move on now to the exhibit. So we're going to be adding the giant Malaysian stick insect to the zoo, which again, this is the first time that I've used this animal. So some more rocks. I told you you'd enjoy this if you liked rock work. I'm going to cover this up in a very traditional zoo way, which is just plaster it in fake rocks, so that you can't see the sort of exhibit part of things. No space for one of my modernist kind of builds here, so I decided to go with a more traditional zoo approach. And as I've said many times before, the jungle part of the zoo is supposed to be a lot more naturalistic than the other parts of the zoo. There's a lot less modernist architecture in here, but I'm pretty pleased with how this turned out. It's definitely not the best thing I've ever built, but I feel like this is actually what I've seen quite a lot of in zoos. You just, you've got whatever shape you need to put the animals in, and then you just sort of stick some fake rocks on it so it doesn't look like a box. Obviously this would be much smaller in real life, not the frontier size of exhibits, a 1 inch long animal in a 16 meter squared environment, but nothing we can do about that. And then finally, just a bit of signage on the ground. There's no way to do a one-way path, but I put a sign on there to encourage people to go the right way, and they almost always follow it, because to the right is the red ruff lemurs and the central enclosure, and to the left is just the central enclosure, so they're far more likely to go to the right than the left. And that's the end of the build. So what we're going to do is take a tour and see the full completed Tekton jungle. I've got to say, there were a few things that I wanted to achieve that I didn't with this area, but that does look pretty nice. I am pretty pleased with that, and I really like the way the paths contrast with the green that surrounds it. So let's go in. I've added the names of the animals to the walls of the Grand Plaza like I did with the forest, which I really like the look of. I think the orangutan looks pretty cool up there, although sadly they won't be featuring in the jungle itself due to the climate. And that's the entrance waterfall. I'm really pleased with that, considering it's basically just there to cover up a concrete wall. I think that looks really good, and I like this little area here with the touchscreen as well to tell people what's in here. So let's go up the entrance path and take a look into the habitat that we just finished. So we have the Malayan tapir and the babirusa, and a couple of peacocks kicking about as well. There's one there. You can see the babirusa swimming around. They're so ugly, but they're so cute as well. Weird animals. I saw some. Well, I didn't see some. I saw an enclosure for babirusa in London Zoo a couple of weeks ago. Sadly, they were inside, which was a shame because it was about 28 degrees. So I'm surprised they weren't out. But anyway, these are the red-ruffed lemurs that we added in a few weeks ago now. I still really love this habitat. This is one of my favourites, even though it's really simple. And then coming up on the Malaysian leaf insect, can't see any, although that's pretty standard with the insects in this game, and these guys are camouflaged, so that makes it doubly hard. I think there's 4 in there, but yeah, you'd have to stay there a while before you found one, no matter how much time the keepers spend cleaning the glass. Let's take a look at the sun bears. So still there's one. Still really happy with this enclosure. I just think it's kind of it's quite original. I'm not sure I've seen one like this, and I like the way the white concrete stands out against the more naturalistic look of the enclosure. And then finally we have the Pygmy hippos and their waterfall, which I'm still really happy with. Can't really. Okay, so there's one in his little house. We have a baby now as well. Although sadly I can't see it. And then as you continue to walk around, you can catch another look at the tapirs and the babirusa. And then it's on to the exit. It does look kind of plain here at the moment. So to the right of this, there's going to be a whole area coming up. Yeah, that's Tekton Jungle complete. So let's take a look at where we are now. This wooden box has been sat here since we built the Crocodile and Cayman Centre, and today we're going to turn it into the Komodo Dragon House. Alright, so let's talk about the inspiration for this build first of all. So this is based on a real building which I saw a few months ago, and the second I saw it I was like, that is my reptile house. It looks like a giant reptile. It's really cool. It's actually, of all things, an art museum in Sao Paulo in Brazil, and I just saw a picture of it and yeah, I loved it straight away. So originally it was going to be my reptile house, then I decided I didn't really want a reptile house or a traditional reptile house, you know, just a big building with all the reptiles in. I wanted to do something a bit more unique for each type of animal. So it was briefly going to be a saltwater crocodile house. Then, for reasons which you'll see when we finish it, or when we get a bit more of it built anyway, filling this building full of water would make precisely 0 sense. So I decided then that it would be the Komodo Dragon House, and that has been my plan for about 2 months now. Just waited to get to the part of the zoo where it was going to go. So I'm really excited to finally be building it. So as you can see, the whole building is essentially suspended about 7 meters above the ground on these giant legs, which is what gives it that reptilian sort of feel. So it's required me to do something which I've never done before, which has been tricky, which is to essentially raise the terrain up to the level of this habitat's upper floor, and then slice it all away again. So I'm just left with a little sliver of terrain that runs like a little wafer through the floor of this building so that I can put habitat on it. And yeah, that took me a long time because it's not something I've ever done before, but it worked really well. I'm really happy with it, and there was no other way to do it. Being able to see through the, or see underneath rather, the building when you walk up to it was sort of its main design feature, so it needed to be just a little sliver of terrain here so I can put these barriers in. I'm using mainly null barriers because the building's walls will act as the main barrier for the animals, and then there'll be glass along the front here, and then a little bit of concrete, etc., around where the keeper gate goes. This was tough. I've edited out so much video here, but trying to get the game to recognise where I wanted the keeper gate to go. And then, as you can see here, I've left a bit in. Trying to get the paths to attach to it was an absolute nightmare. And it leaves a big old lump of terrain underneath the habitat door that I could not get rid of. I don't think you can get rid of it, but if I'm wrong and it is possible, please let me know in the comments, and I'll go back and well, I won't change it because I covered it up quite nicely with a different idea which we'll get to later, but just in general that would be really good to know because I have the same issue with the Penguin Palace as well. So I'm just extending all the glass panels along here so that there's a nice big viewing window, and we'll put some custom walls into here rather than use the in-game ones. Bit more pathing. I couldn't get it perfect, but I've got it so that the guests will go where I want them to go, and the little bits that you see left over will be covered up. So let's turn this wooden box into a building now. Almost entirely glass, the building itself. And then the whole thing is supported on these giant legs that we'll add in later, and that appears to keep it up. I'm guessing it's got steel or something like that inside the legs to provide enough sort of strength to keep the building like that. So it's time to put the roof on. There's going to be a few different levels of roof to get the look that I want, which is very similar to the look of the real building. I've changed a few things, obviously, to make it work as a Komodo Dragon house, and a little bit of the colour scheme, but this isn't actually too far from the real building, really. I'm going to cut some holes into the roof to put glass into the roof. I don't know if the real one has glass, but obviously it's really important to have really good lighting in here so you can see the animals. So I've built this, for once I've actually remembered to check where the sun is before I build something. So as the sun rises, it comes through the windows you can see here, and then throughout the day it shines through the windows at the front. So the lighting's really good throughout the day here. These are the legs that I mentioned. I think they were sort of red in the original building. I've made them the Tekton orange that I use as much as I can. Again, In the real building, it's slightly different. You'll see in a second that these legs that I'm working on now extend across the top of the building. In my version, I've just done that to the back legs so that it doesn't obscure the windows, so we can get some good lighting into the building. And at sunset, the lighting inside the building is pretty spectacular. You know, I love a sign, and I think this one is my favourite sign in the zoo. I love that colour combo of black and orange. Normally it's white and orange in the zoo, obviously, but I used black and then a sort of stained wood orangey kind of colour in the Cheetah Conservation Centre. So I think it works really nicely together, this newer part of the zoo, with some slightly more adventurous colour schemes than the just white with the occasional orange highlight that the rest of the zoo has. Now this is that bit of terrain I mentioned earlier underneath the habitat door, or keeper gate. I'm covering it up with this column, which I'm going to fill with water, and it's going to be an aquarium. Obviously, being Planet Zoo, it'll be an implied aquarium at the moment, but who knows, maybe one day there'll be some fish in there, but it's just going to be coral and water pretty much at the moment. We'll come back and finish that off in a second, but let's take a look at how the building is coming along. So looking pretty nice from up here. It's a really striking shape, but once we put the landscaping in around it, it sits in really nicely. Onto the inside of the Komodo Dragon House. I was going to call this the Dragon's Lair, but then I realised that Eben called his Komodo Dragon House that in Tamachali Zoo, so I decided not to. So it doesn't officially have a name, it just says Komodo Dragon on it in big ass letters. I think that will encourage people in, doesn't really need a fancy name, I guess. I want the entrance to be all rock work and planting, so just using a load of the rocks here to cover up the brickwork, and then we'll put some plants that are suitable for the environment in there. It's pretty scrubby on Komodo, doesn't really have the look of a tropical Indonesian island that you'd expect. Some of the other islands in that chain are really beautiful, but Komodo itself is pretty sort of dusty, not a great deal of plants, not actually a great deal of animals either, surprisingly. Apart from the obvious inhabitants, there's some deer, which is the Komodo dragon's favourite source of food, some bison, and then a few other smaller animals. But the waters around Komodo and that chain of islands, the Sunda Islands, are really rich, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to put an aquarium under here. There's a lot of coral reefs around there, and loads of incredible fish, sharks, dolphins, whales, etc. This is the actual habitat itself. This was supposed to be a lot more interesting looking. This little corner here is pretty nice. The rest of it, basically when I added the Komodo dragons in, their hitboxes are insane. They're like, you put one tiny little rock in and that knocks out about 20 square meters of their traversable area. So I made it all look really nice, and then deleted bits and deleted bits and deleted bits until they finally stopped complaining. But yeah, so the aside from this corner you can see on the left, which I've done a lot of work on, the rest of it's pretty bare bones, mainly just their enrichment items and whatever plants or rocks I could get away with. So it doesn't quite look how I wanted it to be honest, but that was all I could do in the space that I had. I actually already made this building bigger than it was to begin with. When you saw the sort of wooden box at the start of the episode, I've actually increased it in size since then, and the traversable area when I finished the habitat was well over their requirements, and then I put them in and they could barely walk over any of it. So lots of changes in there. This is the backstage area. So I'm putting a large door in so you can get the dragons in and out, and then we'll put a smaller door in for the more everyday use and signage and stuff like that. I was actually lucky enough to see a Komodo dragon at London Zoo a couple of weeks ago. I've seen them before quite a few times, mostly at London Zoo, but I also saw them at San Diego Zoo, and every time I see one, it's asleep. I'd literally never seen one of those guys move, and then we went to London Zoo, and this guy was very active indeed. I'll show you a little bit of footage that I got, but he was right next to the glass where I was, and it was really amazing to see it. And it's not quite a dragon, but that is one impressive lizard. Just going to finish off the inside, or the guest part of the build, and then we'll finish off the habitat itself. These new mud panels that came in the Africa pack are so useful because they're recolorable. And if you're careful, I managed to match the sand pretty much exactly here. So where I ran out of terrain, from outside the enclosure you can't see where the terrain ends and the mud panel begins. It just looks like one big area of sand. So I was really happy with that. And I'll put a little gate in here for the staff. I was watching to see where they walked through this wall because I can't get rid of the path, and then just put a door in there. So looks a bit better. Yeah, this is where we are right now. We're going to finish up the aquarium next, and then landscape all around here to tie this in with the crocodiles and caimans area that is next to it. So I've got the camera where the guests will approach the building from, and I'm just moving all the trees into the right position to frame it nicely. And then we're going to put some more paths and vegetation, etc. in here so that this looks nice when you're on your way in. I mentioned that the waters around Komodo and those islands are really lush. They have coral reefs and all sorts of animal life there. So I thought it would be really good to have an aquarium here, which is going to be a coral display. I've used some corals which I got off the workshop, which really are good. They were made by Drac, who's one of my favourite creators, and a creatist, who I've never heard of, but they really know what they're doing because these corals look amazing. And this exhibit would be for eagle rays and some smaller fish, etc., that live around these coral reefs in Komodo. It's not a great deal to it, just those workshop items, and then a bit of planting. Obviously there won't be anything in here for the moment, but we can dream. Change the colour scheme as well, so it fits in better with the rest of the building. So orange on black rather than white on orange. And then we're going to finish off the garden area in front of it. So this is something I'm doing a lot of at the moment, which is sinking these tropical plant boards or plant panels into the ground, and you can get a really nice effect that looks different to the standard vegetation in a Planet Zoo. And it's really good for filling in bits of path like this where you've got a gap in the path, you can't fill it. You could maybe run another path through it and end up with lots of little gaps, but actually it can look good to just have a big gap and then fill it with plants like this. And I'll put some real plants on top of the plant boards as well. I won't show you the rest of the planting, it's pretty repetitive. I just copied that a lot and then obviously put loads of trees in. But this is the final look. So happy with how this turned out, especially once the rest of the zoo is built in around it, so it's not stood there on its own. It's really imposing, and I had a lot of fun with the cinematics at the end. I realised this week that this zoo is missing something pretty vital: hoof stock. We don't have a single hoofed mammal in this zoo, so today we're going to fix that. We're here in Tekton Desert, and we're going to add my favourite antelope into the zoo, the beautiful Gemsbok. The Gemsbok is an antelope native to the deserts of Africa. If you saw my Planet Wild episode last week, you'll know I'm a big fan of them. They're part of the oryx family, which includes a few different species of antelope, which are all really beautiful, including the Arabian oryx, which lives in Arabia, as you would imagine. And they used to have those at London Zoo when I was a kid, and they were one of my favourite animals. If you imagine a Gemsbok, but white, and with even more impressive horns, that is what they look like. I've been planning on adding the Gemsbok to Tekton Desert ever since we built it, but I didn't really have an idea for the habitat itself, so I wanted to wait until I had a good idea for it before I started building it. So this is the first thing that I'm doing here. I want a architectural motif that sort of embodies the Gemsbok really, so I want to essentially recreate their horns. So this was originally intended to go onto their inside quarters, but scale wise, when I'd finished it, it seemed too small to go onto the shelter, and I didn't really want to make it bigger because I liked the way it looked like this. And also, I cut most of it out, but it took a while to find the pieces to get the effects that I want. These are almost all from the Africa pack. So many good pieces in that pack. So in the end, this little motif ends up being part of the viewing galleries for the Gemsbok rather than on their shelter. But I'm pleased with how it turns out. I think it kind of brings to mind their very impressive horns, which are sort of ridged at the bottom and then smooth as they get to the top, which I've tried to replicate here. They don't need a great deal of space, Gemsbok. I've given them a lot more than they need, but not too much, so the viewing's still really good for the guests. There's going to be 2 viewing galleries in this habitat, one sort of where the camera was there, and then one round the other side so you can see them from by the Cheetah Conservation Centre. I love it when 2 separate areas of the zoo start to come together. It's so satisfying. This is where the first viewing gallery is going to go, so I'm just extending the path a tiny bit there so that people can get in and view. And then we will start making the shelter. So the architectural style that I'm using in the desert area of the zoo is more of an African modernist look rather than the, I guess, European 20th century modern style that I normally use. So I've been looking around for inspiration, and this motif here is taken from a building in Morocco, early 20th century modernist building there. Just this little sort of A-frame shape that I really liked. I'm going to use that to base the rest of the shelter on. So these are going to act as the doors for the Gemsbok to get through. So they're going to get bigger in a second once I've tested it to make sure that they can walk through them. As you know, the hitboxes in this game aren't the most forgiving. And then I'm going to use bricks behind them. I don't think I've ever used bricks in this zoo. I don't think I've ever used these brick pieces, to be honest. But I thought that would be a cool look. The original building, it was all glass behind these frames, and I didn't want the Gemsbok to fry, so I've gone with bricks instead. And I'm going to use some slightly different colours as well for once, although still tied in with the area of the zoo that comes next. So it's a black, well, a very dark grey and more of a sort of orangey, soily kind of colour. And the horn statue thing that I created at the start is still part of the building at this point. Just while I'm finishing off that brickwork, I'll let you know what I've been up to this week, Planet Zoo wise. I've mentioned before that I'm doing a collaboration zoo with a few other creators, and that is getting very close to completion now. We will be releasing some content from that pretty soon. I'll have more news on that soon. But anyway, back to this build. Very different to some of the other stuff in the zoo, but I think the white concrete arches and roof, etc., still tie it in nicely with everything else that we have here. And we're going to need quite a bit of indoor space for the Gemsbok. Obviously, England and the African desert, fairly different climates. For a lot of the year, they're going to need an inside area, so I'm going to build them a nice one. Now it's nearly new DLC time. I hope you are as excited as I am. I have been waiting for Californian sea lions since pretty much the day I bought Planet Zoo. I cannot wait to get those guys into Tekton Zoo. They're one of my favourite animals. They're such an amazing exhibit. They're often pretty short-changed by their enclosures in zoos, I find. Those guys, you know, in the wild, those guys can roam around the oceans quite a long way from land. Obviously, it is hard to replicate that in a zoo environment, but I often see them in zoos with really, really poor accommodation, so to speak, even in what you'd think of as good zoos. But I will be adding them, and we will be building a big area for them, which is going to complete the the 4 main areas coming off of the Grand Plaza. I discovered the other day, which made me laugh. I was watching the Imagineers, I think it's called, the Disney sort of behind the scenes, how Walt Disney and then the Disney company made their theme parks. And Walt Disney's talking about how he designed Disneyland. And essentially he built a big circular Grand Plaza and then 4 large, heavily themed areas surrounding it like a sort of pie chart, which really made me laugh because that's exactly how I designed this zoo, having never been to Disneyland and having never had any interest really in theme parks. Let's get back to this build. So we are working on the inside of the shelter here. I'm trying to come up with some sort of gate thing. Planet Zoo is sorely lacking in any sort of backstage kind of stuff. You sort of have to custom make everything, and that is not what I am best at, to be brutally honest. So I'm forced to build a sort of custom gate, just some bars that are removable to keep animals or one animal in there separated if that needs to happen at any point. And as you've probably noticed, I don't spend too much time on the backstages in this zoo. I'm more interested in what the guests can see and what the habitats look like from the outside. I learned that the Gemsbok are really shy. I had them in London Zoo 1985 and I had no end of problems with them and the bongos, and they were stressed all the time. The alerts were driving me insane. I cannot go through that again. So in this zoo, what I'm doing is, apart from these couple of little enrichment items that you see here, all their food, drink, bedding, etc. is going to be indoors, so they don't spend too much time outdoors, and they don't have to spend time outdoors sleeping or eating. They can just go outside whenever they want to, and that should stop them getting stressed, I hope. Going to build some custom fences here as well. A little trick, just in case you're not aware of it, if you want some nice curved fences like this, but the type of fence that you want to use doesn't support curves, it only lets you do straight ones, all you need to do is build it with one of the fences that does let you curve it, like the concrete, and then select it and change it to whatever you want, which is how I've been able to get these chain link fences curved like that. But as it happens, I end up getting rid of those and replacing them with some custom fences because I didn't think they didn't have the look that I wanted. So I'm going to build some custom fences here to go around it, just using an arch piece and then some of the mesh pieces as well. And I'll just sort of trace around the barriers that I've already put in there, and then when I'm happy with the shape, change all the barriers to null barriers. Took me a while, but this is what it looks like from the first viewing gallery, although some of the details of the viewing gallery itself aren't in yet. We'll come back to that and finish that off in a second. But what we're going to do now is the inside of the habitat. So fill it with sand, obviously, because they're a desert animal, and then we're going to get some terrain variations in there, and then start planting it up to get that desert vibe. Just use a load of African scrub and some rocks to tie the environment together and make it a nice home for the Gemsbok. It is really nice to see them running around in here. I'm going to put some more of the horns onto that viewing gallery as well, so it matches up nicely with the first one. A few improvements to their indoor area and their second viewing gallery, where people can see them from the other side of the Cheetah Conservation Centre. And that is the build done.
Welcome to Tekton Coast, an entire new area in one episode. This has never happened before. This area that you can see here has been reserved for California sea lions since the day we started this zoo, and we are finally going to put them in there. I'm just getting the shape of the sea lion enclosure here. I want them to have a really, really big habitat with loads of water in it, and it's going to be on 2 levels as usual. So there's going to be underwater viewing at ground level, and then above ground viewing up a ramp
No stairs in this build for once. Finally had enough room to do that. And then we're going to have, where the wooden circle is, an African penguin habitat. So this is the basic shape of the sea lions here. So we're going to have a beach for the sea lions at the back here. And then it's probably about, I don't know, 20% land and 80% water. So they have a lot of space to swim around in. I think it's about 7 meters, if I recall correctly, in terms of depth. So they got lots of space to swim around, and it looks really cool when they do that. The animations are really good. I think they're so much more charismatic than the grey seals, in my opinion, anyway. Just seems to be more fun watching them swim about. Maybe it's just because I've seen more of them in real life. I would really like to keep them both in the same habitat, but despite them not coexisting in the wild, I'm pretty sure that a California sea lion would view a little African penguin as a tasty little snack, so that's probably not the best idea. I don't actually know what happens in game if you put them together, but I don't really want to find out, so we're not going to do that. This is the African penguin part of it, so it's a lot smaller than the sea lions. Obviously, it's still well within the guidelines for what these guys need, so they do have enough space, but just a lot less than the sea lions, so these little dudes are pretty small. And then I wanted a rock in the middle of the sea lions for them to bask on as well, so that they're not just either on land at one end of the exhibit or underwater at the other end. And this is the basic structure of the whole thing. Big ramp going up to the top viewing gallery where the guests can see both the penguins and the seals at the same time. And I wanted to make it feel like one building. So now it's white concrete time, as always. Going to build the African penguin part of the exhibit. So with the sea lions, they are pretty sizable, and they are fine being kept outdoors in the UK. See them kept like that a lot, especially at Yorkshire Wildlife Park. They have an amazing exhibit for the sea lions at the moment. They'll need an indoor area for when the weather's particularly bad, but in general you can keep them out of doors. With the African penguins, they are a lot smaller, and they live in South Africa, so they're not going to be particularly happy in quite a lot of the British weather. So they need a more enclosed environment. It's not going to be inside. It's going to be covered with a roof, which is what I'm building here, and then heated, but it will be open at the front. So building some ceiling supports, which I'm going to put a ceiling on. I did this in the Crocodiles and Cayman Centre, and I just really like it, so I've decided to do something kind of similar here, but a lot less intricate. So there's going to be underwater viewing for the penguins as well here. A lot smaller than the sea lions, obviously, but just a little window with a path that people can walk down to see them swimming around underwater. And then this big area up here for guests to see both the sea lions and the penguins. We're going to put our first animal talks into the zoo as well, which I haven't done so far. So there's going to be 2 animal talk points up here. Sea lion shows are obviously a really popular part of some zoos that keep them. There will be no sea lion shows in Tekton Zoo. I'm not a fan of them, making them perform, but there will be talks so that people can see them exhibiting just sort of the more natural behaviours that they would be doing most of the time anyway, and they'll have some, balls and things like that to chase about, lots of enrichment in the habitat, but there won't be any actual shows per se. So apologies if you're a sea lion show fan. Just putting a glass roof in here to get some light into the African penguins. Just because of where this is in relation to where the sun is, there's still not a great deal of light, because the sun is sort of, as it rises and moves through the sky and then sets, it's always sort of behind this building. And I didn't want glass walls at the back, because then you're just going to see the end of the map, which is not really what I want, because this is supposed to be a city zoo. You're just going to see rolling hills and trees and stuff. That's not going to fit with the vibe at all. So what I did instead was, apart from this glass ceiling, I've also put a bank of lights in, which are permanently on. I've turned them down pretty low, so it's quite soft. It doesn't really look like it's lit during the day, but it really brightens up the inside of the habitat. and makes it look more like natural light is coming in through the ceiling. I've got quite into the lights in this game recently after building the entrance to Pomoja Wildlife Park, which is the little collaboration zoo that I'm doing at the moment with some really good builders, and used lights a lot there that you can't actually see, that are buried into walls and underground, to really highlight specific elements of builds that I wanted to, and to give a separation between different elements of a design without you actually sort of realizing when you look at it that it's lit, which I've sort of done here, although I've actually made it so the lights are visible and made sure they look like real lights that would actually be there, so it's a bit more obvious, but it just really brightens up the inside of the enclosure, makes it look a lot better. And now we're back to the sea lions. So I wanted a really strong Tekton style look for the giant viewing windows that make up the whole of the front of this habitat. So I'm using the white plaster bricks to stand in for white concrete. I experimented with some ivy there, but got rid of it because it was blocking up too much of the view. So these big sort of sculpted concrete, I don't know what the word is for them, but these things are going to go all the way around the top of the viewing window, and it's basically just going to be completely open apart from that. And then the in-game concrete supports for the glass will be covered up with more custom plaster so that it looks more like it can take the weight. And this is something that I really wanted to get into the build. This is a little tribute to the penguin pool that Tekton designed at London Zoo. It has these sweeping concrete ramps that spiral through the enclosure that the penguins could walk on, and it's one of the most famous parts of the design. I really wanted to get something like that into this build, but I just couldn't think of any possible reason why I would need them to be spiraling downwards, because everything's on the same height. So I went with just this curve instead. This actually has a function. This is how the keepers get on to the rock island in the middle so that they can clean it. Otherwise it would be pretty filthy and they'd have to get like scuba gear out to get there, which is unlikely in real life and definitely not going to happen in Planet Zoo. So I built this ramp to give access to that area, and then I'm just using a little rotation thing that we do to make something circular, and I'll delete the other half of the circle so we get a really nice curve going out onto there. And it functions. The keepers can walk onto it and they use it to get to the island in the middle to clean it. Obviously it's going to need some support struts, otherwise it's not going to stay there for very long, so I've put these pillars in as well, and I'm really happy with how it looks. Brings a little touch of Tekton to the build, and the sea lions will actually swim through the pillars and then they will climb on top of it and sit on it as well, which looks really good. Putting some custom fences in as well, just in case they ever get the desire to leap out of the water and plummet to their deaths on the other side. Didn't want that happening. So I purposely put slightly more utilitarian fences on the back of the enclosure because they'll be further away from the guests, and then much nicer fences at the front of the enclosure where the guests will see them, just to try and make it a bit more realistic. It's the kind of thing you do to save a bit of cash. So we've got some really nice sculpted metal fences from the aquatic pack at the front here, and then just the more bog standard mesh at the back. I think it really finishes the build off nicely. We are getting very close to finish now, but before we do that I want to talk about something that happened a couple of days ago, which is that we hit 500 subscribers. I just want to say a massive thank you to everyone who's subscribed. That is such a milestone for this little channel, and it's only been a few months since the zoo looked like this, and we had like 5 subscribers. So I've even prepared a little montage for you, you lucky people, of what we've done. But yeah, it's been so much fun doing this. We're about 2/3 of the way through the zoo now, I think. So yeah, a massive thank you to everyone who subscribed. And if you haven't, you know what to do. Anyway, back to the sea lions. So one thing I really wanted to have on the inside of their habitat, in the underwater part, was some kelp. You often see sea lions swimming around these columns of kelp, and I wanted to replicate that in this environment. So I made some custom kelp to put into the enclosure using the underwater temple plants, and I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. And this is the final stage here. We're just putting some nice landscaping into the area surrounding both the habitats. I'm going for a beach vibe to really set the scene, so it's all sand and rock pools and some nice planting as well. This is the new beaver enrichment item, which I'm using as a rock pool. Really good to have another water-based enrichment item in the game. Makes it much more versatile. You can get a completely different use out of it. So there we go. That is the build complete. I'm really happy with it. The sea lions look so cool when they're swimming around in it. The little penguins at the back make a really nice accompaniment to them. And it's just so good to finally have sea lions in the zoo. So the build that we are creating today is based on one of the most amazing pieces of architecture the zoo world has ever seen, in my opinion. If you were lucky enough to go to the Kansas City Zoo any time between when it was built up until it was torn down in 2015, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. It is the old Great Ape House. It's an absolutely ludicrous building, a piece of modernist madness, which is exactly what we like in this series. It was built back in the 1960s. 1966 it opened, and it is just, like I say, it's the most amazing architecture. It looks like it should be in Tomorrowland at Disneyland. It's a really futurist design, all soaring white concrete, and right up my streets, as you can imagine. And one of my favourite things to do in this zoo, as you know, and what we like to do, we've done quite a few times before, is take a classic piece of zoo architecture and update it for modern times. So despite its incredible looks, which we're just starting to put together here, this was, as usual, an absolutely terrible habitat for animals. It was a giant cylinder, 17 metres tall, with the giant glass tower as the centrepiece, which from what I can gather was basically just there to let lots of light in and look very cool. The animals didn't really have much to do with it. There was no sort of part of the habitat that they could actually access in there. There might have been a little bit, I've not been able to find that out yet in my researches, but principally it was there to look cool, and then the animals were based in various sort of glass prisons around the central tower. So it is a pretty big build. This is pretty much to scale what I'm building here, but as big as it was, bearing in mind that the verticality of it was not utilised by the animals, this one building, split into multiple habitats, contained 2 gorillas, 2 orangutans, 5 chimps, 7 gibbons, and I lobbed a few birds in as well. I mean, the mind boggles. It was, by all accounts, pretty terrible for the animals. I wasn't lucky enough to see it myself before it was torn down, which for understandable reasons they did about 6 years ago, but not the best for the animals. So, as usual, what I'm going to be doing is turning this into a really good habitat for different animals. So, I've gone with capuchins for 2 reasons. A, they're pretty small, so that automatically gives them a lot more room in this structure, and B, most importantly, because they climb. They spend lots of time up in the trees, and the key feature of this building for me is the enormous glass tower in the centre of it, which gives a huge amount of space for climbing. I don't really know the ins and outs of why that wasn't utilised in the original build, or maybe it was and just my research is all wrong, but I think I'm right. So yeah, what I'm going to do is turn the big tower in the centre into an enormous climbing space, and that also gives a feature that I really want, which to a certain extent we achieved in the jungle with the red ruff lemurs, which is to be able to see them climbing from outside the habitat. You can very occasionally see the lemurs running across the vines stood outside the jungle, but I want to do that better, basically, with this enclosure. So these are the giant supports that go around the building and make it look even cooler. This took a while to work out how to do, but I used the long plaster pieces to get the shape of it, and then filled in the gaps with plaster panels. And then this shape is just copied and rotated around the rest of the habitat. And this habitat's going to be the beginning of a brand new area in the zoo. So it originally held, gorillas, the great apes, and that is something that is completely lacking in Tekton at the moment. We don't have any apes. In fact, until we have these capuchins, the only primates that we have are the two species of lemur. So I think it would be really good to get a primate area in here. I did have a couple of ideas. I mean, basically this enclosure is so huge that it doesn't really work on its own. You can't just lob this into the middle of the zoo and leave it there. It sort of needs to be the focal point of something. So I had a couple of ideas for what area could go around it. Once I knew that I was going to put capuchins in it, really either to do a Americas area, which would give a lot of freedom in terms of being able to use animals from the cold wastes of northern Canada all the way down to Brazil and Argentina. Gives you a lot of scope in what sort of animals that you can put in there. The second idea, and this is the one that I am gonna go with, unless you guys think the Americas is a much better idea, in which case let me know in the comments, and I will take that on board. But at the moment, my idea, seeing as we don't have any primates, is to use this as the centerpiece of a primates exhibit. Another thing that I wanted to achieve with the Tekton jungle area that I sort of achieved, but I'm not completely happy with it, was the idea of these giant modernist structures looming up out of the jungle. And because I went with much more naturalistic enclosures in there, and I ended up using sort of modernist elements rather than big modernist buildings, I didn't really achieve what I wanted to. I'm sort of happy with each individual habitat in there. I think the sun bears is really cool. I love the red ruff lemurs, the way that works. Pygmy hippos, waterfall and stuff is good. The central enclosure I was a bit disappointed with, to be brutally honest. I'm looking at the viewing figures, maybe you guys were as well. But I want to do that again and achieve it properly this time. And if you want a big modernist building looming out of a tree-filled foresty jungly area, then this pretty much fits the description about as well as any could do. It's huge, it's a giant tower, it looks amazing. I definitely think this is the one to do that with. So what I want to do is have gorillas and chimps in habitats that you walk through to get to this, which will be the focal point at the end. Obviously, when I say walk through them, they're not going to be walk through habitats. That would be insane. You will walk through an area with hidden barriers, maybe some Hagenbeck style panoramas, etc. So you really feel like you're in there with them. And then coming out of the jungle will be this giant tower. So that is my idea, because I really do think we need some apes in the zoo. It'll just be chimps and gorillas, because the orangs, they just made the gorillas red, and they just sit around on the floor all day, so I don't really want to put them in the zoo. So those are the animals that we will have. Let me know in the comments if you think that's a good idea, and that will be the next phase of this area. So just putting the barriers in here, they're all null barriers. Scenery pieces will keep the animals in. So let's talk a bit about how this is actually going to work. So the big central area that you can see, the glass tower, that is going to be their main area. And it is essentially an outdoor area. There is a roof, but the roof is mesh, which we will get to in a second. This is the area for the guests, where they'll be able to stand and watch the monkeys. And we'll fill this in with various education items, benches, etc. in a second. Let's look at the roof now. So it's just a mesh roof, so they're essentially outside, but it's also going to have a retractable roof, which I am implying here, which will come across the top during winter to keep the monkeys warm and any particularly bad weather, anything like that, to keep the temperature the way they would like it. So this is based on a retractable roof design that is used in zoos quite a lot. I want it to be open, so I'm not actually going to build the retractable part, if you see what I mean, just building the housing for it, and then we'll mesh across the rest, so that if any monkeys manage to somehow climb up the glass or jump an insanely high amount or whatever, they won't be able to get out. And then climbing structures are going to be trees, so it's going to be all natural. I figure they'd be sort of transplanted here, and they'll have enormous amounts of natural light because there's no hard roof other than in winter. Temperature controlled environment, so we can get some tropical trees in. I'm using the Cecropia trees mainly because in terms of trees that the Capuchins will be happy with, and trees that are tall enough to achieve the effect of being able to see the Capuchins from outside the enclosure when they're running around in them. There's very few trees that I could choose from. And then one of my favourite activities, attempting to place these vines. If you've tried to use them, they are not easy. What I found is if you get them sort of roughly where you want them to go, and then actually move the trees, that is the easiest way to get them to join up. But I needed a lot of very long vines right up joining the tops of the trees, so that the monkeys would have a lot of space to run around in so you can see them. And I've also put enrichment items into the trees to encourage them up here more often. I'm using the mirror mobile because it fits nicely into the tree and it's pretty subtle. Just looks like there's some mirrors hanging in the tree because the trunk covers up the pole that it's on. I haven't seen him use them because presumably there's no room for them for the animations to trigger, but they do seem to spend, by Planet Zoo standards, a lot of time climbing, so I think they work, but I'm not 100% sure. But they certainly spend a decent amount of time running up around those vines, which looks amazing from outside the habitat, and obviously you can look up and see them when you're inside the habitat as well. So whether they're actually encouraging them up there or not, I think they are. And then just covering up one of the forage feeders, which we like to do, so it looks pretty natural in there. And then I've experimented with placing one of the other feeders on top of a pole so that the monkeys have to climb up to get to it, which I think looks pretty cool. This is their main indoor area, so this is sort of a space for privacy and a space if it gets really cold where the heating is going to be more effective in this enclosed space. And I'm just trying to make it look like the absolute carnage that the inside of any sort of monkey enclosure always looks like. They're always so messy because they will just pull anything to pieces. The keyboard as well, I absolutely love the animations when they're playing away on the keyboard. I think that works best for the Capuchins, even better than it does for the lemurs. I wanted this room here to have a sort of a jungle feel to it, to simulate the natural environment. So I'm using what is fast becoming one of my favourite pieces in the game, which is the new beaver enrichment pool. It is so versatile. In fact, I used it in the last episode to simulate a rock pool for the sea lions. Now it is a sort of jungle pool for the Capuchins. I guess it's really more for the guests than for the Capuchins because this is in the guest area. But when it's all covered up with rockwork, it looks really good. I covered up I think in the sea lions I covered up the white birch tree that doesn't really give you that beachy feel with some reeds, and here I'm going to use a lobster claw, or 2 lobster claws actually, to cover it up to retain the tropical vibe, and some misters, and it really sort of sells the effect, I think. Last episode we hit a big milestone. We got 500 subscribers, and as of when I'm recording this we have just over 600, so our little community is getting bigger. We're just adding the final few details into the build here, and I will leave you with the cinematics of possibly my favourite habitat in Tekton. So what you're looking at here is the oldest enclosure in Tekton Zoo. This is the old gorilla house, nestled away behind the forest. It was built in 1932. It's been empty for many years due to it being way too small to keep gorillas in. And today we're going to modernize and retrofit it for black and white rough lemurs. Alright, so that's the lore out of the way. This building you might recognise is an actual Tekton building. This is the gorilla house from London Zoo. It was built in 1932, and the two gorillas that live there were actually two of the first primates to ever live in a modernist house in Britain, and I'm including humans when I say that. So they were pretty special, but as you can tell, as so often when we do these old builds, it's not a suitable environment for gorillas to live in. It's way too small. It was a very unique design. It's beautiful, and actually had a sliding door all the way around them, so that in winter it could be shut, and then the entire enclosure would be indoors, and in summer it could be open, so that the front half of the enclosure that I'm just meshing over here would be outdoors, which effectively doubled the size of the enclosure for bad weather, which is a pretty cool idea, but unfortunately, as you can see, it's still too small for gorillas. It was a massive step up in gorilla keeping when it came out, which just goes to show how horrific the enclosures were before this. But it's a building I'm a big fan of. It's still in London Zoo now, although there's no animals in it. I actually spoke about this building way back in episode 1 when we were discussing the plans for this zoo, so it's something I've wanted to get in here for a long time, and this seemed like the perfect opportunity to do it. It's incredibly good timing on Frontier's part. We spoke last week about the primates area that we're going to be adding into the zoo, and I've been working on a gorilla habitat to go next to the Capuchin Tower. It's going to be a big modern habitat, something that looks like it would be in a zoo today. One of the ideas that I had, seeing as I've always wanted to get this building into the zoo, was to use this as just their indoor quarters and then have a giant outdoor space for them. So I was working on that on Wednesday, and I just wasn't happy with it. Mainly, it was even just to be their indoor area, it was still too small. That was the main issue. So I decided in the end to not use it and put it on the back burner for any future small primates that might be released. And literally the next day, they released a new small primate. So I knew exactly what I was going to do as soon as I saw that, because this is a much more suitable size for the black and white rough lemurs. And it's already got an indoor and an outdoor part, which is great, because obviously we're in England here, so it's going to be too cold for them to be outside in winter. So what I'm doing is updating and modernising this habitat to make it suitable for them. I built this building way back in, I don't know, maybe February, I think, for London Zoo 1985, before we had mesh in the game. So I used the in-game barriers for the mesh around the front, and then the roof was actually just open. So I've added mesh into that now. This habitat in London Zoo, these walls you're looking at here, were an indoor area for the guests. So you could actually go inside, so that in winter or when the gorillas were inside, you could walk into the enclosure and see them. The gorillas did not last long in here. I think they both died pretty quickly. And then for the following years, they used it for orangs and chimps. When I was a kid, it had koalas in it. I remember going to see them. I really enjoyed seeing them in there. Obviously, they're very cute animals, and I've never seen one before. I think the last thing it held was bats. So gorillas to bats, there you go. That's the change in animal care techniques since the 1930s. It's empty in the zoo now. So what I'm doing is taking the guest portion of the habitat and removing one of the walls, and then using just one wall to separate the inside and outside parts of the enclosure, which has the effect of giving the lemurs more room. And then we're putting a viewing window into the back, so that in winter the guests can still see the lemurs, and the lemurs get a lot more privacy. Thanks for all your comments on the last episode, by the way. It's been a pretty crazy week on the channel. What you're seeing here is actually one of Beezy's climbing structures from his primate climbing pack, which I highly recommend. It's on the workshop. I think there's like 20 completely different, completely original climbing structures, and he's just so good at them that I wanted to put one of those in here. I really like this one, which is suitable for smaller primates. So I am modifying this so it fits nicely into the space that we have here. It gives them all sorts of climbing opportunities. And as always, I'll be filling any climbing spaces with enrichment items to encourage the lemurs to actually use them. Moving into the indoor part of the enclosure, I don't think I've ever used these in Tekton before, but I'm a big fan of the murals that they added back in the aquatic pack. They're really zoo-y, if that makes sense. It really does look like something that you would see in a zoo. And they had something like that in the original London Zoo version back when I was a kid, when it had koalas in it. So I thought I'd add those in there for a bit of interest. And then we're going to put some standoff barriers around the front to prevent the guests from sticking their fingers through the mesh and getting them nipped off by a lemur. I use these, or this style, for any standoff barriers in the zoo, so we have a visual continuity. I think I originally built them for the Cheetah Conservation Centre, where they were black, and then I recoloured them white for the Gemsbok, and now we're going to use them again here to keep the guests safe, and just put these all the way around. We'll put some signage on the little building to the right, which is where the keepers actually enter the habitat. And then on the left, there's a projection coming out of the building, which is where the guests would originally have entered. So I'm going to edit that slightly, but keep it because I like the look of it. Now, when I originally built this, it was a long time ago, and I was still very much a beginner in the world of Planet Zoo. So I'm going to make some changes to the interior just to bring it up to scratch, and then put the enrichment items in for the lemurs. So as always, we'll be hiding one of these forage feeders. Forage feeders? We'll say forage feeders for now. Hiding that in with terrain, rocks, plants, etc. So it looks nice. We'll add one of the enrichment feeder items right in front of the one-way glass so that the guests have something to look at when they're going through there. Gonna hide one of the mirror mobiles, well, not hide, but put one of the mirror mobiles up there, and then a cardboard box up in the one of the climbing areas to try and get them up there. Add in the signage for the zoo. God, it's so good to have a new primate. And now it's time to add the black and white rough lemurs into the habitat. And who doesn't love a montage? So here you go. It's been a long time since I've done one of these, but I love seeing a new animal arrive into the zoo. It's amazing to just get a surprise new animal into the game. What we're going to do now is take a look at some of the future plans for the zoo. I'm going to show you what we're going to be building. All of this is going to be taking place here at the northern part of the zoo. These temporary structures that you can see, incorporating some workshop items from my good friend Diggy Duff and the incredible Mr. Domez, are where the new builds are going to go. So you can see on the left, that is going to be our nocturnal house, which is something I have had planned since day one. To the right of it is where our Arctic foxes are going to go. And then here, before the new primate area, we are going to have some otters. I am so excited for this habitat. This was, I think, maybe the third design I came up with for this zoo. I didn't really know how to build it, and I was pretty scared by it, to be honest. So I've left it for quite a while before attempting it, but it's a pretty ridiculous build. I'm very much looking forward to building it. And then finally, on this part of the zoo here, we have what is going to be the Prairie Café, a modernist restaurant overlooking a prairie dog habitat, and at the back of the zoo we're going to have beavers. There are still some blank spaces left that you can see. Those are reserved for aviaries. No idea whether that will come to pass or not, but I've left some space just in case. And those are my future plans for the moment. Today is Gorilla Day. We are adding a new habitat into the primates area. Let's get started. This habitat was really hard to build. I went through loads of different iterations before I got a design that I was happy with, but we got there in the end, and I am very happy with the final design. So this is going next to the Capuchin Tower, as you can see. I'm making a slightly raised viewing path for the guests here, so they get a nice view into the habitat. This is the first habitats that I've tried to design for gorillas. The only time I've ever had them before was in London Zoo 1985. Obviously, I was just copying the enclosure that they had there back in the 70s, which was not the best. Small, a pretty limited outdoor area, and then a depressingly small indoor area. It was just not the best. So that was pretty easy to build, but designing one myself is obviously a lot harder, and I really went through so many different designs to try and get something I was happy with. What I'm going for is something that I've not really done in this zoo before, or anywhere in fact, which is to try and make a realistic modern habitat. So no crazy modernist buildings, and trying to make it so that aside from the backstage, which as you know we don't really deal with unless we have to in this zoo, trying to make it like something you would see in a modern zoo. And the main reason that I wanted to do that is that I don't want to distract from the Capuchin Tower. So I want to have gorillas to the left of the tower and then chimps to the right of the tower, but I don't want any tall structures that are going to distract from it, because I want that to be a real centerpiece. So went through loads of different ideas in terms of what I was going to build for their indoor quarters. The outside part I had a pretty good idea of. I wanted a fairly shallow moat because gorillas don't swim. I wanted some fairly unobtrusive viewing for the guests, and to make sure that the terrain inside the habitat and the viewing path is raised so there was a really good view. I wanted some climbing structures, and I wanted to use some of the Tekton style for those. Although I'm going for a pretty realistic look here, it's still very much going to be a Tekton style build. And the main thing I struggled with was their indoor quarters. So these need to be seriously large in a British zoo because of the weather, obviously. The gorillas are not going to be happy in the middle of winter. And you can't just give them a little outhouse that they're stuck in for months of a year. They need a really good indoor enclosure that's going to have lots of enrichment and lots of space, because they're going to be spending quite a lot of time there. I came up with a few different designs, including a simple but interestingly shaped modern structure, which we will get to in a bit. Now, while I carry on laying out the barriers and doing the landscaping for the outdoor part of the enclosure, we hit 750 subs today, which is pretty incredible. When I started this channel, my aim really was to see if anyone was interested enough in this zoo to subscribe and watch the episodes as we build this. So to have 750 of you wonderful people watching is pretty incredible. So thank you as always for watching the channel. What I just placed in there is actually a workshop item. I think this might be the first time I've ever used workshop items in a build, but these are Zoov's mud walls, and they are just so good. Pretty much everyone uses them now. This is exactly the kind of wall that I wanted for the back of the enclosure. This is the sort of thing that I was seeing in all the reference images that I was using for gorilla habitats that I really liked. I did what most people do. I hit up Zoo Chat and searched for gorillas, and then just looked at loads and loads of enclosures all over the world, mainly just by coincidence, I think, in America. They seem to really know what they're doing when it comes to gorillas. And these walls are just absolutely perfect. They're so good. They're on the workshop. They're by Zoov. I'll add them to the Tekton Zoo collection on Steam if you want to grab them yourself in the unlikely event that you don't already have them. But yeah, why spend hours trying to replicate something you've seen when Zoov's already done it, basically. It was my feelings on that. What we're doing now is adding in the guest viewing. So this path that we built right at the beginning is the main place to view the gorillas outside, and then round the back of the walls I've just placed will be an entrance to their indoor quarters when the guests can get a really good view of them as well. So I was in two minds as to whether to use mesh or glass here, but I went with glass in the end. I found that these big glass panels, if you tint them black, which is a bit counterintuitive, but if you tint them black, you get the best view for them. It is slightly darkened, as you'd expect from the colour, but it's a really clear view. If you use the default, as you can see here, it's quite blurry. It's not particularly transparent. I thought the white would be perfect, but that actually tints it white, which is an interesting effect, but definitely not what I was going for. So yeah, black is what I use there, if you want to replicate that. And then we're going to put in a little pool for them as well. This is, I mean, to be honest, this is mainly here for visual interest rather than anything else. Gorillas don't swim, but I've made sure it is shallow enough for them to splash about in, so they won't be in any danger of drowning or anything. And just using the standard rotating technique that we always use here to get this in. And I actually really like this once it's sunk down into the terrain. I think it brings a nice look to this end of the enclosure. This is one of the things that I really struggled with when I first started playing Planet Zoo, which is trying to make realistic water pools in zoos. They're always sort of concrete lined, and the game doesn't really give you the tools to do that in any easy or sort of pre-made way. But I think I've got there now. It took a while, but using the plaster pieces, once that's finished off, it'll look good. Now we're on to the indoor enclosure. So, like I say, I wanted a low profile for this building so it doesn't distract from the Capuchin Tower. I wanted something really simple, really modern, but then just to have some sort of twist on it to make it interesting. So I've decided to split the building into two halves. So there's an angle where they meet in the middle, which just prevents it from being a square or a rectangle, which is something you don't very often see in modern zoos or any sort of modern design. I guess a rectangle sort of the bog standard shape for a building. A lot of houses are built that way, but if you're trying to make something look designed and look good, it's not a great shape to go with unless you've got a really specific idea in mind and something cool. Tekton themselves are very good at making rectangular buildings look good by slightly offsetting the roofs and adding various other design elements to it. But yeah, this building, I wanted to make sure that it was not exactly rectangular, so it looks a bit weird when you start it, but I essentially joined the two parts together so that you end up with a building with interesting angles in it. It's pretty big, as you can see, because the gorillas are going to be spending a lot of time in there, so I wanted to make sure that they had a really large area. It's going to be split into three parts, with a living quarters, a climbing area, and then a spot for the guests to get in as well. And then moving on to the climbing structures, these you might recognise, they are taken from the sun bear enclosure. Just as a basic, they're going to be redone and improved. So if you've seen that episode, you'll remember the immense struggle I had getting these to work as viable climbing structures. I ended up with these wooden planks on them that I didn't really like. So I was really pleased after a lot of playing around with it to be able to replace all the in-game climbing structures with concrete using the plaster pieces, and they look really, really good when they're done. I think a big improvement on the look of the original sun bear enclosure that I took it from. So I guess maybe at some point I'll go back and improve that as well. Putting a load of foliage in here. These willows I really like, and they're really useful because they grow in England. I think they originate from Africa, I might be wrong, but they definitely grow in Africa, and the animals in the game are happy to have them in their enclosure when they're African animals, but they also grow all over England. My parents actually had one in their garden, so they do a really good job here of matching both a British zoo and an African habitat. Putting a load more foliage in as well, starting to get this outdoor area looking good. Another thing I saw in one of the reference photos I was looking at was a water feature, so I'm going to replicate that here as well, running out from these rocks and this log. I'm just getting the shape right here so that I'm happy with it. Now, one of the things I wanted to get in this build was, as well as the path that we've already built where the guests can see the gorillas outside, I wanted some viewing for the gorillas inside the Capuchin Tower. So when you come into the Capuchin Tower, you've got the Capuchins in front of you, and then if you turn left, you've got double viewing where to your right are the Capuchins again, and to your left are the gorillas. So that means that this part that we're building here will be visible from inside the Capuchin Tower. So there's something that we need to do, which is to make sure that the water feature area is visible properly from inside the Capuchin Tower. So just using the Angry Archer here, I am lining up to make sure that the sight lines work for the guests, so that this structure here is high enough for them to see it over the vegetation outside the window. I can't get rid of that vegetation, it is hiding the edges of the path. Planet Zoo pathing, always fun, and the only way to make the paths look good inside the building was to have it so they actually stuck out quite a way outside the building as well. So those plants are covering all that up, can't get rid of those, so I need to raise the terrain here so that the guests can see. I wanted to use the gravel path as the base of the water feature, which I've done before, and it's a look I really like. But in the end, it was actually a bit too much here, so I used it as a guide for where the edge of the water was going to be, and filled it all in with various different rocks, and then I just deleted the path, and it looks pretty natural in a man-made way, if that makes sense, once it's finished. What we're going to move on to now is just a little bit of the decorating of the primates area leading up to this habitat. So this area is going to be really heavily planted. I want it to be a really immersive area where you can sort of lose yourself in it as you walk around. I spent a hell of a lot of time planting up the area leading up to it. I am not going to subject you to that, just a few seconds of it, but you're going to have a central pathway with forest on either side that leads up to the Capuchin Tower, and then you sort of delve into the forest on either side to get to the gorillas and the chimps. So in this episode I'm concentrating on the gorilla side of it. When we do the chimps, I will also create an entrance to the area and landscape everything so that it's one sort of whole that really feels like an experience when you get into it. So you'll notice I've moved the gorilla's indoor habitat. I started off putting it right at the end of the habitat so they had loads of outdoor space, and then realised that the visitors in winter would have to walk past this enormous empty habitat to get there, which didn't really make sense, so I decided to move it to the back of the enclosure as you look at the climbing structures, and it makes so much more sense here. Now the visitors can just have a short walk around the sides if the gorillas aren't playing out that day, and go in and see them there. Now on the inside of the habitat, I have lent heavily on the expertise of my fellow creator, Beezy, who I'm sure you're familiar with if you watch my channel. He's probably built about 1,000 gorilla habitats in his time. I got him to send me some reference pictures. What I'm doing now is creating this framework for the roof. It's a metal grid attached to the roof, which allows you to then attach various climbing elements to it. You can see me adding those in now. This is one of Beezy's climbing structures from his climbing pack, which is on the workshop and in the Steam collection. I'm going to heavily modify it for this particular build so it fits in perfectly and looks more like something that I would make and fits in nicely. But yeah, the structures in the ceiling allow you to hang ropes and various other things from them to give enrichments for the gorillas. And I'm going to colour everything to make it fit the Tekton theme. And you can see an area in the back there which is raised off the floor. That is where they can make their nests. Gorillas like to sleep in nests a little off the floor. Now moving on, it's back to the outside. I've added a viewing gantry on top of the building, which it gives you an amazing view of the gorillas. The concept for this is that this would be a VIP experience, so there's not going to be loads of people up here all the time, because animals do not like it when there are people stood above them looking down on them. It makes them feel threatened. I guess the humans have the high ground, so to speak, so animals don't like that. But this will be like an extra paid VIP experience for guests, where small parties would be taken up to give them a really good view of the gorillas that other people can't get. I'm adding some of Haribo's netting here. This is his modular netting pack. This is an absolutely incredible pack, which must have taken, oh my god, like so long to make. It's just the little mesh pieces, but they've made them so they are curved and hanging down like the netting rather than mesh. It's an incredible piece. I've put it there, A, because it's beautiful, and B, because I need some way to stop the gorillas escaping. So this habitat, There's no way the gorillas can escape Planet Zoo wise, obviously, but IRL, the gorillas are a lot more clever and a lot more active than they are in Planet Zoo, so I've actually tried to make it so that even in real life the gorillas won't be able to get out, following all the zoo guidelines for space between raised points and things like that. This is the entrance for the guests to the indoor quarters. We're going to put a Tekton sign up here on a base of one-way glass, which always makes a really nice backing, and then just using Noto Sans for the text itself. And you can see behind it the viewing windows for the gorillas. I actually created these for the anniversary lemur house using the fence pieces to match it in with the metal plank walls, and I absolutely love it. And you can't see it. The only people that can see that are the lemurs, and I figure they are not going to appreciate it, so I decided to expand it for this, and that is the Tekton Gorilla project done. I hope you enjoy it. Today we're going to be adding the beautiful new fallow deer into the zoo, or to be more precise, we're going to be here building them an entire park next to Tekton Zoo. So first things first, how good is the new European DLC? The animals look really good, and there are so many building pieces, I don't know where to start. I've managed to use a few of them in this build, more on that later, but yeah, it is really good. I'm really looking forward to getting into some of those pieces, especially things like the decayed brickwork and all the small pieces. There's a hell of a lot of room for improving Tekton with some of those pieces, enabling us to do things that we've not really been able to do before in terms of detailing, especially, like I say, the decayed pieces. I think I've mentioned before the difficulty of trying to make buildings entirely out of white concrete and keep them looking realistic, because you don't get any of the decay if everything just looks absolutely perfect. So it's going to be really good to get those in. Now, in regards to the fallow deer, why am I building a park? So here in England, we don't really keep fallow deer in zoos because they actually live in the wild here. So normally you actually find them in parks rather than in zoos, just free roaming. So I decided to build them a park next to Tekton rather than put them in the zoo itself, which is so good because I've mentioned before how desperate I am to actually get some stuff outside the zoo, but I just never have time, because any time I spend detailing the outside of the zoo is time I could be spending making cool new habitats for you guys to watch, so I never get around to it. And this is the perfect opportunity to make a huge area outside Tekton look really nice and give us some little glimpses of it when we're in the zoo and things to look at in the background, which is what I've wanted to do for ages, but we're actually going to get a good habitat out of it as well. So I'm basing this park on two real parks here in England. The first is called Richmond Park. That is in South London, and is a huge, I think it's a royal park, that has free roaming red and fallow deer in it. My gran used to take me there when I was little, and I used to love it, going to see the deer. And I'm also basing it on a much smaller park in the north of England near where I live, called Roundhay Park, which is where I've got this lake from. It's always good to take stuff from real life, just helps you to make it a more realistic shape and feel, etc. I've got to say, building a realistic park was quite a challenge for me. When you look at a park in real life, it tends to be a path with a few trees along it and then just huge expanses of grass. So that sounds like something that would be really easy to build, and it's certainly really easy to build one that doesn't look very good, but trying to make something look decent when it's just a huge expanse of grass is really tough. In real life, you can just have a giant big old square of grass and it will look exactly like a giant big old square of grass. But in Planet Zoo or any game really, if you just have a giant square of exactly the same texture, it looks rubbish. So it's been a real challenge to make some of the larger parts of this park look good. You can see here I'm doing some terrain work now, so I want a nice hilly wooded area at the back, which is going to be where the deer live. and then just a few terrain changes in and around the park itself. I can't go too crazy with it, which is a shame because that's a very quick way of making things look good in Planet Zoo. But you know, parks are flat. You don't design a park to have hills and things like that in it, because who wants to walk uphill? So both the parks I'm basing this on anyway are very flat indeed, but I have introduced a hilly wooded area at the back for the deer. The park is going to be split sort of half and half, so half for the guests and half for the deer. Another thing that makes this an interesting challenge, of course, is that we're in franchise mode, which brings us a problem. So basically I've got two choices here. As soon as I introduce fallow deer into this park, then a small percentage of the guests are going to have the fallow deer as one of the animals that they want to see. If I give them access to the park, then they're going to have an enormous walk from the zoo entrance to get to the park to see the deer, and by the time they've done that, it's going to be time to go home. They won't have seen any of the other animals that they want to come and see. They'll be unhappy, and they'll have spent most of their time walking with no access to food and no animals to look at. So that's going to make some very unhappy guests. Alternatively, I can give them no access to the park at all, which means they won't see one of the animals that they've come to see, which will make them a bit unhappy, but they will be able to see all the other animals they want to see because they won't be wasting their time trekking to the park and back. So that's what I'm going to go with. Obviously for the cinematics at the end you will see guests in the park, because I shoot all the cinematics in sandbox mode so we can get the lighting as nice as I want it. But yeah, as the zoo actually functions in franchise mode, there won't be any guests in here, because that is just going to be an absolute killer for my guests' happiness. Anyway, enough about the background, let's get onto the building. So this here is the first of the new pieces that I'm using. It's the new wall set, which I really like. It's always good to have something rustic. Another cool thing about this little park project is I get to use loads of pieces that I wouldn't normally use. Obviously we've got a very defined aesthetic in the zoo itself, and anything that isn't made out of white concrete doesn't really get a look in, so this is it's fun to use this. And then I'm just making a little life belt for the lake to keep people nice and safe. I'm just making a little stand for it, and I'm using one of the new animal memorial signs there as well. I really like that feature. I think one of the few areas that Planet Zoo is lacking in is developing a real connection with the animals in your zoo, and being able to have memorials for animals that are no longer in your zoo, I think is a really cool idea. I actually made one from scratch, which I ended up not showing in the episode. I can't remember why. I don't think it set the right vibe. But sadly, one of my favourite animals in the zoo, Maurice the meerkat, who was our first meerkat that we got in, died of old age probably a couple of months ago now. And I did make a little memorial for him next to the meerkat enclosure. So it's good to have that option automated now. Sorry to drop that news about Maurice on you. I know it'll hit some of you hard. So I've also put those little seagull pieces in. I love those. Obviously I wish we had birds in the game, but because the guests can't get any closer than the path around the lake to it, they actually look really effective hidden away in the reeds there. And I'll show you more of them in the cinematics at the end. I'm working on the deer part of the habitat here. I want them to have a pretty thickly wooded part for when they want some shelter, and then some large open areas so that the guests can see them properly as well. And while I finish that off, let's talk a bit about the rest of the Europe pack. So apart from throwing the decay decals and a few other things all over the zoo, which is what I'll be doing very soon, in terms of the other animals, the lynx I really like. I'm a huge fan of lynx and just cats in general, apart from when my cat jumps on me when I'm trying to record. So that I'm going to try and find space for. The ibex is a possibility. I do have some plans for a mountain area within the zoo, if there's room for it, because I really want a snow leopard in the zoo. And the ibex would go very nicely in there. I had planned on Dall sheep, but maybe I can get both of them in for a bit of variety. I'm sure I can squeeze a fire salamander in somewhere. One thing I forgot to mention actually about the park is the concept behind it. So this park would actually be run by the zoo. So often when zoos or any company really buys land, they can strike deals with the government or the local council to reduce the price. So for instance, in this case, perhaps the zoo agreed to also open and run a public park with free access and free roaming deer in it. And that would reduce the overall cost of the land acquisition. So this park would have been built back in the 1930s when the zoo was first built. So I've put a really sort of rustic stable building in here for the deer. No fancy modernism here, just a nice brick build to keep them warm in the winter. In the wild, you know, they would have woods and forest to retreat into when it's really cold or really bad weather. So I've given them a couple of stables as well. And then I built these for London Zoo 1985. I thought it'd be fun to just stick a couple of football pitches in a different area outside the zoo, which I've sunk down into the terrain. So it looks like the markers or the chalk on the grass or whatever it is sort of fading away. You've just got the remains of the football pitch there because they've not been maintained, which I thought was a nice idea. Eventually, one day, the entire outside of the zoo will be designed like that, so there's no sort of dead areas, but it's going to be a while before the whole thing is finished. And now we're going to put the actual habitat for the deer in. So like I say, just due to the limitations of franchise mode, I'm not actually going to have them free roaming. They've got a huge habitat though. I think, if I recall correctly, it's like 23,000 meters squared, something like that. It's definitely the biggest habitat I've ever built. And I've put the guest gates in and I hate them. I really do not like the guest gates. And it's really annoying there's only one style. But it occurred to me watching this now that I don't actually need them because there's not going to be any guests going in there. So I know they look pretty janky, but they're just going to get deleted and replaced with more chain link, which will make it all look better. And then the last thing to do is to get some infrastructure in here for the deer. So I'm using the Tekton Keeper Hut, and then I'm just hiding away a really simple staff building as well. And we'll put a transformer between the two of them to get power, and there'll be just a little dedicated staff just to look after the park, make sure we keep the deer nice and happy. And that is Fallow Deer Park done. There's a few workshop items in there, so thank you to Paulsley who provided the majority of them. They'll all be in the Steam collection as always. Hopefully will be back in a few days' time with a little Christmas episode of Tekton, which I want to do. No guarantees, but that should be up at some point next week before Christmas. Thanks for watching, guys, and I will see you soon. Welcome to the Tekton Zoo Christmas special. This is just a little cozy Christmassy video where we're going to watch the animals playing in the snow, see the zoo in winter, which we never really see. I normally skip past snow in this game because it is very difficult to build in. So yeah, this is actually a new experience for me, seeing the zoo in this kind of weather. But yeah, I hope you enjoy this. This is just a little video for me to say two things. Firstly, a very happy Christmas or holiday season to you, wherever you are in the world. And also, just to say a massive thank you to everyone who has supported this channel over the course of this year. When we started this zoo back in May, if I recall correctly, I think there were 12 subscribers to the channel. And as I record this, we now have 930, which is pretty amazing. So thank you so much for watching and for continuing to watch the building of Tekton Zoo. We've got a whole lot of zoo built, but there is a whole lot of zoo still to build, which we will be continuing with next year. I'll be taking a little Christmas break, but I will be seeing you again in the new year, where we will continue to build Tekton Zoo. I've got some big plans for the zoo. Most of the original designs for the zoo that are left to build are big and complicated. I think I may have subconsciously chosen the easiest ones first. So yeah, there's going to be some intricate and fairly sizable builds coming up. I hope you had a great Christmas. I had a lovely break, and I've spent my time since then spamming these new decals all over the zoo. I absolutely love them. They add so much to the realism. Today's not about decals though. We're going to be adding a habitat for one of the cutest animals in the game, the adorable Arctic fox. So I've wanted to add these guys into the zoo ever since they came out in the North America pack, but I've been back and forth as to whether to add an Arctic area into the zoo or not, mainly because of the huge space requirements for the polar bear. I just wasn't sure whether I was going to have enough room to put a Arctic area into the zoo with everything else that I've got planned, but I knew I wanted to get the Arctic foxes in, so I decided in the end not to have an Arctic area and instead to have a standalone habitat for these guys. I saw a while ago a habitat that I really liked. I think it's an early 20th century modern aviary in the Auckland Zoo. I don't know if it's still there. The reference photo I have is from 1990, but it's just a really, really nice, simple, clean build that I like the look of. And one thing that we don't have in Tekton, for obvious reasons, is aviaries. And obviously zoos tend to have small aviaries all over the place, scattered throughout the zoo. So I thought it'd be really good to get one of those into the zoo, maybe a few more, but have it so it's been retrofitted for these Arctic foxes. If it sounds a bit weird putting a fox in an aviary, hopefully it will make sense when it's done. I'm imagining that initially this aviary would have been double-sided. I think there were 8 species of bird kept in here in the Auckland Zoo. So in this version it's double-sided, so there would have been 8 at the front and 8 at the back, and then I've just got rid of the partition between the two and made a pretty sizable habitat actually for these Arctic foxes. I think it's just the right size for them. You can see here this is actually made out of 2 different materials. We've gone crazy with this build. So we've got the dry stone wall with some of the temple blocks above it for the base of the structure, which is how it is in the original, and then some of the lovely white concrete for the rest of it. So it's going to be a bit of a older style build than some of the rest of the zoo, incorporating some more traditional building materials as well as the white concrete. And then I'm going to raise the terrain all the way through the inside of the habitat, so it's at the guest viewing level. And then we're going to work on the front of the structure, increase the height a little bit so that we can get the roof in, and just being really careful with all the plaster pieces so that we can get a really clean look to it, which can be tricky because the column pieces have got rounded edges and the panels have got completely flat edges, so it takes a while to get those to line up perfectly. I've slotted this in on the path by the anniversary lemur house, so it takes up less space, and just make sure there's no wasted space in the zoo because we want to get as much into this area as we can before we're finished. Behind this is going to be the nocturnal house that we discussed a few weeks ago. That's going to be a pretty big build. There's going to be 3 animals in there, plus all the backstage stuff as well. So that is going to sit behind this, and that prevents this and the nocturnal house from taking up too much room. Going to copy the walls around now to the rest of the structure. The part that you can see away to the right where you are here is going to be their den and where the keeper access is, and then the whole front of it will be outside. Arctic foxes get pretty far south by Arctic standards. You can find them on Iceland. So having spent a very pleasant week in Iceland, pretty much in t-shirt for most of the time, I can confirm that it gets pretty warm in Iceland in summer. So I think these foxes are going to be pretty happy in the British climate, but there will be a temperature controlled indoor area for them for when it gets too hot. If it's touching 30 or whatever in summer, don't think they're going to enjoy that, so they'll have a nice cool indoor area as well, and there's some guest viewing in it so that when they're in there they can still be seen. You can ignore all the Arctic wood walls, by the way. This is how I make my habitats. Make a simple square habitat based on the square meters that the animal needs to be happy, and then I'll reshape that using the pieces that are already there to get the habitat the way that I want it to look, so that I can be sure there's definitely going to be enough space for them in there. I'll often make it bigger than it needs to be, but I know if I do that it'll never be too small. Even if I'm building like a circular habitat, I'll still just make a big square and then build the habitat inside it so that there's no issues with space when I'm finished. There's nothing worse than making a massive build, finishing it and then realising it's not massive enough and you need to make loads of changes. So doing it this way prevents that from happening. I'm going to put an archway in as well so that the foxes can get from the inside to the outside part of the habitat, and I'll sink that down into the ground so it's more in keeping with the scale of these little guys. And then it's onto the barriers. So it's going to be chain link all the way around this habitat, except for the indoor quarters, which will have a glass viewing window. Don't use chain link a lot in this zoo, but it's a good compromise. It enables the guests to get really close to the animals. And personally, I actually prefer looking through chain link than glass. I guess because there's not an actual complete barrier like there is with glass. You've still got some sort of fresh air, so to speak, between you and the animal. I've made all the pieces the same length as the concrete pillars, so that we're not using any of the in-game separators for the chain link. And then we're going to make our own, which will more closely match the reference photo that I'm working from. I'm just increasing the height a little bit of the top part of the building as well, so that there's more open viewing. This is quite a tall build originally, obviously, as it had birds in it. It's a lot of fun building an aviary. I've not built one since I made London Zoo in 1985, when I built about 1,000 of them. So yeah, I enjoyed this build. So that's the front done. We're going to move on and take care of the roof now. I can't actually see the roof in the reference photo that I'm working from, so I've decided to mesh over it. A, it's in keeping with the aviary theme, and secondly, it allows weather to actually affect the inside of the habitat, which is really important with these Arctic foxes, because I want to see lots of them in the snow. And if they've got a solid roof, there's not going to be any snow. And I don't like using the fake snow in the game, just because I don't think I've ever seen it in a zoo, or certainly not done, sort of completely realistically like it is in the game. So I want to make sure that snow can actually get through this roof, which the foxes will be happy with. And if for any reason they decide that they don't want to be in the snow, they've got their indoor quarters, which will have a glass roof. These dividers are just slightly thinner than the default ones, which is why I've made my own, because I prefer the look like that. And I'm going to use a piece that I certainly wouldn't normally use in this zoo, which is the classic balustrade, to make the top of this wall thing here. I really like how thin it is, and it matches the colour of the concrete fairly well. It just works really nicely to get a ledge on here and closely match the habitat that I'm basing this on. Get these back down, and that's the outside of the habitat pretty much finished. I've only just discovered these moss pieces as well. Didn't see these when I first had looked through when we were making the Fallow Deer Park. Oh my god, they are so good. They are absolutely perfect for covering up the joins between paths and habitats like I'm doing here. I've been using the small rubble pieces to do that in lots of areas in the zoo, which looks pretty cool, but it's quite a strong look, and this is a lot more subtle, especially for an older habitat like this. I think this ties us in really nicely. This is definitely one of the best things that Frontier have added to the game at any point, as far as I'm concerned, especially how you can colour match them so that they exactly match the walls that you're working with. So I'm just going to put a really subtle weathering on the paintwork at the bottom of this column here, and yeah, it just looks so good. We're going to need standoff barriers as well. Don't want people sticking their fingers through the fences, getting them nibbled off by a fox. So these will need to go in there. I normally use these aquatic fences for this purpose. I like the way they look, and they're quite generic, so they go well with any type of habitat really. They're a bit more modern looking, which is fine, because these would have been added when the aviary was retrofitted to hold the Arctic foxes. And then you can't get, or I can't get anyway, the terrain right up to the path, so I'm going to use some mulch pieces to hide the gap there. Once they're all planted up, that looks really good. Then we're going to put a concrete floor into their indoor area for easier cleaning, etc. Just copy this all the way around, and this is really useful for covering up any holes in the terrain and just giving that really clean look that you want from an indoor area, which for me anyway is one of the things that's hardest to master, or just get fairly good at, like I am. Not sure I've mastered it yet. Then we'll put in the glass roof that I mentioned, and then it is on to planting up the inside of the habitat, which is always one of my favourite bits of any build. It's kind of overwhelming when you first start. So many options in terms of foliage and things like that, but once you get into it, it is a lot of fun. There's no room for any large evergreen trees inside the habitat, obviously, so I've put a really big one just behind it, so that when you look at it from the front, you really get that sort of Arctic, very northerly feel to it, using some of the new vegetation that we've got as well, which I really like. But we don't want the enclosure itself looking bare, so I've used a couple of pretty sizable trees sort of hidden away under the terrain as well. We'll fill the inside of the habitat with a few more decals to give it that vintage look. Just these few finishing touches, and that is the Arctic Fox aviary done. The big project that I mentioned last week is still under construction, so this week we're going to be adding a brand new animal which I'm very excited about, and we're going to be adding it into somewhere that we've not been in a long time, the forest. So we finished the forest back in July when we added the clouded leopard, but I've identified a tiny little space that we're going to be able to squeeze these guys into just to the left of that willow tree there. It's just enough room for a little exhibit, and we'll be adding the fire salamander into that space. So this is the area that we've got to work with. Plenty of room for an exhibit, and it's always fun trying to get these 4-meter cubes to look interesting. If you remember the tree frogs and the scarab beetles, the way I normally do it is to use 2 exhibits next to each other and then put them at a slight angle and then build a building around it. But I decided to give myself a bit of a challenge this time, so I'm just going to use 1 exhibit box and see what we can do to try and make it look less like just a giant box sat next to the path. So I had a couple of different ideas of how to do that. The first one I tried was to see if I could completely pretty much hide it with natural or faux natural elements, tree trunks, rocks, waterfalls, etc. And I couldn't. I don't know if it's possible. Maybe somebody with more skill than me could do that, but I just couldn't get that to work. So having tried that for a bit, I went with my second idea, which was much more of a architectural style to it, and that is what we'll be doing here. So first thing I'm going to do is get some fire salamanders in there so that we can see what the inside of the box is going to look like. And I really like the inside of the exhibit for these guys. I think it's probably the best one in the game, or it's my favourite in the game anyway. It's really nicely designed. I love the way there's a sort of tree right in the middle of it, and I wanted to work with that and expand on what they've put inside the exhibit box. I've used the new path from the Europe pack as well, just as a little sort of entrance standing area for the guests. And then we're going to start putting the architectural elements in. It's an absolute nightmare trying to work with these exhibit boxes, because if you put anything anywhere near it, then you can't select it. The game will always select the exhibit box. There's been a lot of editing in this video to remove all the bits where I'm swearing violently and clicking 4,000 times in order just to select one column. But we got there in the end. You can see some of the original attempts at using more of a natural sort of elements to cover it up, which are still there at the moment, but I'll delete those in a second. Maybe one day we'll have smaller exhibits that are a bit more manageable, and the animals won't get lost in them. It'd be so good to have 3 different sizes, one half this size for the insects and the smaller amphibians and reptiles, one this size for some of the larger ones, maybe the Gila monster, it works pretty well in here, and then an even bigger one for the anacondas and boa constrictors, etc. But we'll make do with what we've got. So I'm adding some more elements around it to bring this together and try and create more of a cohesive whole. I've done this so there's a sort of visual flow from the lower columns up to the taller columns and then up to the exhibit itself and back down again. And we're going to start decorating it, just sort of tying everything in together, using some of the Africa pack pieces here to make the front of it a bit more interesting. And we'll copy these round to the rest of the exhibit in a second. While I do that, I just want to say a massive thank you to all of you for subscribing, because we now have 1,000 subscribers on the channel. I cannot believe it. It is amazing. So thank you so much to all of you. That has made me a very happy ZSH Plays indeed. So that's the front of it done. We're going to move on now to the inside. I mentioned that I wanted to expand on the tree that Frontier have put in here. So I'm using the bramble bushes upside down on the ceiling. And we're going to copy that all around to sort of feature that tree a bit more. And it also covers up the underside of the plaster ceiling, which is helpful because it's a bit of an expanse of white that's kind of dull. I don't really want that. So we'll cover a lot more of that up, and then also start thinking about the area around it. The planting around here is not great.
I've obviously upped my foliage game since we built the forest, 6 months ago. So I'm going to do a lot of work around here to make this look really nice. I'm going to be using a lot of the new periwinkle leaves, which just came in the Europe pack. These are absolutely brilliant for using along with the drin grass as always, and you can get some really nice natural looks using those. The foliage in the new Europe pack is so good. I'm going to use as much of it as possible. I'm also going to tidy up the top part of the exhibit box as well, so that everything ties in perfectly and there's none of the original exhibit visible. I really enjoyed being back in the forest and building here again. One of the few criticisms of Planet Zoo that I would have is that once you've built the habitat, put the animals in, and you've made sure that they're happy and adjusted it according to their needs, there's very little reason to ever go back to it. You know, occasionally if they have babies, when the babies mature, you might move them to a holding pen or sell them or release them or whatever, but that's pretty much it. Unless you screw up your work zones and the keepers are never going in, you don't really need to interact with them again, which is a bit of a shame. So it was really good to get back to one of the older areas of the zoo and do some more work in it. I want the top of the structure eventually to be completely covered in foliage, so I'm going to be using the moss decals, the new grapevines, which are brilliant. I've only just used those today really, so it contrasts with the white concrete, which, as you know, is something we always like to do in this zoo. We're going to use some vines as well and just really give it a lush look. With these exhibit boards, I find if you tilt them forward slightly, you can then hide them into the front panel of the exhibit, so it's just the screen coming out rather than having to have the box attached to it. So that's what I'm going to do here. I think it looks much better, or I prefer it anyway, like this. And we'll put those vines in that I mentioned earlier, and then do some work around the structure itself so that it feels like it's in its own little grove in the forest. I've stolen wholesale from Romana Palacios the technique of sinking the ponytail palms into the ground so they look like long grasses. I think that's a really brilliant look, so thanks to him for having that idea. A few more decals, and then that is the exhibit done. So I really hope you enjoyed this, and I will see you next time when I finally finish building the big habitat that I'm working on at the moment. Today we're going to be here in the land of the reptiles building a big habitat for alligators, bullfrogs and terrapins. But the backstory is this is one of the original Tekton buildings that used to be a monkey house, and now the zoo is going to retrofit it for a swamp exhibit, including a walk-through alligator exhibit. So let's get building. I cannot believe I built this twice in order to get a 10-second shot of the intro, but that's the kind of dedication I like to show. So yeah, the swamp. This has been on my mind for quite a while. If you remember way back when we built the Capuchin Tower, I spoke about how I had a couple of ideas of where to go with that area. Maybe a Americas area or maybe a primates area. And in the end, we decided to go with the primates. And that was sort of your consensus in the comments as well. So having decided to go with the primates there, I came up with some plans for an Americas area elsewhere in the zoo, and they kind of got out of hand pretty quickly. I ended up with this enormous area which would have required its own zoo really to do justice. So I abandoned the idea, but there was one aspect of it that I really liked, and I didn't want to just sort of throw that idea away, which was this walk-through swamp exhibit, which is what we're building here. It's going to contain the American alligator, and then within the same building, it'll also have American bullfrogs and the diamondback terrapin. So you can see I've actually copied the saltwater crocodile exhibit because I want a visual continuity between the habitats. But don't worry, when I finish, they're going to look very different indeed, both inside and out. It's just to get mainly the roof and the shape of it, and it also happens to be the perfect size to get some alligators in here. So in this building, I want at least 3 alligators and then the 2 exhibit buildings as well. So we've got the raised path in, and I'm just going to rough out the area where the exhibits are going to go. These are going to sit, they'll basically look like they're actually inside the habitat, although I'm using null barriers so that the game knows that they're not inside the habitat, which you can see here.
otherwise it's not going to work. So I've built the glass barriers all the way around the building, and then cut in with some null barriers around where the exhibits are going to go, and then deleted the glass ones, so we've still got a full habitat. And then I'm going to start dressing up the water. So I've looked at so many pictures of swamps in the United States to make this, and I'm trying to recreate as much of the vegetation that I saw as possible. So we're going to put a custom tree here. One of the features seems to be dead trees and then huge cypress trees, not the sort of cypress that we have in the game, a completely different type, which we don't have. I'm just going to use whatever I can find to make it look as close to the reference photos as possible. So I'm using a load of the dead Scotch pine here to make a big sort of dead custom tree. There seems to just be loads of tiny little trunks poking out of the water everywhere in all the photos I've looked at. I'm not sure even exactly what they are, but I'm just going to try and replicate it as much as I can. So this tree, I want it to be pretty sizable, which is why I'm using so many of the normal trees stuck together to get it to look big. And then this tree here, I forget what it's called, but this was really closely matching in terms of the foliage, a lot of the trees that I saw in the reference photo, so I'm going to use this a lot. And this also covers up the central column, so that when this is finished, it looks unique and not like the saltwater crocodile building that it's being copied from. So I'm going to cover up as much of it as possible. I want a really immersive environment here. And I want this to feel like a brand new building in the zoo, even though, like I said in the intro, this has been here since day one, but the zoo have decided to make a really immersive swamp experience in here. So I'm going to go absolutely crazy with the foliage and do a lot of work underwater as well. So using the long grass, which I really like the look of underwater, and then some of the new Europe pack pieces as well, the periwinkle leaves, which are one of my new favourite pieces in the game. They're so good. I think we used them in the fire salamander build, and I'm going to be putting them everywhere underwater here so that you get rid of that sort of bare terrain look that the game has by default and make it look really lush and swampy under here. This is the raised walkway, which is how this exhibit is going to work. So a word of warning, I'm building this in franchise mode, and I have encountered a bit of an issue with it. You won't get this in sandbox, but in franchise you will. Depending on where the alligators are in the water, sometimes the keepers and occasionally the guests will run away screaming. I think obviously alligators are not supposed to be a walk-through species, but I've seen designs, probably not as elaborate as this, but I've seen designs similar to this in zoos all over the world where you are on some sort of raised walkway and the alligators etc are below you. But unfortunately in Planet Zoo there's no real way to do that. If you run a path through the habitat, the game is just going to assume that it's a walk-through habitat, and obviously an actual walk-through habitat where the alligators could get to you would not be a good idea. So I have not really found a way around that. If you know of a way around that in franchise mode, then please let me know in the comments. But it still works pretty well, but occasionally you will have the odd guest running away screaming. It doesn't happen that often, and most of the time they seem to enjoy it, and they are very happy with the view of the alligators, as you would expect. So that's the way I'm going to keep it. I'm doing a little trick here. I can't remember who I saw doing this, but using the recolorable flowers and then basically making them all different shades of brown, and they look like dead leaves just laying on the floor, which looks really cool, especially for this type of habitat. So they're going to go absolutely everywhere. Getting back to the path, probably in a British zoo, I am not sure that people would make a habitat like this anymore, because while the guests are perfectly safe on the path, there's nothing to stop them throwing themselves into the alligator pool. Now, my personal opinion on that is, if you want to do that, go ahead. I don't think the world will be saddened by that loss, but in other countries in the world that are a bit less fussed about that kind of thing, you can still see habitats like this where if for some bizarre reason they wanted to, the guests could just dive in. So that's what I'm going to go with. I will be adding a load of mesh to the sides of the path later on, because obviously you don't want kids falling through the bars. That would definitely be a bad thing. Another thing I'm doing in this, which I'm really pleased with, is using the moss decals to place actually on the surface of the water to look like the sort of algae or weeds. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but obviously swamps are absolutely full of that. The water is always covered in sort of mats of green plant life, and the decals look absolutely amazing when you do that. That's one of the things that I'm most happy with in this habitat. But again, another issue I found, which I am going to raise with Frontier actually, is that I think the decals actually have a hitbox. So if you put like moss decals on the water, sometimes the alligators will actually climb up on them and walk Jesus style across the water before going back into the water again. I'm assuming that is not intended. I can't think of any reason why you would want the decals to have a hitbox. So I am going to raise that as an issue with Frontier, and hopefully that'll get fixed. Moving on, we're going to do a lot of work on vegetation around the back walls. You can see I've started putting decals in as well. So this habitat would have been restored to be absolutely perfect when the zoo decided to redo it. And then to go with the sort of decayed, swampy theme, they'll be essentially weathering the structure, just the surface of it, to make it look like it's old and decrepit. And I'm putting all sorts of decals everywhere, so it looks really, really worn, which is the sort of theme I'm going for, and that'll be continued on the outside of the habitat as well. Because I don't do a lot of theming in this zoo. I guess the aesthetic of the zoo is its own theme, so I try and make everything pristine white concrete. So in terms of actual theming, like you get in a modern zoo where each habitat tries to make you feel like you're in a different part of the world or whatever, I don't really do a lot of that. So I thought it'd be a lot of fun to do that here and really get that themed swampy vibe going on all the way through the habitat. Let's move on to the exhibits now. I mentioned at the start I wanted these to sit within the habitat. So the way I'm doing it is with those null barriers, the game won't consider this to be part of the habitat, so I can just put them here. And I'm going to build a hut around them so it fits in nicely with the theme, and the exhibits will sit within this hut, so it shouldn't look out of place. This will look like some little swamp hut at the end of the habitat, and then you'll be able to see the bullfrogs and the terrapins in here. So I'm just using loads of different wood pieces to put this together and trying to make it look as sort of run down and janky as possible. Just copy that over to the other side, and then we're going to build some viewing windows in so that the guests can see into the exhibits. It's kind of fun building with wood. That is not something that I ever do really. Everything's plaster pieces, as you know. So I'm using a lot of pieces here that I very, very rarely use. This is really simple, this little hut, but it took me quite a while to put it together just because I'm not used to using these pieces. So we're going to have this corrugated iron roof, which I think is from the Australia pack. It's a really, really cool roof. Such a good piece. It's been weathered and ruined really well, which is exactly the look that I want. So I'm going to put this roof on. And while I was building it, I was just thinking, what am I doing? This is so strange. And I finally realised that there isn't a single pitched roof in this zoo. Every roof is flat. Every building either has a flat roof or no roof at all. It was kind of weird trying to remember how to actually build these and what pieces you need to use to fill in the gaps. But I got there in the end, and I'm pretty happy with how it looks. It's this sort of rundown little shack. It sits really nicely into the habitat and doesn't get in the way. It's going to be off the ground, which a lot of these sort of swamp huts are. Obviously, you're in an area that is heavily waterlogged, and if that water level rises, having a house that's sat on the floor is not going to be a good idea. So I'm using some of the African pieces for the legs, and then this Arctic piece, which I absolutely love. There's like a set of these pieces to build sort of ruined ships with. I love them, and I've never ever used them because I've never found a use for them. So I'm very happy to finally have a reason to use those pieces. And finally, we're going to put that mesh in around the path, like I mentioned earlier, to keep the little kiddies safe as they're walking around the alligator habitat. And then we'll move on and take care of the final part of the build, the exterior. So this is the entrance that I've come up with, all the basics of it anyway. I've made it with the sort of signage that we'd normally use in the zoo, and then I'm going to bring this theme that we've had running throughout the whole build into it and make it look a lot more like a highly themed modern zoo build. And I'll be using loads of decals to weather it and make it look like it is old and swampy. Although, to be honest, I'm not sure anyone will ever build anything again in this game without putting decals everywhere. They're just so good. The backs of these plant panels are amazing. They're such good pieces. So I'm using those underneath the title, and then I'm going to rotate the title and sink this in so it follows the curve of the building and sits in nicely. So just a few more decals and plants to place in, and that is the swamp completed. It is immediately one of my favourite builds in the zoo. I absolutely love this. Next time, I think we are going to be tackling the nocturnal house, which is going to be a big build.
And news just in. Popular tourist attraction Tekton Zoo has announced a series of cost-cutting measures in reaction to what insiders have described as deep-rooted financial problems. A statement issued by the zoo this morning states that ticket prices are increasing, but the animals will remain.
Yes, it's true. We have some serious financial problems in this zoo. We're losing money to the tune of about $65,000 a year, which is not good, and we need to do something about it. And one of the issues I identified was here. There is an enormous gap with no animals or anything at all for the guests to do, really, in between Tekton Coast and the Crocodiles and Caimans exhibit. So today we're going to fill this space in with a new habitat for the Galapagos giant tortoises. I'm hoping that'll drag some more guests into this area. So to be perfectly honest, the main reason that we're having such financial problems is simply that I have the guests in this zoo capped to 2,500. I have done for a very long time now, and that is simply to keep the frame rate up, so it's more enjoyable to play and so that my videos are nice and smooth. And the zoo's got to the size now where that just isn't enough people to finance it, basically. Having spent the day adding all sorts of improvements to the zoo, gift shops, more food and drink stands, more education speakers, donation bins everywhere, all sorts of fairly boring stuff that I won't be subjecting you to. I also realised that this area, like I say, is devoid of anything interesting, and there's such a big walk. I'm thinking maybe that prevents guests from getting up here. So I'm getting pretty much no guests at all in the primates area, very few in the swamp that we just built. Mostly I think that's just because there's not enough guests in the zoo, but I also think potentially having this massive area with nothing in it is not helpful either. So I was looking at it and I thought, let's put a habitat in there. Looking at the size of it, the giant tortoises seem to be the perfect choice. I think the Aldabran giant tortoise was the first animal I ever bought in Planet Zoo on day one in the terrible zoo that everyone builds and then deletes after like 2 days. And then I had both the giant tortoises in London Zoo 1985, so they were not on my list of animals to add into this zoo. But as soon as I started building this, I realised how much I missed them, and I'm actually really happy that they are in this zoo now. So I'm building a nice, simple little habitat for them, give the guests a really good view of the tortoises, but also with a sizable indoor area for them for the winter. So the bit we're working on here is the indoor area. And the way that this is going to work is going to be similar to the Red Ruffed Lemur Lounge on the other side of where we are here. I'm going to cut viewing windows into the walls of the Grand Plaza so that people can see the tortoises when they're inside, which will be really useful for winter. And then the big outdoor area with the sort of curved walls that I've put in will be where they spend the majority of their time in summer. So there should be really good views regardless of the temperature outside. I noticed when I was making all the improvements to the zoo, because I had to have the zoo actually running rather than paused as it is most of the time, how infrequently it snows in this temperate map. I don't think it snowed once in all the time I played it, and I went through a good few years of in-game time. I was making all the adjustments and trying to see if I could save the zoo's finances. But it did get kind of cold a couple of times. So they will definitely be using that indoor area sometimes. I had a lot of fun trying to get the paths to be as close to the walls as possible, because I really didn't want to delete the main path that comes in from the Grand Plaza. Also, just while I'm doing this is the latest technique I'm using to cover up holes in the path. I've always used the plaster pieces and then just coloured them so they're similar to the path, which is not an ideal solution. But now that they've introduced the concrete panels, those things are absolutely perfect for covering up tarmac holes because it's textured more similarly to the tarmac. So moving on, let's get the barriers in. So I'm going to be using null barriers all the way around the habitat. And then when we get to the indoor part of it, I will switch some of those out for some one-way glass so that the guests can look through into the indoor habitat. Get the keeper gate in as well. and then we'll move on to decorating the inside of the habitat. So I'm going to put a water feature in, which I started off making ridiculously large. Don't know why I made it that big, but you'll see me make it a lot smaller soon. I'm trying out a new way of doing the concrete surrounding to the pool using these aquatic steps, just for a bit of variety. I normally use plaster panels, but I thought this might look quite nice. This whole habitat is influenced by the new Giants of the Galapagos habitat at London Zoo. They've just built a new home for their Galapagos giant tortoises. It's entirely indoor, all heated, but they've sort of built an outdoors indoors. So mine is actually outdoors, so it doesn't actually look very similar to theirs at all. But in the reference photo I was looking at, that's sort of how the little pool that they have in their habitat looked. So I wanted to try and replicate that. And then I'm going to use these arbor pieces for the fence. It's going to be quite a low fence so that adults can look over the wall, and then kids will be able to look through these if they're not tall enough to see over them. And while I finish putting that in, I should probably mention the nocturnal house, which is, I think, what you would have been expecting to see this week. That is still under construction. It's an absolute beast, and it is taking forever. I have almost finished the outside. It's taken a lot of building and then tearing down and then building again. But yeah, I've almost finished the outside. By the time that this video goes out, I should be well on my way with the 3 habitats that's going to be inside it. So hopefully next Saturday we'll see the nocturnal house episode. Anyway, let's get back to this build. You can see me using the Archer for scale there as well. That is on the workshop, the Angry Archer. That is absolutely invaluable for scaling up your habitats. It's the exact same size as the in-game guests. So if you want to know if guests are going to be able to see over a wall or not and things like that, that is what to use. You can see the back of the sea lion habitats in the background there, which I've coloured green so it's less visible. But I'm going to put some more trees and things like that in to hide that. And I mentioned that this was influenced by the new habitat at London Zoo, and I have just stolen their name wholesale. You know I love a ridiculous name for a habitat, and they've already created one for these guys, so I figured I'd just steal it. So we're just going to put the sign in here, which I really like. I think this is one of my favourite signs that I've done, using the in-game fonts and the in-game sign as well to get different text sizes. And now we'll make the viewing windows for the indoors part of the habitat. So I'm going to put some square viewing windows in here, just using a load of the window pieces sort of copied over each other to fill in the space so the window's exactly where I want it. We'll get a couple of those in, and we do get a lot of guests in the Grand Plaza, with it being the sort of central hub of the zoo, so we get a lot of people stood there as well as in the main viewing parts of the outdoor area. So I filled the whole habitat with sand, and now I'm going to fill parts of it in with grass to make it look nicer. The tortoises are pretty easy about what sort of brush you use to create the habitat, grass, sand, etc. So you can have pretty much free reign there. And then we'll put some enrichment items into the habitat and cover up some of the parts of the zoo that were never supposed to be seen, like where this mulch extends under the wall. When I designed this, it hadn't occurred to me to actually use parts of the surrounding wall for the Grand Plaza as a habitat, so I didn't pay much attention to what it looked like on the inside, but we can cover that up with these plaster pieces, and that's the indoor part of the habitat pretty much done. So we'll move on finally to all the last little touches that are needed on the outdoor part of the habitat. So a few more enrichment items, and then onto the planting. So sometimes when you put the enrichment items in, it kind of screws up the terrain, so I've just smoothed that back out there. Get some rocks in. Obviously can't make a habitat without rocks. There's actually not that many rocks in this habitat because I didn't want to take up too much of their usable area. They've got a pretty sizable hitbox, these guys, but obviously I don't want it to look barren either, so I'm concentrating mainly on plants and things like that that don't have hitbox. So around the edges we've got rocks and some of the bigger plants, and then we're going to use a load of smaller plants and grasses for the rest of it. I put some vines over the doors because I thought that looked kind of cool, and same as last week, I'm using the new hinge piece, which I love, to act as a sort of attachment point for where these vines are going to go on there. Just a nice little detail. I love these vines. I'll use them in pretty much any habitat that I have an excuse to use them in. And we'll just add a little nettle poking out of the wall. I love stuff like this with the cracks in the pavement and the moss. I had a comment, I can't remember who it's from, saying that with all the decals I was using, they love the clean look of my zoo and they don't want me to cover the habitats, etc. in decals. That won't be happening. I did go a bit decal crazy with the Arctic fox aviary because it was supposed to be a building that had been sort of here from the early days of the zoo and then cheaply retrofitted for the foxes. But for the majority of the habitats, we will still be sticking with the pristine white concrete look that I love. I'm just going to be using decals for the odd detail here and there. And that is the Galapagos giant tortoise habitat done. So let's get the tortoises in and I'll talk you through the outcome of my efforts to save the zoo's finances. So with all the improvements that I made, including this habitat, I managed to reduce the losses from 65,000 a year down to about 20,000 a year. And eventually I just had to bite the bullet and increase the guest cap by 500. So we now have 3,000 guests. And those two things together combined have got us back into the black. So we are finally not losing money anymore and we will not have to close the zoo. Although I have sacked quite a few members of staff, I'm afraid. Welcome to nighttime at Tekton Zoo. The reason it is nighttime is because we are finally going to build the nocturnal house. I have spent so long building this. This is the longest build I think I have ever done, but I am really, really happy with the final result. So let's jump in and get building. I can't even remember how long I've been talking about this nocturnal house for, but I'm so excited to finally be building it. I've been doing this for about 2 weeks, I think. I took a break to build the Galapagos giant tortoise habitat that we did last week, but there's just so much going on in this build. As you can see, we're in between the Arctic Fox Den and the Cheetah Conservation Centre, and this is where we're going to build the nocturnal house. So it's going to be pretty sizable. These wooden walls mark out the area that it's going to take up. It's going to be circular, surprise, surprise, but there's a very good reason for that, which is to do with the way that nocturnal houses work. So for a start, in Planet Zoo, they don't. Frontier sort of ignore the whole nocturnal thing in the game. There's loads of animals in the game where it doesn't even mention in the Zoopedia that they're nocturnal. I think because of the way that the time and the seasons and everything else works in the game, they didn't really have a way of making nocturnal houses work, so they just decided to kind of ignore it, which is fair enough. I can't really think of how you would get proper nocturnal houses into Planet Zoo unless you had the ability to define a building as being a nocturnal house, and the lighting engine would work completely different in there. So I'm guessing that's why there's no sort of facility for it in the game. But with this being a franchise zoo, I'm simply going to switch it into sandbox mode to finish off the inside, blueprint what I build, and then bring it back into our franchise zoo to complete it. And you'll see in the end cinematics when I load it into sandbox mode and change the time to midnight that it really does look like a nocturnal house. So you're seeing a lot of white concrete here, no surprise, but that is going to change. This is going to be built in the brutalist style, which is much more untreated concrete. You can see I've changed it to grey now. I've decided to call it the Night House as well. Thought that was a nice simple name. So yeah, lots of untreated concrete, and then I'm going to rely on texture, which I'm doing here, to make it look interesting rather than just making it white and having it automatically look nice. I'm not actually a huge fan of the brutalist style normally, but I thought it really suited this nocturnal house. We're going to imagine this was built back in maybe the 60s, so 30 years or so after the zoo started, when brutalism was the architectural style of the moment. So this is influenced by the Elephant House at London Zoo and pretty much every car park and municipal building built in the UK in the 60s and 70s. It just seemed to suit this sort of monumental structure. For the entrance though that we're starting here, I'll be moving away from the brutalist aesthetic and doing a much more sort of arty, I don't know what you call it, postmodern maybe, yeah, we'll say postmodern design to make it interesting and make sure it sits in with the rest of the zoo isn't just a lump of giant concrete. while I finish that, we should probably talk about what animals are going to go in here. So we're going to have 5 species in here, all nocturnal, of course. So we're going to have aardvarks, Chinese pangolins, fennec foxes, and both types of giant scorpion, the desert and the forest. So lots going on inside the building, which we'll get to later, but that is why it is so big. There is a lot to get in here. The shape of this building is one of the reasons it took so long to build, so trying to work out how the habitats inside would work when there needed to be 3 habitats along with a couple of exhibits in there made it really, really difficult to calculate the area of how big it would need to be, unless you're a mathematical genius or just a lot more intelligent than me, trying to work out how big enclosures would be when they were arranged in a long circular line around the inside of a massive circle that was then split into 3. It was way beyond my capabilities. So when I first started building this, I got quite far into the build and then started putting habitats in, realised I just made it way too small. There was absolutely no way I could fit 3 habitats, 2 exhibits and the guests in there. So I had to tear it all down and start again, which was annoying, but it was definitely worth it. I didn't want to cut down on the number of species I had in here or anything like that. So yeah, tearing it down and starting it again was pretty much the only option available to me. And we'll talk a bit about building nocturnal houses IRL, but firstly let's finish off the outside of the building. So I've just built a ventilation system here to go up on the roof, and when I built the habitat itself, I actually copied it on top of itself and then rotated it backwards so the whole building is on an angled away from the entrance to make the entrance look more imposing. Going to use some of the in-game statues, which I hardly ever do here, but I really like this fennec fox one, and obviously that is one of the animals that this is going to hold. So I'm going to make a little display out of those. I did experiment with some plants at the top, but I just didn't think they fitted, so there's a really nice sort of mural of various leaves and ferns, etc. in the game, so I decided to use that instead. So we'll put that up there to serve as a backdrop for the statues, and that is the entrance pretty much done. Just needs some signage, which we will add in later, and a few touch-ups here and there just to make sure everything looks perfect. But yeah, I'm really happy with the outside of this building. Going to put some really subtle decals on just in the joins where bits of concrete meet, places that wouldn't get cleaned on a daily basis, and then put one of these Africa pieces in, which I used before in Lemur Heights, which I really like for some continuity. I decided to raise the statue up a bit so it's more visible as you're walking up towards the nocturnal house. So I've just put this sort of plinth in for the statues to stand on. And then we'll move on and start decorating the area around it. So I did on the Crocodiles and Caimans house use these temple pieces to sort of cover up the gaps where the path didn't quite meet the habitat. And ever since the decals came out, I've been using moss and decals and things like that to do that instead. But I thought that looked really good with the giant brutalist structure behind it to have this rubble everywhere. So I'm going to use this to fill in the gaps here, and I really like how it looks. And then beside the habitat on either side as you walk up to it, I'm going to plant a garden, so that you do get some of the contrast between foliage and concrete that is one of the main features of this zoo. So I'm just going to copy that across to the other side, and then we will get started on the garden. I'm going to use the periwinkle leaves again. I just noticed when I was building this that there's 2 types of periwinkle leaves. One that's the sort of faded green that I used for the salamander exhibit, and then one that's a much lusher green. And if you mix them together, you get really nice sort of grass effect. So I'm planting some flowers in a border along here, and I'm going to fill the rest of the space in with the periwinkle leaves. And you'll see as I put them in, as it starts to come together, it just gives a really interesting texture to the area, and so it's not just this giant expanse of one colour of green. It really works. I think I'm going to be doing a lot more of this around Tekton Zoo when I get the time, because I just really like the way this looks. And then a few more of these palms sunk down into the ground, and I'm going to join it up with the gorilla project that sits behind it here. And that is the externals of the building done, apart from a few details which we'll come back to later. But let's move on to the inside of the building and start the really difficult bit. So on the inside of the building, I'm going to be building one habitat in a circle all the way around the building, which I will then split into 3 separate habitats for the aardvarks, pangolins and foxes. And the reason I've done this is to try and combat one of the issues that they have with nocturnal houses IRL. So the main issue, I guess, with building a nocturnal house, apart from the whole having to reverse the lighting, which is tricky, is the size of their habitats. So if you're outside in a zoo and you're looking at a sort of a medium-sized animal in a decent-sized enclosure, if that animal happens to be on the other side of the enclosure to where you are, it's not ideal. Obviously it would be better if it was right next to you, but you can still see it and you'll still be happy. If you have an enclosure the same size as that in a nocturnal house, where it's practically pitch black and the animals on the other side of the enclosure, you're literally not going to see it. So there's a real problem that zoos have trying to keep the animals visible, and the simplest way to solve that problem is just to give them really small habitats. Then they're never too far away from the glass and the guests can see them. Obviously it's not ideal though, because now the animals have only got a tiny little habitat to live in. Now in real life, zoos have budgets. Happily in Planet Zoo, despite our money troubles last week, pretty much the cheapest thing to do in this game is building habitats. So you can build, I think this habitat cost something like $35,000 when it was finished. Building things is like the cheapest thing in the game, so luckily I don't have to worry about any of the things that real zoos worry about when it comes to the build itself. So I've decided to solve the problem of keeping the animals close enough to the glass to be seen by building these circular habitats. So each habitat is only 4 meters deep, so the furthest away realistically an animal is going to be from a guest is about 3.5 meters, which is doable. But because they run all the way around the entire circumference of the building, the habitats are big, and the fennec foxes and the pangolins have the recommended amount of space in the game, which is very generous. So they always work with the largest possible recommended measurement in Planet Zoo. And the aardvarks have their exact recommended amount of space, though unfortunately due to the way the hitboxes work in the game, once the enclosure's planted up, they are slightly below their space, but they're still, I think their welfare's on 92% if I recall correctly. And obviously IRL, they wouldn't have to give each shrub in their enclosure like a meter's wide berth as they walked around it, so that doesn't bother me. This did bother me, however. This sort of surround at the bottom of the glass, I just could not get this to rotate and look clean for some reason, so I had to individually place each one of these blocks on the floor, which was not fun. This took a very long time indeed to individually rotate each of these into place, but it does look nice and clean when it's finished, which is the main thing. I just put the paths in, which you'll have seen, and then just lifted the floor up to check that they were in the right place. So the path runs all the way around the barriers, pretty much where we are here, so the guests can get right up to it. And then there's a central path that you can't see hidden under the false path that I've put in, so that the guests can walk into the middle as well. And when we put the exhibits in a minute, they all link up, so the guests can go and look in each side of the exhibits as well. So yeah, cut a lot of this out because it would have been a very long sequence indeed, but we have got the surround in nicely, and then I'm going to copy that up and use it as a wall as well. And just by accident really, as I copied it up, I knew it was going to sort of break through the roof at some point, so I was then going to have to go in and lower each block back down so that they fitted without going outside the roof. But when I went outside to check it, I actually really liked the way it looked. I thought it made the roof look a lot more interesting. So in the end, I actually used this as a water collection and guttering system, which I'm going to put in here. So the water will collect around this wall, drain through the drains I put in a minute, and then flow down these gutters to be disposed of. And when you're working with a roof as big as this, anything at all you can think of to add detail to it is going to be really important, because they will look really plain and just dull if they don't have anything added to them. So I was really happy to sort of accidentally come up with this drainage system idea. You can see some roof hatches as well, which I've used before in this zoo. They are made by the incredible PS Vision Gaming, which is the new name for Creative Games, who is one of my favourite creators. They are absolutely incredible. If you aren't familiar with their work, check them out. They've got a YouTube channel. They're linked on my main channel page. Easily one of the best Planet Zoo builders around. They do stuff where I don't even know how they've done what they've done. They are absolutely amazing, so definitely check them out. Let's move on and start putting in the lights, which is obviously one of the most important things in a nocturnal house, because that's how the whole thing works. One of the main influences on the lighting on the inside of this building was an art installation at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. So they're going to be suspended from the ceiling. There was going to be a lot more than I ended up with, but unfortunately there's no way to get the lights to be dim enough to then have hundreds of them and it not be too bright, because obviously the nocturnal house can't be too bright. I've used the new lights from the Europe pack with being LED lights, which is what they often use in real nocturnal houses. It enabled you to have quite bright lighting but control the decay of the lighting so it doesn't spread too far, so that the guests are able to see where they're walking around without bumping into stuff, but the lights don't actually extend into the animals' habitats, so it's still dark enough in there for them to feel like it's nighttime. I put some solid barriers in by the door, which will be covered up with concrete just to stop the guests from stopping there to look into the habitats. And now we're putting in something I've never used before, one of the new features in the game, the burrow. So this is really cool, and you can attach a habitat camera to it so that the guests and you can see the aardvarks when they are in their burrow. And then it's time to finish planting up the other habitats, take care of the pangolins and the fennec foxes. Pretty bare bones in here. You don't want the animals to be obscured by too many shrubs, etc. when it's going to be super dark. We'll put the exhibits in, just a really simple design here to tie it in with the rest of the building. So some big concrete structures here. This is going to be the first exhibit I've ever used in the zoo where you can actually walk around and look at it from all four sides like they're designed to be. I always sort of hide them away in buildings to make them look more interesting. Normally you can only look through the front window. This one you can actually walk all the way around it like you can do normally. You can still never see the animals in there though, obviously, with it being Planet Zoo. And then we'll move on and put in the screen for the burrow cam that I mentioned. So this is going to sit right in the centre. Just build a little custom stand for it, and this will enable the guests to see the aardvarks when they're down in their burrows. Now we do have a problem, which is what is it going to look like in the dark? So as I mentioned right at the start of the video, I'm going to do that in sandbox mode. So the way that I've done it is right in the centre of the building I've placed one of my favourite pieces, the hinge, into the floor. And then I loaded the zoo in sandbox mode, made it in the middle of the night, and put in all the lighting and adjusted everything so it looked perfect. And then I grouped together everything that I'd added in, including the little hinge, and saved it as a blueprint. Opened the zoo back in franchise mode, loaded the blueprint in, aligned the hinge from the blueprint with the hinge from the franchise zoo, and it fitted in perfectly. And that is the night house completed. This is definitely the most complex thing I've built, and possibly my favourite. I absolutely love what this looks like when it's properly dark inside. Today we're going to complete the primates area at Tekton Zoo, which means I finally get to show off this entrance arch that I built a couple of months ago. We're going to be adding a habitat for chimpanzees and doing all the things that we need to do to make this entire area look beautiful. So let's get started. So this entrance is inspired by the gates at Jurassic Park. I built it, like I say, a couple of months ago when I was in the middle of doing something else, and it's just been kind of sat next to the unfinished primate area, waiting for me to finish it really. So we're going to get the chimps in, but first I want to get the whole area looking good. So we're going to have two entrances, this one that I'm building here, and the one that you saw at the start, which is already in place. And then we're going to do some work on the paths and the land in between this entrance and where the animals are before we get to building a chimp habitat. So we actually started this area of the zoo back in October. I just checked. I can't believe it was that long ago. So we built the Capuchin Tower, and then later on we added the gorillas. And now it is time to get it all finished off with some chimpanzees. In this area here, I thought it'd be kind of fun to put in a sort of Easter egg. So this is the original habitat for the sun bears before we built Sun Bear Towers, based on the bear ravine at Dudley Zoo, which I built and decided I wasn't happy keeping bears in it at all. So tore it down and replaced it with what's in the zoo now. But I found it in my blueprints the other day, so I thought it'd be cool to add a sort of original habitat that's no longer used, which you often find in zoos. So I'm just going to sit this into the terrain here. Wouldn't be an episode of Tekton Zoo these days without using the hinge, so I'm just going to drop it in there, like the barriers have I don't know, fallen off or been removed there, and the original metal supports are still inside it. And then we're just going to drop a sign in here so that we have somewhere to put the custom sign I'm going to put in explaining the history of that habitat. It is time to move on and start the chimp habitat. So the concept for this is that I want this to be a companion piece to the gorilla habitat opposite. So parts of it are going to be exactly the same, parts of it are going to be very similar, parts of it are going to be completely different depending on the needs of the chimps basically. So for the fences, I'm going to use the same style that I did for the gorillas, but these will need to be much taller. So in game you need a 5 meter high fence to keep the chimps in, and I checked and that is the correct height for chimps. Apparently 5.2 meters is the minimum safe requirement to keep chimps in. That is one of the things that you need to remember about chimps if you want to build a vaguely realistic chimp habitat like this. Those guys are like the ultimate escape artists. They're pretty much as intelligent as a human, they're far stronger than a human, they're far more agile than a human, and if they're in the mood, they can tear your face off. So you need to be pretty careful about keeping them, and guest safety needs to be uppermost in your thoughts, as well as keeping the animals happy as always. So yeah, we've got some big 5 meter walls, and I've actually used in-game barriers for almost the first time in the zoo. We use them for the Cheetah Conservation Centre, but these concrete walls, I've always liked them, but they're so plain, and they just stand out so much as just being boring in-game habitats that I tend to normally make my own, which is kind of frustrating, spending ages building a concrete wall when the game already has them in it. But I realised that now we've got decals, you can actually make the in-game walls look interesting using the decals so that they don't look so basic and uniform. So that is what the back side of the habitat will be built out of. Most of it will be obscured by, foliage and distance anyway. I also found that chimps love sprinklers, but you have to keep the sprinkler out of reach, because obviously they're very curious and very strong, and they will do much like a child would do and sort of tear it to pieces to find out how it works. So I built a little cage around the sprinkler, which is way too small, so I do go back and make that much bigger in a second. And then the centerpiece of this habitat is going to be a version of the entrance arch, but sort of collapsing. It's a sort of Planet of the Apes kind of reference, I guess. And we're going to leave this sort of leaned over in the middle of the habitat, and then cover it in various climbing apparatus so that the chimps can get up here. And it looks very cool when the chimps are sat at the top of it. So we've got some climbable vines, we've got some of the climbing platforms that the chimps can use as part of their enrichment, and I'm going to cover this with those, and they do spend quite a lot of their time running up and down vines and sitting on top of the structure, which is exactly what I wanted when I built it, so that is pretty pleasing. And as always, when I'm using any of these vines or anything, always put something in for them to be attached to, so they're not just disappearing into a tree or into a structure. I always make sure that there's some sort of attachment for them. And we're going to add them to these trees, which are climbable, so the chimps would also climb the trees as well. Well, this one on the left is climbable. I'm not sure about the sausage tree. I don't think that is actually, but I put a couple of the new climbable branches into it so that they can still get up there. And yeah, they spend a lot of time running, jumping and climbing around the habitat, which is really cool. And it's a good contrast to the gorillas, who are obviously a lot more slower paced and a lot more ground based than the chimps. I discovered when I was building it as well, for a while now it's been frustrating me that the guests just don't seem to spend much time looking at the gorillas. And when I was building the chimps, I was having the same thing. And I discovered that the big glass panel pieces, which I used to build the gorillas, and at this point in the speed build I'm using for the chimps as well, the guests can't see through them. I thought Frontier had fixed that, but apparently they only fixed it for the small glass panels and not the large ones. So yeah, don't use those as habitat barriers because it does not work. So I deleted them and replaced the null barriers with glass barriers and just adjusted everything around them to make them fit in. And it still looks really good, and now the guests can actually stop and look at the animals rather than walking straight past them, which is what they were doing before, which I think is one of the reasons I was spending like $10,000 feeding the gorillas and getting about $300 in donations, which is one of the major causes of the zoo's financial issues. So that is going to go a long way to helping. Going to do a load of foliage as always, and a lot of terrain painting and loads of rocks. You know I love my rocks. The African tropical biome, which you have to use for the chimps, is pretty limiting in terms of plants, but I make a lot of use of the custard apple tree sunk into the ground to serve as bushes and foliage and things like that. That works pretty well. I think it looks pretty decent when it's done in terms of the foliage. We're going to put in some decals here. I figure if this is sat in the middle of a chimp's enclosure, chimps are pretty filthy. I figured it would get pretty dirty. I'm sure the zoo would clean it on a daily basis, but I thought it'd be fun to have some muck, shall we say, on the face of it where they're climbing up. Going to put some moss on the front of all of these barriers to make it a bit less stark looking, bring it into all the foliage that's in on the paths. I think I mentioned when we built the gorillas that I wanted it to be a really immersive environment, so there was a lot of foliage in between all the paths. This indoor viewing area is literally copy and pasted from the gorillas because I want a visual continuity there, so no real changes apart from the lettering. And then finally, we're going to do something which I've heard is controversial, although not really for me, but we're going to add some hot wire in. So I mentioned the whole chimps ripping your face off thing and the importance of guest safety. So as well as the 5-meter high barriers, we're going to have hot wire running around the top. Now the likelihood of the chimps ever getting up this high is tiny, but this is there as an extra security measure in case a tree blows over or a keeper accidentally leaves something up against the walls, something that's going to allow the chimps to get up here. So I don't personally have an issue with hot wire in zoos. If you've ever touched an electric fence, which for some reason as a child I found quite amusing and did on numerous occasions, it doesn't actually hurt. It throws you backwards, it feels weird, but it doesn't really hurt. And with the animals, in the incredibly unlikely event they ever touch the hot wire, it will literally just give them a shock. It's not painful as far as I'm aware, so not something that I've got an issue with using here. But like I say, the likelihood of them ever touching this anyway would be very small in real life and a 0 in Planet Zoo, so I'm quite happy to add it. And that is the finishing touch to the habitat. Really hope you enjoy it. I'm so glad this primates area is finally finished. Today we're going to be finishing the desert area of our zoo with the build I'm calling Reptiles of the Desert. So this little area of the desert has been earmarked for a build pretty much since we built Meerkat Manor, and today is the day. So one of the limitations of building a desert area in a zoo that is set in England, of course, is that most of the desert animals are not going to be particularly happy with the climate for a lot of the year. So I used 2 of the animals that I thought would be suitable for a colder climate, namely the meerkats and the Gemsbok. And then here we're going to put in a reptile house for desert reptiles. Obviously they'll all be inside, so no need to worry about the weather. And we're going to do one of my favourite things to do in this game, which is try and make the exhibits look good. So I've done this a few times. I know a lot of people don't like the exhibits in this game because of how limited they are. but I really enjoy the challenge of trying to make them look good, and I've got a idea to bring them together for this build here. So we're going to have 3 exhibits all together, one for the blue-tongued lizard, one for the Gila monster, and one for the eastern brown snake. And what I want to achieve is to have one long area of desert that looks like one environment and then just has glass separators in it to keep the animals apart, rather than looking like 3 4-meter square boxes next to each other. I'm using this big rock wall at the back, which I'd already put in there back when we first built the desert, to serve as a backdrop for all the exhibits. And I'm going to use a little trick to join the terrain inside all the exhibits together. And the trick that I came up with is to use the mud panels as a sort of substitute for the sand at the bottom of the enclosures, and then put that in between them, so that there's a sort of continuity of the sand from one exhibit into the next, so it looks like it's all one environment. And then I'll fill up behind it with rocks and plants and things like that, and I'm really pleased with how it's turned out. I think it looks really good. If you get the colour right, which I'll do in a second, then it really does match up well. I'm going to put some decals in to make it look like there's more of the little holes for the animals to sit in. This is something I've been trying to get to work for ages. I think I mentioned it when we built the fire salamander exhibit, and I feel like I finally got somewhere with it and finally got something that I'm happy with. And once the rest of the building's in and everything else, it looks really good. Now we're on to the building parts of the build. So it's time to get the plaster out. Now I want to give a big shout out at this point to one of my wonderful subscribers, A Pan with No Plan, who pointed out that despite having themed the entrances to each of these areas off the main plaza with a colour scheme, I don't actually really return to that colour scheme at any point in the builds. So we've got green for the forest, this sort of mustard yellow for the desert, grey for the coast, and then a different shade of green for the jungle. And they are quite right. Obviously, white concrete is the name of the game here. That is what I love to build in. But it would actually be really interesting to try and bring some of the other colours into the builds in a sort of subtle way where possible. So thank you so much for that suggestion. I'm actually going to use that in this build. So the bottom part of the build here is going to be coloured to match the desert colour scheme a little while later on. But don't worry, white concrete will still be the main sort of building material that we use, because that is the look that we've established for the zoo, and that is the look that I love. That will not be going anywhere. But yeah, it's going to be good to get some slightly more varied colours in as and when we can. Speaking about the look, I've used a lot of African architectural influences in the desert build so far. A lot of North African influences for the Meerkat Manor and the Scarab beetles, and then more of a modernist Moroccan influence for the Gemsbok habitat. I've moved away from that a bit with this build because I want to tie it in really with some of the other exhibit builds in the zoo. But I've used a lot of the African trim pieces which I used to build the Scarab beetle temple, so that it still has a resemblance to those builds and hopefully fits in nicely. Always a juggling act between having a theme and a continuity so that everything fits together nicely, whilst also trying to come up with something unique and interesting. So hopefully I achieve that, but you guys will be the judge of that. I'm going to put some really thin columns in to the joins between each of the exhibits so that you can still see the sort of fake sand that I made earlier, because I don't want to detract from that look and make sure it does still look like a sort of panorama. We'll put the decals in that I mentioned earlier, and then the trim pieces to tie it in with the look of the Scarab beetle temple, and then we'll sort out the roof just using a load of plaster panels. Really difficult to use any of the gridded pieces in a sort of irregularly shaped build like this, so I'm just going to do it the hard way with a load of small plaster pieces, which takes a while. But if you want this sort of flowing lines that I like in this zoo, then you got to put the work in. So the roof looks like an absolute mess at the moment, but once it's all done, it looks good. It just needs enough plaster pieces to cover up all the gaps. I'm leaving some windows in the roof because I love the way the light falls inside the habitat in the evening. You can see when you look at the central exhibit, there's just this shaft of light that shines in there. So I can't get rid of the holes in the roof because I am too attached to that now. So I'm going to leave them as windows, make sure we get lots of light in here. It's also quite close to the edge of the Grand Plaza, so you don't want the walls blocking out all the light. Putting some plants in the gaps between the exhibits, again, just to sort of sell that idea that it's all one habitat. And I think that does a pretty good job of it. These dead trees and then a few shrubs and things like that, positioning them to make sure they don't break through the glass. Then I'm going to try something new with the exhibit information boards and have these sort of horizontally so that they are facing directly forward rather than at the bottom where they'd normally be. Really like how it looks when they're in there. I've put 4 in, even though there's only 3 animals because I wanted the symmetry. So one of them I'm going to replace with a sort of generic zoo information board. And then we'll go into Photoshop and make custom exhibit signs for each of the 3 animals that are in here. I realised when I was walking around the zoo the other day that when I first started doing the exhibits, I didn't put any custom signs in for them. I guess I thought they were too small to bother with. I've done them for all the recent ones we've done, the fire salamanders, the giant leaf insects, etc. But I do need to go back and do some for the tree frogs and the snakes, just so that there's a continuity throughout the zoo. And then get onto the signs. So this was actually really hard to get in the centre where I wanted it to be. Ended up using 3 of the Australian signs, hiding them in the wall, and then spreading the title across all 3 of them so that I could sink it in. This wall's curved, as is the whole building. So I can't just put signs in a row. They've got to go in a very specific place and then be rotated. But I really like how it looks in the end. These paths can't be removed. I really wish there were some natural paths in this game that didn't have these random path markers in it that look terrible. So I've covered that up with a sort of plant display. Ideally that wouldn't be there because I'd like the guest to be able to walk the whole length of the building rather than having to sort of go into each exhibit. So if we ever get a proper natural path with no curb markers, these will be deleted. But for now, I much prefer the look of this than just having random bits of wood sticking out of the ground. If nothing else, it just looks like a massive trip hazard. Finally, we'll put some hanging baskets in, just for a bit of green, and that is the Reptiles of the Desert exhibit done. Next episode, we're going to be building the last of the original designs for the zoo. I am so excited to build that. It is definitely going to be the most ridiculous thing I've ever built. Here in Tekton Zoo, we have a new area to start today, and for the first time ever, it is going to be themed. So let's jump in and start building. So I've spoken for ages now about the crazy giant otter habitat. That was the first thing I ever designed for this zoo, and how I was trying to find a way to get it into the zoo somewhere. So after the last episode, I went into my little sandbox park and started experimenting with the build. And quickly I decided to expand it into a whole South American area. Unfortunately, when I started building it, I realised that there was just no way to get it to work in franchise mode because the space requirements for the otters are just so huge that it kind of ruined the design. So I had to go back to the drawing board and redesign the entire area, which is what we're going to build today. The original habitat I'm still really want to build, so I think I'm going to do a standalone sandbox habitat of that and just put that out as a sort of video on its own. But yeah, we're going to start a South American area today. We don't have any areas in the zoo themed by geography. I think I discussed that like way back in, I don't know, episode 2 or something like that. That I wanted all the areas in the zoo to be themed by habitat rather than geography because it gives you more freedom with the animals. Hence why we have the forest and jungle, coast and desert areas, etc. So then we did Land of the Reptiles, which is obviously themed by type of animal. But with these otters, because there was no room for them in the coastal area, and they don't live on the coast either, so it wouldn't have made any sense, I decided I wanted to do a South American area so it can get 2 more of my favourite animals in. So as well as the giant otters, this area is going to have giant anteaters and jaguar as well. And I'm going to leave a little bit of space just in case we get anything else that I want to add in. I'd really like to have some really small monkeys, tamarins, marmosets, that kind of thing. any small South American monkey, so we're going to leave a bit of space for that. And like I say, this is going to be themed, which is something we've never explored in the zoo before. The traditional way to do a South America area in a zoo is either to do a cheesy Mayan temple or to do a cheesy ruins of Machu Picchu kind of build. So what I've decided to do is put a bit of a Tekton spin on that idea. So I'm going to create something inspired by the ruins of Machu Picchu, but with these Tektons looming out of it. So it's going to be a mixture of this sort of ruined dry stone walling and then the big white concrete structures that we like to have in this zoo. So one of the key features of Machu Picchu is these terraces where, although the whole thing is sloping upwards rather than going up in a slope, it rises up in terraces with these retaining walls between each level. So that means I'm going to do a lot of work with the terrain tool. And if you've been following this series, you know I hate the terrain tool. I am so bad at using it. But I'm going to do my best with this. So yeah, a lot of work to get these rising up in terraces rather than a slope. And then I've built these custom walls to hold everything together. So using the new cobblestone wall, I think it's called, from the Europe pack. And then I've just put loads of the new small faux rocks into it as well to make it look more interesting and a lot more aged. And this is going to be the main feature of the first part of this build. What we're working on here is going to be the giant anteater habitat. And then to the left of it, we're going to have the giant otter habitat. And those big blue boxes that you can see in the background are going to be the start of the next level, which is going to be some huge water tanks for the otters so that we get the underwater viewing with the animals right in front of you and above you. And I think that's going to look really cool. I want the final effects to look like, rather than being invaded by the Spanish and wiped out, that these cultures in South America carried on and at some point discovered reinforced concrete, obviously. So it's going to be a real sort of clash of old and new architecture, which I think will be really interesting and a pretty striking look, and hopefully take it away from the super cheesy South American temple kind of vibe, which you see in a lot of zoos in real life. So I'm going to put some null barriers in here all the way around this habitat, and then some of those will be converted into fencing later on, so that the anteaters don't get out. And what I'm going to concentrate on doing today is getting the first level as close to completed as possible. So this giant anteater habitat and the first part of the giant otter habitat. This area we're seeing now is going to be the central path that the guests walk up. So they're going to be, the idea is that they're going to be surrounded by animals on both sides. Using these temple pieces, which I never use, but I want some, like I say, highly themed areas at the front. So this is going to be the indoor area for the anteater, which obviously they'll need being in England. And then, like I say, looming up behind it, we'll have the big white concrete architecture. So it should look really impressive from the ground level where our little angry archer is stood at the moment. And then next week, we will continue and start building the massive modernist structure that is going to go behind here. And then finally, we'll move on to the huge jaguar habitat that is going to sit behind that. I think I'm going to have the first ever animal bridge as well in this habitat. I want the otters to be able to walk between the two pools that they're going to have. I'm not 100% on that yet, but you can see the white boxes behind where we are now. Those are going to be the staff buildings, because this area will need all its own dedicated staff areas. So there may be a bridge there, there may not. It depends on whether I can get the staff facilities in as well as all the habitat. It's going to be a big project, as you can tell, so I really want to make sure that I get everything right and make it all look as perfect as possible, because it is going to take up a big chunk of what remains to build in Tekton Zoo. I feel like we are drawing slightly closer to the end of this zoo, which we have been building for about 10 months now, but there's still quite a bit of room left. I'm really looking forward to seeing what the next DLC is going to be, so that we can make some plans based off that as well. So we're going to start finishing off the giant anteater habitat here. Obviously they're going to have the termite mounds, which is such a feature of where they live IRL, and then a forage box as well, which we're going to disguise as always with more of these ruined wall pieces. I really like how this looks when it's done. It just fits in really nicely with the surrounding area. Be interested to see what you guys think of the next DLC as well. What are you looking forward to? What would you like it to be? I think there's even a possibility maybe it could be another sort of South American pack, maybe an Amazon animal pack. Seems like the next one might be an animal pack if they follow the pattern that they have done for the past year or so. If it is another South American animal pack, that could be very useful for this area. Like I say, I am leaving some space at the front for a smaller animal. There's, all sorts of iconic animals from that part of the world that would be very good to have in the zoo. Capybara, obviously. Some little coatis running around as well would be amazing, or even smaller agoutis. They would make a really good exhibit if you could just have them sort of running around, maybe in a walkthrough or something like that. Let's move on to the next level of the otters though. So this here is the start of the modernist part of the build. Building one of the circular tanks that I like to do, but this is a bit smaller than the ones that I normally do, so I've had to come up with a new technique for it. So rather than using the 1 meter plaster panels like I normally do, I'm using the plaster pillars, I think they are. I can't remember exactly what they're called, but they're about half the width, which means they are twice as smooth when you turn them into a circle, which is really useful because I wasn't happy with the look using the old pieces. And then the otters are going to need to be able to get up here, obviously, so we're going to do some terrain work to make a pathway up there so they can get from the lower part of their exhibit up to here. This little bit here is not going to look good by the end of this episode because that is a job for next week's episode, but it just gives the sort of basics of what is going to happen here to get the otters from one part of their enclosure into the next. And I think this tank is going to look absolutely amazing when it's finished for the guest viewing. They'll be able to stand in front of it and see the otters, and then that piece that I'm moving just there is going to form the bridge. They will walk under that to get into the next part of the habitat with the jaguar. Potentially the otters will walk over it to get into another part of their habitat. I think that's going to look pretty cool. And I'm also putting in a little pond on the ground level for them as well. I wanted to try and make a better concrete lined pond than I have done previously using this new technique that I'm doing here. So yeah, I'm lining this pond with these plaster panels, which I'm going to duplicate and then dig out the pond so that it looks more like a realistic one that you'd find in a zoo. I have done little bits of this kind of thing before, but I've never really gone all the way with lining the whole thing with concrete in this kind of way. So it's going to look a little janky at this point, and then I'm going to go in and fix up all the holes and get it looking really smooth. So we're going to be using decals, foliage, some more plaster pieces, loads of different stuff to get this looking as smooth as possible. I can't wait to get the giant otters in here. They are one of my favourite animals. They have them at my local zoo, the Yorkshire Wildlife Park, and they are just so cool. They're sort of a weird mixture of cute and quite fearsome looking at the same time, which I think Frontier have captured really well in the game, and there's just so much fun. The last time I went to see them, they had a little baby. I'm not sure how old it was, but they were teaching it how to fish. I don't even know how long I spent watching them, but it was a long time. I'm using some of the decals here to join where the terrain ends and the plaster begins, which I think does a really good job of getting rid of the sort of straight lines that you get when you edit the terrain. And once this is done, this sits in really nicely here. So I'm just putting in the second of the water towers here, and in the middle, the plaster that's going across there, that is going to be a bridge that allows the otters to walk in between their two pools, above the heads of the guests as the guests walk underneath it to get into the next section of South American giants. I'm going to say straight away, this is one of my favourite ever builds. I am so happy with how this turned out. It was pretty complex to make, trying to get the bridge to work, the pools to work, getting the otters up from this level down here up onto the top level where the guests can see them swimming underwater. But I'm really happy with how it turned out. And this here is the first thing that you come to. So the giant anteaters will be on the right, and on the left I'm making a implied exhibit for agoutis, which are these little South American rodents. Well, by rodent standards, they're quite big. Actually, I don't even know if they are rodents. Maybe they're just related to them. Not 100% sure. I really should have checked that before I made this video. But they are very cute. I've seen them in zoos before, as you probably have done as well. So I'm making a little implied exhibit for them here with some rock work based on an old Incan ruin that I was looking at. And if we get any more South American animals, then this may stop being an implied exhibit, especially if we get anything small. These are absolutely amazing. These little boxes are from a blueprint that I would highly recommend you download from the workshop made by the brilliant Leader. He made it for his Fennec Fox episode, and it's just got so many amazing pieces in it. I'd highly recommend you download it, even if you're not going to use it for them, because those little nest boxes are absolutely perfect. And I've checked them out. They're made of about 1 billion pieces. So certainly not something I'm going to be making myself. Anyway, on to the main part of the build. So this is the first of the 2 water tanks. Classic sort of modernist construction with the curves, sweeping curves, and then the long straight lines as well. This has got a underwater feeder in it to give the otters a reason to come in here. So they've got a little pool on the terraces below that they can splash about in, but this is the first of the main swimming areas. It's nice and deep. I can't remember how tall I built it, but it's pretty tall. There's a lot of swimming space. And then we're going to put paths in around it so that the guests can see the otters underwater, and they'll be swimming. When they're diving, they'll be pretty much at eye level, and they can also see them from underneath if they're at the top of the water. And then I'm going to build another one here, exactly the same, and fill this with water. And they're going to need even further encouragement to get over to that one because they've already had access to water. So this one's got enrichment items and underwater feeder in it as well. And then we join the 2 habitats together. Normally you would then delete the sections in between this pathway, which lets the game know that this is all one habitat, so you don't get any notices about escapes and things like that. But these are holding water, so I can't get rid of them. But if you just mark them as not habitat barriers, like I'm doing there, then it will all count as one habitat. And because the plaster that they're going to walk over is a long way above the height of the guests aren't going to feel like they're actually inside the enclosure, which is an issue you can have. So they're not going to run away screaming. They're going to happily walk underneath it. When I finished it, you can actually see the otters from underneath that bridge as well, hence the Sky Bridge name. Going back to the water towers, I'm going to make some further improvements and start working on the next part of the building, which is the middle part. So I do a lot of sort of looking at it from the other side of the habitat so that we can make sure that the heights are correct and then it all looks the way that I want it to look. And now we're going to start building the bridge itself. So that plaster that is in there at the moment is literally just there so I can get an idea of the height. And to make sure that the habitat works, we're going to replace it now with some proper plaster pieces and the glass floor so that the otters can be seen from underneath. And while I finish that off, let's talk about update 1.9. This was literally announced about 10 minutes before I started recording this. There's going to be some really cool new features in there. I won't go through all of them, but the ones I am most excited about, the free roaming camera mode, the first person camera, actually enabling you to see your zoo from the guest perspective properly. I think we're all thoroughly sick of Tegged Cam by now. It would be great to have a proper option to do that. They introduced that in Jurassic World Evolution 2 maybe a month ago, And as soon as they did that, I was very much hoping that that would be brought into Planet Zoo. So really looking forward to using that. We got a load of new water options, Flexicolor exhibit water, the ability for animals to bathe in shallow water, which is cool. New behaviors are always good to get in the game. And presumably to go with that, they're improving the terrain tools so that it's easier to create sort of smaller height variations. That's my interpretation of it anyway. It's called a flattened to terrace brush, which is great timing. A week after I spent hours building the terraces for our little Machu Picchu here, they've added a terrace brush into the game. So shame that didn't come out a little bit earlier, but still. And finally, they're adding the ability for some of the smaller animals to burrow, namely the meerkats and the prairie dogs. That is going to be great. I love the burrowing feature for the aardvarks. So our meerkats here in Tekton Zoo will be able to enjoy their burrows as well, which is brilliant. So back to the Otter Skybridge. This part of the building here, I'm just putting a base in, and then I'm going to fill this structure with mulch, because we're going to have a sky garden here. So it might look a little strange having trees this high up, but I did my research and apparently this would hold enough soil to have a coconut palm in it. And then I sort of ignored my research and added another couple of coconut palms because I really like the symmetry of how they look, but it isn't as far away from reality as it might appear. We're going to put all sorts of other plants in here as well. I think it looks really cool from sort of the perspective of where the guests are going to be entering this area, to have this sky garden up here and then the bridge for the otters underneath it. Just noticed what a nice pattern that mulch made as well, but I'll cover that up. No one's going to see up here. And there you go. We put the trees in here. It's going to be quite striking. Got a lot more foliage to put in to make it look a bit more planted up rather than just 3 random trees sprouting out the top of the building. And then it's on to the sign, which is going to wrap around the curve of the building. The area that you can see behind here is the final, for the moment, depending on what new animals they introduce, but for the moment, the final area of South American giants. And that is another area that I'm very excited about. It's going to be a huge habitat for Jaguar. And it's going to be based on 2 separate Inca ruins that I've seen, not Machu Picchu. So we're sort of combining 3 different ruins together here, but they look absolutely amazing. And if I can pull it off, then that is going to be a very good addition to the zoo. I'm using a mixture of vines and the Spanish moss, which I think looks really nice. I'm not sure I've mixed those 2 before, but I think it's a really nice effect. And it's, if you follow this zoo, then you know one of my favourite things is combining pure white concrete with foliage, and this is a great excuse to do that. Putting some larger vines in as well. I'm doing something a bit sneaky here for the first time, I think, in this zoo. I need donation bins or the zoo's going to go broke, but I hate how they look in this particular area. So I've hidden some in the walls, which is pretty tricky because you need to have a wall that is right up against a path, which I don't normally have, but happily I do here. So I've just hidden those in there. And then we're going to add in one of our staff pods, because this area is going to have its own dedicated staff because it's pretty sizable. A few tiny improvements to the agoutis, and then finally we're going to finish off the ground level of the main exhibit and we will be done. So I want a seating area here so that the guests can sit down and look up at the otters if they're on the sky bridge. So I'm going to do something which I saw in Koali Zoo absolutely ages ago and I've never done, which is to hide one of the in-game benches and then cover it up with your own design, and then the guests will actually sit on this little custom bench that you've made. I'm hoping this works. I've not seen it yet. Haven't had any guests make it up this far because there's no reason for them to walk under this structure yet because there's nothing else to get to in the zoo. We'll put some of the new gondola cushions on for the seating area, and that is the Otter Skybridge complete. Let's get on to today's build for the capybara. I decided to add a gift shop and an info kiosk to the entrance to South American Giants, and then they announced the Wetlands Pack, and with it containing capybara, I mean, how can you build a South American Giants area without having the world's largest rodent in it? So instantly my plans changed. I deleted the shop on the left and worked on turning the implied agouti habitat that we built in the last episode into a capybara habitat. And I got to admit, I got pretty lucky with this. With the little bit of land that I had where the shop was and the implied agouti exhibit that was already there, I managed to combine the two of them together and got just enough space for a pair of capybara and some babies, which was nice. So I'm just reconfiguring the boundaries of the habitat here with some of these rocks that we created, and then I'm going to put the barriers in. So I'm going to use low fences, same as I did for the giant anteaters, so it looks the same. You can get them really low with the capybara. I guess they're not big on jumping, so the adults at least will be able to see over the fence, and the kids will be able to see through the fence. So it should be really good viewing, and the habitat goes right up to it with the rocks on the floor to prevent people from sticking their fingers through the fences, getting them as low as I can, and then we'll move on to actually building the habitat itself. So it's not going to be a giant walk-through habitat like I did in the wetland zoo. This is going to be more of a traditional zoo habitat where you just look through the barriers at the animals. I'm going to use these bits of rocks just to make it look like this wall is sort of fallen down rather than just ending. And then I'm going to use the new flatten to terrace brush to make this pool. I don't know about you guys, but I've been getting some weird results with the terrain tool since this new update. In the wetlands, yesterday I used the flatten to terrain brush to build a little sort of pond just outside the zoo for some scenery. It took me about 3 seconds. It worked absolutely brilliantly, and was a really cool new way of doing things that's way easier than it used to be. For this habitat, I really struggled. I think in the end I just did this the old-fashioned way. I just couldn't get the terrace brush to work properly, which was weird. I also had something really weird in the shelter, which I'm going to build in a minute, where there was just a piece of terrain that the flatten terrain tool could not remove, regardless of what I did. I was thinking maybe there was some sort of enrichment item that I'd lost or something was going wrong, but I changed the camera so that I could fly through the terrain, checked underneath it. There was nothing there. There was absolutely no reason that I could see that this terrain wasn't editable, but it just wouldn't let me edit it. So that was weird. Let me know in the comments if you've been having similar issues, and maybe we can report them to Frontier. But yeah, this is the shelter that I mentioned. I noticed when I was researching Machu Picchu to make the South American Giants area that there are houses or what I assume are houses in Machu Picchu that have pretty much the same design that we use to build houses today, with these gabled roofs. Which I'm not sure why I was so surprised by that, but when you're looking at things that old with, all this amazing architecture and all these circular buildings and terraces going up the side of a mountain, it's kind of surprising to see something that looks a bit like, a barn. But I guess these designs are just designs that work. So if they worked well for the Incas, then they will work well for a French farmhouse in the 18th century or a farm today. Just reconfiguring the barriers around the back of the shelter. This is going to get a little bit more room in for the capybaras because we are pretty tight on space. And then I'm going to redo the ground in here with some dirt. This is the bit where I had the issue with the terrain that just wouldn't move. You'll see that in a second. So I struggled with that for a long time. In the end, I just gave up and covered it up with some straw. I'm going to put one of the new hot water taps in here. I really like this new enrichment item. Put a floor in, and then just a sort of grill so that the water has somewhere to go. Make sure the capybara have something to do when they're inside, which will probably be for a decent amount of time, seeing as the zoo is in England. Put something that I always like to do, which is put one of the leaf enrichment items right in front of the door so that they walk through that. Get a sign, some more enrichment. We'll cover up the bottom of the pond with some concrete. I'm using, like I say, the new mist features on this pond, which I really like. That saves you a load of time just being able to turn that on rather than having to hide loads of misters underneath the concrete. Put a bit of moss in to bring it to life, and that is pretty much the capybara habitat done. Today we're going to be building a big Inca-inspired area for Jaguar. I'm going to have the Jaguar down here and keep the guests up here, which means building a viewing gallery for the guests, and that is the first thing that we're going to build today. So this viewing gallery is inspired by an Inca ruin called Runcurucay. It's a really cool shape. It's built into the side of the mountain, as a lot of these Inca ruins often are, and I just wanted to use that shape. It's going to be built in the same modernist style as the big giant otter sky bridge that sits above it. And then the viewing gallery itself is going to project into the jaguar habitat, but about probably, I think it's 6 meters maybe up, 5 or 6 meters. So even the jaguar aren't going to be able to jump up here and eat the guests, which is always useful. We're going to be rotating a load of these pillars into place to create the viewing gallery. And then I really wanted it to have the cobbled stone floor from the Europe pack. So that meant a lot of moving these pieces around because they are Z fighting like crazy because of the way I've rotated them. So a lot of deleting, adding, moving up and down and all sorts of stuff, and some decals to get it to look nice. And there is 0 Z fighting when it's finished, which I'm very happy about. And we're going to build up the terrain, and then later on we'll put a path across here so the guests can actually get into it. Now, something big happened a few days ago, which is Tekton Zoo had its first birthday. I cannot believe I've been building this zoo for a year. It's taken a lot longer than I thought it would, but I prepared a little sort of progress update montage to show you how far we've come. So let's take a quick look at that. Thank you so much for watching this series over the past year, guys. That makes me very happy. I think we've got about maybe 4 builds left that we can put into this zoo. I'm very much looking forward to getting this finished and released onto the workshop. So let's get into the jaguar habitat itself. So this is inspired by another Inca ruin called Marais. Possibly that's how you pronounce it, no idea. So altogether we're going to have 3 different Inca ruins put together for this South American giants area. So it's going to be a big circular habitat built with these stone walls. So I'm combining the rustic stone, some of the standalone stone, some ivy, and the base game, I think it's called a cobblestone wall, I don't recall. This is going to be rotated all the way around to make a massive habitat for them. I think it's about just under 2,000 meters squared when it's finished. And I built it that big for a couple of reasons. Firstly, so that it is in keeping with the scale of the rest of the habitat. This is the climax of the habitat, if you will, so it needs to be impressive. And secondly, I want the inside of the habitat, and you can see there's a second wall being put in here. I want the inside of the habitat to be really dense in terms of vegetation, stones, rocks, water, etc. So that is going to eat into the jaguar's traversable area pretty significantly. So I need it to be a lot bigger than their minimum sort of area requirement, so I can fill it with things that they're not going to be able to walk over without losing too much habitat space. So I'm going to have it on 2 levels, like the terraces at the front. So the outer sort of ring of the habitat will be raised, and then the inner part will be lowered. And the guests are going to stand in the viewing gallery that we just built and look down on the jaguar. Jaguar pretty shy IRL. I'm not sure if they are in the game or not. I didn't check. But that's another reason that we want loads of stuff in the habitat for them to be able to hide behind in case they get stressed. So I'm just going to extend the viewing gallery down so it meets the terrain at the bottom. We're going to put some glass in as well. Nowhere near as much as we would have done if we hadn't used this design, but just enough so that the guests or their kids won't be throwing themselves into the habitat and getting eaten by jaguar. So I'm going to put a load of bamboo around the outside of it so it looks really lush when you're in the viewing gallery looking in. I'm using a few different bamboo pieces so it doesn't all look the same. I'm going to chuck in some of the, I think this is the Bengal bamboo. I'm going to chuck in some of the fountain bamboo as well for a bit of variety, so it doesn't look too sort of copy pasted when you look at it. And as well as that, this build has forced me to do something that I'm always talking about and very rarely actually doing, which is to build things outside of the zoo boundary, because we are right at the zoo boundary here. This is the end of the zoo. So for the cinematics and screenshots and things like that, I can't just have the giant expanse of green nothingness that's there at the moment. So I actually built some terraced houses of the kind that you would see in the part of England that this is set, and put a load of those in, and a few car parks and things like that around this side of the zoo. So you'll see at the end of the video that there is actually something outside this part of the zoo now, which is good. We've got all the car parks at the entrance to the zoo. We've got Fallow Deer Park round the other side, and now this side finally has something in it as well. So moving on, we're going to make a shelter for the Jaguar. Obviously they'll need indoor quarters as well as outdoor quarters, and one of the big inspirations that I took from Machu Picchu and the other Incan ruins that I was looking at is these windows. They're I think trapezoid is the technical term for them. I was never very good at maths, so I might have remembered that wrong. But these, it's almost like a cross between a triangle and a rectangle. This was a big part of their building style, so I wanted to make some of those, which we don't have in the game. So I've used a load of these pieces to create them, and then we're just going to build a big old shelter here. This one is going to have various different items for them in it, water, food, and things like that. And then we'll copy it across to the other side, and that'll be their sleeping quarters. And with two Jaguar, which is what we're going to have here, you'd need a way to separate them IRL anyway, for times when they weren't getting along. We're going to put some anti-climb barriers up here above the shelter, because this is the lowest point of the wall. Everywhere else is well above even a Jaguar's jumping ability, which is apparently pretty impressive. They've got a reputation as one of the great escape artists in zoos. A real nightmare to keep them inside their habitat, and obviously a real nightmare if they get out, because they are pretty fierce. I'm going to put a garden on top of it, and the same with the one that we're about to copy across, just so it looks nice with the guests. I'm going to put some misters in here as well to get that sort of jungly vibe. And then I decided to build a sort of cage as well. I forget what these are called in zoos, but they are essentially like a run for the animals. They always go against the back of the habitat, and there's openings on one side that only the keepers can get to, and openings on the other side that only the animals can get to, so that the keepers are able to feed them without getting eaten, unlike Planet Zoo's lack of awareness of health and safety, with the keepers just wandering into the habitat and feeding the animals. And this is the glass that I spoke about to stop the guests from actually falling in, and that will suffice for the habitat and give the guests a really good view of the Jaguar. I cannot wait to get some more big cats into this zoo. I made a decision right at the start of Tekton Zoo that with it being a pretty small city zoo, it wouldn't be full of elephants and lions and tigers and things like that. So the only big cats that we have are the cheetahs and a clouded leopard. So really excited to get some Jaguar in here. So putting the barriers in, it's going to be 100% null barriers. The stone walls obviously are all that we need to keep the Jaguar in here. And then I'm going to make a water feature for them. This is a real high budget build, this South American Giants. So rather than a sort of a simple concrete pool, I've purposefully made it look really natural, and then just put concrete at the bottom. And I'm going to use the aquatic steps to create some steps going into the pool. Just copy a load of these around till I get the shape that I want, and that'll provide a nice entrance for the Jaguar, although they can get in pretty much anywhere they like around here. The sides look pretty steep, but the water level's so high that they don't have any issue getting in here and swimming about. And then the final stage of the build is to fill it with climbing apparatus. I want a load of climbing opportunities for the Jaguar, and then all the rocks, foliage, vegetation, you name it, it's going in here. I want this to be the most densely sort of filled habitat in the zoo. Going to make some custom climbing structures using various climbing pieces from the habitat tab. I don't think I've ever used these little climbable branches before, but I'm trying to combine them together and then just playing around with different pieces until I get something that I like. This is based on a climbing structure I saw in a zoo's jaguar habitat. I can't recall which zoo it was actually. I think it was somewhere in America, but I really liked it. So I'm going to put that in and then use the South American mossy log and the big log. Cover the big log with moss to make it fit better. Create a load of little corners of really dense vegetation. Big rock in the middle. You've got to have a big rock somewhere if it's one of my builds. And then I'm using a lot of the bushes and a lot of the plants that don't affect the traversable area to fill out the main sort of walkable part of the habitat. And you can see here it is looking really lush. I'm so pleased that South American Giants is finished. I'm actually going to do a tour of the whole area, which will be coming out in a few days' time. Let's take a look. So here we are at the entrance to South American Giants. The main thing you can see here is the influence of Machu Picchu in the foreground, with these terraces that are rising up to the building at the back, and then this big modernist structure, which is inspired by the Tekton group. So the first habitat that we come to is the capybara. You can see them in their pool here. They've just had some babies as well. I love these guys. When I designed this, I left a little bit of space at the front in case any new animals that would suit the South American Giant theme were released, and with excellent timing, Frontier released the Wetlands pack about halfway through the build, so I was able to add the capybara in. So they've got this pool at the front here, and then at the back they've got a shelter, which is also inspired by some of the buildings in Machu Picchu. You can see it back there. And I've used these termite mounds, which I absolutely love, all throughout the build, regardless of whether the animals would eat them or not, just to get that South American vibe. On the other side, we have the giant anteaters. You can see one of them up here. And this is one of the scratching trees that they use to scratch. You can see how each one of these terraces goes up a level with the terrain held up by these retaining walls like it is at Machu Picchu. And that gets the animals up to their indoor shelters here. You can see one in there having a little sleep. And then over the other side we have the giant otters. So these guys have a massive habitat. There's one now. So they've got this area here, with a little mud bath and a pool. And then their habitat goes all the way up into this huge giant otter sky bridge here. So the way that works is that there is a raised bit of terrain at the back of the habitat, which takes them up into their giant otter pool here. And excellent timing, there's one now. And this is where their fish are dispensed. They can swim around in this pool, and then they can also walk all the way, there we go, all the way over this bridge over the guests to get into their other pool, where I put a load of enrichment items. Ah, there's another one. I think this is my favourite bit of the whole build. It was a bit of a nightmare to build, but it was definitely worth it. I love that. And then that leads us into the final, there's another one. I really love this sky bridge. That leads us into the final part of the build. We've got this area here, little seating area, and then we get up to the land of the Jaguar. So this is a big old habitat with 2 Jaguar in it. And the guests can look down on them from here. There's one. And they have shelters which are built into this area here, down there on both sides. So that is the South American Giants area. Today we're in the primates area just next to the gorillas here, and we're going to be building a habitat for the Siamang. The first thing that we're going to do is just delete this wall here, and then that's going to open up the area behind it so that we can start building for the Siamang. So we've got a big area here which is basically untouched, and we're going to need quite a big area because we're going to be building our first ever monkey island, which I'm very excited about. I've dug out some of the terrain here, and we're going to keep digging and just adjusting this piece of land in the middle so that we can build the habitat for the Siamang. I'm really excited to put these guys in. I've just measured the land there by putting some null barriers in just so that we can make sure we've got enough space for these guys. The Siamang spend almost all their time up in the trees, so they don't need a huge amount of land area. You've just got to make sure that it's absolutely full of climbing. Now, as soon as Frontier announced the conservation pack, I knew that the Siamang would be the first new animal to go into Tekton Zoo. We might get to some of the others at some point, I'm not sure. We don't have a great deal of space left, but I, and I'm sure you guys have been wanting a gibbon in the game for a very long time. So I decided to do a monkey island because I've never done one before, and that is pretty much the most popular way to keep monkeys in modern zoos. So I figured this is one of Tekton's newer exhibits. So I'm going to start doing a bit of decorating on the island while our mechanic starts researching these new brachiation climbing frames, which I did not realize I would need to research. I love this new grass. It's amazing, and it's called Yorkshire foggrass, which is great because that is where I live. So that's very apt. I'll be mixing it in with some periwinkle grass as always. And just making this island look as attractive as possible. And then we'll move on to the new climbing frames. These, I'm not even sure how we are supposed to work with these. They seem to auto-connect to each other, and they're obviously supposed to be on more than one level, but I didn't really find an easy way of getting them up onto another level. So there's been a lot of sort of fiddling about to get these to work, but I really enjoyed working with them despite the difficulties. It's great to have like a completely new type of piece in the game that's going to enable a behavior that we've never seen before. And as always, I did my research. I discovered a couple of things. Firstly, that you shouldn't make climbing frames for gibbons out of metal. It causes like frostbite if it's really cold. They can slip off them, etc. That was according to the animal care manual for Siamangs in Australia, and Australian zoos are full of Siamangs, so they should know what they're talking about. So that's kind of ironic, but hey, this is Tekton Zoo. Everything's made out of either metal or concrete, so it suits the style of the zoo perfectly. Obviously, I'm going to be colouring it white in a second. We're going to have a really Tekton-y sort of feel to this climbing frame without really having to do anything. The second thing I did was look at loads of Siamang habitats in real zoos to see sort of what kind of thing we should be going for. And one of the ones I saw, it's probably not the most attractive one I saw because it's in England and it's really hard to do outdoor tropical sort of environments when you're in England. But I really liked the layout and the way it worked, which was the Siamang Island at Twycross Zoo. And the way they do it is that the shelter or the indoor quarters for the animals, which obviously are vital in a UK zoo with the temperatures that we get, were outside the island, and then all their trees etc. were on the island, and then there was ropes leading from a little hatch in the side of their shelter over the water onto the island so that the gibbons actually sort of swing out of their habitat and then onto their island, and I absolutely loved that idea. So I'm recreating that here. It doesn't look anything like the enclosure at Twycross, but in terms of the concept of the design, it's the same thing. So this climbing frame is leading over to where their shelter's going to be, and hopefully they're going to brachiate out of that shelter and onto the island. Something very exciting in the new conservation pack in terms of Tekton is this stuff. New concrete, 3D printed as it's described in the game, but it looks a lot like the sort of textured concrete that was big in the 1960s and 70s. Lots of, well, not a lot, but quite a bit of stuff like this in London Zoo and places like that. So I'm very happy to get this into the game, and it's going to be, along with the plaster, yet another piece that we call concrete, even though it isn't. So that's what the shelter is going to be made out of. This is just roughing it out here, and then we're going to get the barriers in. Again, this whole habitat is going to be null barriers as usual. Just going to get those around the water to get the shape in. and then we're going to put the habitat gate in. I put it in the shelter first of all, and then realised that the keepers needed some way to get onto the island, and swinging along the climbing frame was probably not the way to do it. So we're going to move that in a bit, just to the side here, and then we'll build a bridge for the keepers to walk over so they can get onto the island. And then we're going to surround the habitat gate with hot wire and then some rocks, just to make sure that the gibbons don't get out. I'm going to make quite a big bridge here. I'd rather it was smaller, but it needs to be really wide for the keepers to reliably walk over it in the game. So make quite a big one and just make it out of rocks so that it looks a bit more natural. But to be honest, you can't see it from where the guests are going to be. Obviously, as you can see, we're right at the border of the zoo here, so there's not going to be any guests at the back. It's just a little path here for the staff. And the guests will always be on the other side where you can see people walking there now. So let's get back to the shelter. I want a raised sleeping area inside for them because they always sleep up in the trees. So we're going to build like an extension to the side of it, which also makes it a more interesting shape. And again, more of this new 3D printed material to build the roof. And the little turret there is where the gibbons are going to get in and out of the shelter. And we're going to cover this roof up with some of the new bio roofs later on as well. That's another cool little addition to the game. Most of the buildings in this zoo have bio roofs, as you know, so having another option of making those easily is cool. These are the sleeping, I don't know what you call them, platforms, I guess, for the gibbons. Just going to put some bedding material on there, and I want to design it so that on the inside there's bedding and some toy enrichment, and then on the island there'll be more toy enrichment, all the food enrichment, and obviously all the climbing. So that gives the gibbons a reason to go from the island to inside, and from up on the climbing frame to down on the floor, which will hopefully encourage them to spend their time sort of brachiating around the habitat. Because we're in franchise mode and the Siamang do not like long grass, I'm using a lot of the in-game grasses to cover up the terrain and make it look more interesting. Put some concrete in here to make the island look a bit more man-made. I actually built this for an earlier version of the habitat when there was just going to be a moat, and then I removed it, but happily it still fit the island once I changed my plans, so just put that back in there. That's just the plaster tower pieces laid along the floor, and when you sink them in you get a really nice smooth concrete edge. And blueprinting is something I'm doing a lot more of recently. I think it was Beezy who told me to do that. Every time you build something that you might ever see yourself using again, save it as a blueprint. You build a nice pile of rocks, save it as a blueprint, and then if you ever need a pile of rocks again, which you always will, you've already got one blueprinted. You don't have to make one from scratch. It saves you so much time when building. And yeah, that's why I blueprinted that moat in case I ever needed it again. And 2 hours later, I needed it again. Put a sign on the habitat as always. Decided to have this one sort of three-dimensional, so using the little 2D text trick to make that look better, and then just copy the 2D text in front and behind itself to make it look 3D. Put a column in here to give some support to the sleeping quarters, bit of moss to line the edge of the water for realism. Got some of the new sort of slat pieces on the walls. I really like these pieces. They're not particularly Tekton, but again, the sort of vibe that I'm going for here is that this shelter is an older building in the zoo, which is then being repurposed to go with this new Siamang Island. You see this in a lot of zoos where they've got like an older building that maybe they would rather replace but they can't afford to, and rather than knock it down when they want to repurpose it for a different use, what they'll do is maybe cover it in more modern wood and plants and things like that, so it sits in nicely with the newer parts of the zoo rather than knocking it down and starting again. And then the final thing to do is to use the new 0.5 meter billboard to make tiny little signs for the side of the habitat. I really like this. I've wanted smaller signs for absolutely ages. That is the Siamang Island completed. I really hope you like it. Today we're going to have a very unusual episode. We're going to be jumping all over the zoo, including loads of places we haven't seen for absolutely ages, in order to make a load of improvements with the new conservation pack. We're going to be starting here. We're going to add some of the brand new education items into the zoo, because the education rating in this zoo is not as high as I would like it. I really like these items. I normally sort of stray away from using the in-game items, but you can't really replicate something like this yourself, the way it's animated, etc. So these are really cool, and these give an education boost to the whole group when a kid uses them. So we've got the Paw Prints one there, and then I've put the gorilla one in the gorilla project. This is really cheesy, but it is exactly the sort of thing that you see in zoos. Now we're going to return to the staff pod. I built it with a little greenhouse in the side, which I really like the idea of, but we had pretty much no pieces that would allow you to build that then, so it's pretty sparse. So with the conservation pack having all sorts of gardening pieces in it, I thought this would be the perfect time to give it a serious facelift. So the little hose that I buried into the wall is going to be replaced by one of the new hose pieces. And then we're going to put a load of the vegetables, the cabbages and tomatoes and things like that in here. So it really feels like it is actually somewhere where the zoo is growing food for the animals and plants for the displays and flower beds and things like that. And yeah, just love the fact that I can come back and massively improve this without having to build a load of custom stuff that wouldn't have looked that good anyway. So get a load of tools in. These hooks are fast becoming one of my favourite pieces, up there with the bracket from the Europe pack. Obviously we'll theme all of the tools and stuff to the Tekton colours. Get a little punnet in there, a bucket, and then obviously a watering can, because these things aren't going to grow otherwise being inside a greenhouse. And oh my god, it is so good to have a realistic wheelbarrow in the game. That weird, enormous wheelbarrow in the base game. I don't know what they were thinking when they made that, but it is so good to have one that's actually vaguely realistic now, which is cool. We'll sort out this flooring here. These are the slats from the new conservation pack, which I'm using a lot since that came out. We'll just tidy that up, and then we'll put in some of the tomato plants, which I really like. Sort out the colour scheme in here, and there we go. The greenhouse actually looks like a greenhouse. I'm really happy with this. It's been a long time coming. And now on to the biggest change that we're going to be making to the zoo, which is in the Forest Cafe. We're going to be adding everyone's favourite amphibian, the axolotl, in here. I'm still really happy with how this build looks, but as you can see, it is not exactly busy these days. When I first built it, the forest was pretty much the whole of the zoo, and this place was rammed all the time, but now nobody goes there, which I think is contributing to my guests complaining about not having enough food or drink. So in order to get people in here, I'm going to put an animal in. So we're going to remove one of the little shop shells and add the axolotl. So I want this to be really subtle rather than a big sort of in-your-face exhibit or anything like this. I want it to sit into this row of counters where people get the food and drink from, and just have, like I say, a really subtle exhibit for the axolotl, an animal that everyone likes. It took me a while to sort these pieces out here. I couldn't even remember how I'd built this. It was so long ago. But these are one of the, I think it's the New World fence, which I remember being, now I look at it, pretty proud of it at the time, that I'd used a fence piece to make some wood paneling. It was a simpler time back then. And I'd forgotten how I'd got it to work, but I eventually worked it out. We're going to make some adjustments to the pieces here, and then get one of the exhibit education boards in, so that people know what they're looking at. We'll do some custom graphics for this in a second, as always. I'm going to adjust the walls and things like that to make sure that the new backdrop for the axolotl habitat, which I really like, is obviously based on the tropical map. I think this is the first time that there's been an animal with a sort of tropical background. And this sign I love. Again, very rarely use the in-game signs, but when there is a good one, I will use it. And this guy's really cute, and I like how the sign, there's two of them actually, but this sign is your sort of classic pet shop axolotl with the albino colouring, and then in the actual habitat we've got the natural brown coloured axolotls, so good opportunity for education there in terms of what an axolotl normally actually looks like in the wild, and obviously how endangered they are at the moment. We're going to make a few adjustments to the wall as well, just to get the sign in exactly the right place. And then we're going to add one of the new flower pots that was designed by one of the players with a little axolotl on it, which is perfect for this build. This is such a cute little design. So I've swapped the plant that was here before with that, and there we go. And it is absolutely amazing to see people actually using the Forest Cafe again, because I was really proud of that build, and it was sad that it was empty. And these guys, I mean, they're so cute. Probably one of the best exhibit animals in the game already, and yeah, looking very nice in the evening sun there. The last thing that we're going to do is take a look at some of the improvements in update 10.1. It depends what animals you have in your zoo, whether you've noticed it or not, but the Siamangs are now swinging around very happily, and even better, the Capuchins have gone absolutely crazy for climbing. I have never seen this many Capuchins up in the trees in the Capuchin Tower before. I think 3 was my record, and normally it was 2 on a good day. So to have, what I've got here, like 5 of them running around, it just brings it to life. In the next episode, we're going to be building something much bigger that I've been planning since day 1 of Tekton Zoo for the snow leopard. Oh, this took a while. What I'm trying to achieve here is to build a habitat that meets all the needs of the snow leopards, and is sort of a perfect snow leopard habitat, while also being this huge modernist, pretty arresting looking kind of structure. So there are loads of things that you need to consider for a snow leopard habitat. I've been through the animal care manual for the snow leopard, as always, and they need a lot of verticality. Obviously they live in mountains in the Himalaya, so they need the opportunity to be up high off the ground as much as possible. They like some climbing. Water isn't particularly important, but you can have it in there. They're not big swimmers or anything like that. Obviously the water is pretty cold where they live. And finally, it's strongly recommended that the habitat is completely covered or completely enclosed, because all cats are good at climbing, obviously, and snow leopards are pretty much the champions living up in the mountains. I'm sure you've all seen the Planet Earth footage of them sort of chasing goats down vertical mountain sides and things like that. So pretty good at climbing, an incredible jump range. In fact, according to the Zoopedia, they can jump 6 meters straight up into the air. And according to the other page on the Zoopedia, you need to have a fence of at least 3 meters to contain them. I think that might be a mistake. But they need to be enclosed. So that is what we're going to be doing. So the main sort of inspiration for this build to begin with was the entrance I built for Pomoja Wildlife Park. I really liked the vertical structures in the entrance. I wanted to do something similar here to sort of bring to mind a mountain without actually building a big sort of fake rock mountain. So I started off having them like they are here at sort of different heights like they are at Pomoja Wildlife Park. But later on I decided that it would be better if they actually just formed a more obvious sort of mountain shape. So I rearranged them so this one we're working on here is the shortest, the one in the middle is the tallest, and then the same on the other side, so it forms more of a classic mountain shape. So just using loads of white concrete or plaster pieces as always to make these. And then we've got the beginnings of the ramps that are going to allow the snow leopards to spend a lot of time off of the ground, which is really important. And there's going to be a whole lot more of the ramps and things like that for them as the build progresses. So this is going to be the first habitat in the last major area in Tekton Zoo, which is kind of makes me sad. But this is going to be Tekton Mountain. This is going to be sort of the centerpiece Not that it'll actually be in the center. Maybe the climax is a better description for it, right at the end of the zoo. And leading up to it, we're going to have a couple more habitats of animals that live at various stages of the mountain. So they're not all going to live in the same mountains in the wild, but we're going to have, the plan at the moment is that we go from the steppes, then up into the slopes, and then finally the summit with the snow leopards. So I think that's going to work pretty well. And we're going to lead out of the primates area and up into the mountain area. So working on the rest of the ramps here, we're going to have an enrichment feeder on a platform here, which is going to have guest viewing right next to it so they can get a really good view of feeding time. And then under the ramp at the back is going to be their indoor quarters. So snow leopards should be pretty happy in England, apart from at the height of summer, which if you live in England know normally lasts about a week. Then the temperature is going to be pretty good for them. And on those rare days where it is really hot, they're going to have a cool indoor area to retire to. All of these projections coming out of it and various other things that we're going to build are going to make loads and loads of little sort of hidey places for the snow leopards because they are pretty shy. And all these circles I'm building here, I'm building them as complete circles so we can get them nice and smooth. And then the back half where we are here are going to be deleted. So the habitat is only going to be the front half of this structure. Otherwise the snow leopards are going to get lost in it. But yeah, we want them looking nice and smooth. And I want 3 different heights mainly throughout the build. So we've got the ground level, then we go up to the outer, the inner ring that I'm building here. And then slightly lower than that will be the outer ring. And we're going to put a ramp in here to allow the leopards to get between them. They can also jump between them, which is really cool once they're in there. I wasn't sure if they were going to do that, but they do. And that looks really good. And yeah, it just gives them loads of different heights as their natural environment would. And this is just the kind of slightly ridiculous modernist architecture that I like. I've gone about as crazy as I have done in this zoo on this. I don't want to get too modern, or postmodern or anything like that. Try and keep it within the realms of the classic structures that we are sort of paying tribute to in this zoo. But this is about as crazy as the structures in the zoo get. Now we're going to move on and take care of the mesh, which is going to enclose the entire habitat. So building with the mesh in this game is famously difficult, and it's definitely not something I would say I was particularly good at, but I was absolutely determined that the mesh in this habitat was going to be really clean and no janky bits, no missing bits. It was going to be really, really good. I think the last time I did a lot of building with the mesh pieces rather than just the mesh barriers was way back when we built the foothills of the clouded leopard habitat. And I have to say, if you move the camera inside that habitat, it's a mess. There is some really, really questionable building going on in there. So not this time. So I'm using these plaster pieces so that we've got a grid to work with, so we can rotate everything into place absolutely perfectly. And then I'm just going to do the rest of the mesh manually. So I don't even know how many mesh pieces I placed here, but they line up perfectly all the way around, all the way across, and then they even slope down at the back to meet the back wall, which we'll be building a bit later. And yeah, I'm really, really happy with how this turned out. I was kind of nervous about starting this, but I knew I wanted the whole habitat to be enclosed, and that meant getting the mesh right. So a lot of the mesh crosses over, and once it's all put in, because I've done it on the grid, and I'm really, really careful about where you place it, it forms a really nice pattern in the middle, like all the mesh is coming together into a central sort of pole, which we'll build later. And yeah, it looks pretty good when it's finished, as good as the mesh ever does in this game anyway. I really hate the way that it doesn't draw it once you get the camera far enough away, because then it makes it look like you've missed bits when you haven't, and then as you move the camera in, they all sort of mysteriously appear, and that's really annoying. Colouring these in white to match everything else, And this is the basic structure done. I really like it. Like I say, I think it looks pretty effective. It's a pretty cool look. And what we're going to do now is make sure that it works for the snow leopards and is a really good habitat for them. So doing some work on the sort of main viewing gallery that the guests are going to be at. The paths around this habitat are going to be on 2 levels. So there's going to be an upper level where they see this upper part through the mesh, and then there'll be a lower level where they see the ground floor of the leopard's habitat through glass, a little bit like the Lemur Heights in the forest area of the zoo. But this is a lot more complicated. I think my building skills have improved in the past year. Using one of my favourite pieces, the European light cable, to attach the mesh to. Again, I want it to look like the mesh is being held up under tension via various wires that are going to attach to these big columns at the back, and then another column in the middle. And then we're going to use some plaster pieces just to tidy up this area here, so that the mesh, rather than sort of sometimes appearing and sometimes not appearing where it's been rotated, the mesh is going to have a definite sort of piece of concrete to end at, so it looks exactly the same all the way around. And once we've done that, we'll move on to building the back wall that I mentioned for the indoor part of the habitat. So this is going to be rounded off nicely and keep the habitat from being too huge, so that the guests get a good view of the snow leopards. And we're going to put a splash of colour in as well. The orange that I always use to highlight my builds, this will run round the top of it. And then underneath it will be the indoor area for the snow leopards, and this will also be where the keeper access is. The keepers can traverse the entire habitat, which is good, otherwise it wouldn't work. So they can get up all the ramps, etc., to fill the feeders and sort out the enrichment items, clean it, and everything else. And this is the sloping mesh that joins onto the mesh at the top, so that the whole habitat is enclosed, and even IRL, the snow leopards wouldn't be able to get out. This was a bit tricky, but using some of the really small mesh pieces, I managed to get it so that the mesh joined onto the concrete walls everywhere. And then we're going to put some more of the light cables in for more wires. You can see how many mesh pieces there are there. It makes my eyes hurt. I'm going to go back in a second and delete all the extra mesh that was rotated that we don't need anymore. And then use another one of my favourite pieces, the little bracket from the new conservation pack, or hanger I think it is, for tools. That's a really nice piece. Now it's time to get the barriers in. So we're going to go with glass around the bottom. We don't need any in-game barriers around the top part because we've already got the mesh, except for this bit at the front, where we're going to have a really tall piece of glass in there so that the guests get an uninterrupted view of the leopards at the feeding station at the front. Put the keeper gate in, and that's the outside pretty much done. Gonna put some of these plaster pieces in here so that, again, the glass at the bottom has something that it's attached to. It's not just growing out of the ground. And then one last little touch up at the front. Gonna just put some bricks around here to make a nice curve around the glass, so again the glass doesn't just end, it's actually got something that it is attached to. Get that the right colour, and yeah, looking pretty nice from here. Oh yeah, cover up the glass dividers as well. I always do this with the plaster trim, slightly thinner than the other plaster piece, and just is a really nice piece to use to do that. And then we're going to start decorating. So I'm going to have some trees actually inside the habitat, coming up through the gaps in the ramps. These are all climbable trees, so the leopards spend a lot of time, especially in the big tree at the back, they spend a lot of time sat up there. You'll see that in the cinematics at the end. I'm going to put some glass in to keep the cool air inside this part of it when it's required in the summer. And then we're going to put a little pool in, so they've got somewhere to splash about in if they get hot. Using the tower pieces, which is a technique I learned from Romano Palacios, to make the pool look more man-made. And then we'll cover all of that, or the majority of that, up with rocks. so that where the terrain joins the plaster looks sort of natural and man-made at the same time, which is the look that I'm going for. It's only a little pool, like I say, they're not big on swimming. If I was in the Himalayas, I would want to spend as little time in any water there as possible. And then I'm putting a snow machine in. I wasn't actually aware that zoos have these. I just thought it was something in the game. But there are zoos that have snow machines that will fire out fake snow and ice so that the animals that live in that kind of environment feel more at home. So I'm just going to put one of the new pipes over it and make it look like it is actually firing out. And then we're going to use some mulch, some rocks, some mesh to make little places where these trees could theoretically be planted and growing out from. And we'll copy this all the way around the inside of the habitat so that each tree has its own little sort of space to grow from. I'm going to put some of the new conservation pack flowers in there as well. We've got some nice sort of alpine meadow style flowers that seemed pretty appropriate, and they bring a nice splash of colour to the habitat, with everything being built out of white concrete and then rock and stone for pretty much everything else. There's not a lot of colour here, but we get some nice green from the trees and some flowers. This log is for them to climb over. I'm just sort of making a bracket to attach it to the habitat so it wouldn't be sort of a danger and fall off when they were on it or something, although they'd probably land on their feet being cats anyway. But I thought this would look quite cool to do it like this. There's the flowers that I mentioned a minute ago, and now we're going to start building the paths. Oh my god, this was not fun. I spent so long trying to get these paths right. I need stairs to take them up to the top level. I need a raised path around the top, and then directly underneath the raised path I need a lowered path. Trying to get paths to work is the reason that the Lemur Heights that I spoke about earlier is round. It was supposed to be a much more interesting shape, but as I think I mentioned in the video, the paths just defeated me. Ended up with just a completely round habitat. With this one, the front of it was always supposed to be sort of a semicircle, so I haven't had to change anything. But it was really important that the stairs were in the right place, and the paths again were really clean, so you can't see any of this path when we're finished with the build. The whole thing is completely covered in plaster, and it works perfectly. The guests will walk all the way down here to look at the snow leopards, which is really cool. Very pleased that I actually managed to get that to work. And I also discovered that the leopard print barriers, which have been in the game from day one, I don't know if they were always Flexicolor or if that's a recent change. I've never used them before because they made me think of a sort of 1980s cocktail waitress or something. But I just discovered they're Flexicolor, which means you can actually make them snow leopard coloured. So I put some of those on the floor, so I thought that worked really nicely. And then finally, we're going to add a little barrier here just to make sure the guests aren't poking their hands through the mesh and getting them nibbled off. And that is pretty much the build done. It took a while, but I'm really glad I spent the time on it. We'll be back very soon to build the next habitat in Tekton Mountain. Hey guys, I'm ZSH Plays. Welcome back to Tekton Zoo, and yes, we have a snow cannon. Today we're going to be building a beautiful habitat for the Japanese macaque in New Tekton Mountain area, and I think this is one of my favourite builds for quite a while. I hadn't really done much planning, just a quick little sketch, but about halfway through building it I thought I really like this. It's definitely got the best roof I've ever made, and yeah, I really hope you like it. Let's get into it. So the concept for this is to try and combine two different styles, the Tekton style that I always use in this zoo, and then an aesthetic from an aviary in Geneva called the Bois de la Bâtie, which I used in the Wetland Zoo for the red-crowned crane aviary, and I really liked that. I thought it looked really good. It's such a beautiful aviary. I effectively just stole it wholesale, so I wanted to try and combine the two together. And I've got to say, they go together pretty nicely when it's finished. So I'm putting some mesh in here. We're going to be using white mesh all the way around. And then we're going to have a really beautiful custom roof with windows in it that's going to provide a lot of shade for the macaques, and then also highlight certain areas for the guests, depending on where the sun is at the time. The Japanese macaques live in the sort of slopes of mountains over in Japan, and it's pretty cold, obviously, being halfway up a mountain. But it can get fairly warm in summer, so I think they're going to be pretty happy in the British climate, apart from at the very height of summer. So it's important to have a lot of shade in the habitat so that they're happy temperature-wise. So the roof is going to provide that, but I also want to use the roof, like I say, to highlight certain points of the build. So we'll get onto that later. What I'm doing at the moment is doing the shape. So the big sort of squares of plaster that you see here, they're just there to give me a grid to work with, so everything's nice and smooth, same as the leopards last week. And these circular structures are going to be various different parts of the habitat. So at the front, we're going to have a couple of hot pools, obviously, for these guys as they use them in the wild. And then behind it, we're going to have one for enrichment, one for the forage feeder. So the idea is they spend a lot of their time on one of these 4 different platforms, depending on what they fancy doing at that point. And that also keeps them towards the front of the habitat so that the guests get a better view. So I want a nice circular shape at the front, and then it's going to extend out to the back. So it's sort of a curved rectangle kind of shape, like that. This is the first of the hot tubs. So we'll sink that down, and then each one of them is going to be higher than the last, so you get a really pleasing effect when you stand at the front here and look at it. And I'll extend these down into the ground so they are proper platforms. And later on, we're going to have a lot of natural looking rock work to contrast with very sort of bright white man-made look of the structures themselves. We'll fill in the top of these 2 back ones so that we can put things on them, and then we'll dig out the terrain here for some water. We want the water to be really shallow so that the macaques can display the bathing behaviour in it, rather than sort of just swimming or anything like that. So we'll get that as shallow as we can in this pool, and then the same in the next pool. We'll use a bottom made out of plaster to bring the water level up. Obviously with Planet Zoo, the water level sort of goes in meters, so there's this level here, and then if you wanted it any lower than this, it'd be a meter lower, and if you wanted it any higher, it'd be a meter higher. So I'm going to use concrete to put a bottom into the pool to get the depth exactly where I want it. And then we're just going to copy this circular shape around to get a really nice sort of stepped look to it, so the macaques can climb up to it. With this one, because it's higher, I'm going to need to use glass barriers to keep the water in. So we'll put glass barriers around and then raise the concrete platform, or concrete circle rather, to cover it up. So now I've got the water at the height I want. I can lower this glass. It wouldn't let me lower all of it. There's one panel which for some reason the game just wouldn't let me move, this one here. So I leave that one where it is. Because this is going to have rocks going from here all the way up to the next platform, so I can easily hide this one panel of glass with a rock. That's not a problem. And then we'll put some of the sort of hot water tap enrichments in as well. And then I'm going to use some of the new Siamang enrichments for them as well. I want a big climbing area back here. So as well as all the enrichment and hot tubs, etc. at the front, we've got loads of climbing for them. And I think that the Japanese macaque is one of the animals they improved in the latest update, because they've gone absolutely crazy for this climbing structure since I put them in there, which is brilliant, along with the capuchins and the Siamangs themselves. So yeah, this gets a lot of use, and it's nice and high, so there's still a good view of it from the path at the front. And next up, we'll get the barriers in. all null barriers all the way around. No need for anything else because the mesh takes care of that. And while I'm doing that, I think I mentioned in the last episode that we are almost complete with Tekton Zoo. So I thought I'd talk a little bit more about the final plans for the zoo. There are 3 things that the zoo really needs. Firstly, a proper restaurant, because we don't have one. Secondly, a gift shop, because apart from the little sort of just a memento, etc. pods that we have scattered about the place, we don't have a proper gift shop. And thirdly, we need another spawning pad. So at the front of the zoo, by the entrance, I've got 2 spawn pads because I deleted the original entrance way back when you could do that in franchise mode. And I figured if I only put 2 of the spawn pads back, I'd have some extra cash, which was useful. But the problem is, and one of the sort of perennial problems with Planet Zoo is that the bigger your zoo gets, the less guests you get, sort of the further away from the entrance you get. Because I have the guests limited to 3,500 on this map to keep the frame rates up, there's just not a lot of guests back here. Once you get to sort of the primates area, and even worse once you get through to here and South American giants, there's hardly any guests. So what I want to do is put another spawn pad in. So I've been saving up. We're going to do that next week, and that is going to be hidden within the gift shop restaurant complex so that we get a more even distribution of guests throughout the zoo. And I think with some of the real big ticket animals that we've got up at this end of the zoo as well, like the gorillas and the chimps, etc., I think that's going to help raise more money as well. Once we've done that, we've got one more animal to get into this mountain area because I found a little bit of extra space, which is great. And then we're going to build the final habitat in the zoo. I'm not going to say what's going to be in that, but it's going to be a pretty sizable habitat, and that's going to be on the other side of the zoo from where we are here, just behind South American giants. That will take us up to episode 49, and then obviously episode 50, the final episode, will be the full zoo tour. Anyway, let's get back to this build. So I'm working on the snow cannon here, which you saw in the intro. I thought this would be a cool idea. So it's based on one of the new enrichment items where kids can hit the button to hear a sound of a certain animal. I guess they're supposed to identify what animal it is. But when they get there, they play an animation of them hitting the button. So I thought we could cover it up and then build a snow cannon, which will fire snow out with the special effects piece that does that. Obviously, it's not actually going to be tied in to the kids hitting the button, unless you get the timing just right, like I did in the intro. But it's just another little interaction. I thought it was a cool idea. We don't have anything like this in the zoo, so I thought it'd be fun to do that. So mainly made out of plaster, the enrichment items, some of the new air conditioning units, the special effects piece, and then later on we'll add some more decorations, which you saw in the beginning. And then, like we did in the snow leopard habitat, we'll hide a cooler under the ground and paint some snow in. When I'm finished with this habitat, the macaques, I think they're on like 98% happiness. They don't have enough snow, obviously, for the game's standards, but this little patch, combined with making sure everything else is as close to what they need as possible, still leaves them pretty happy, which means I'm pretty happy. So it's starting to come together on the inside now. So I'm going to do a bit of work on the outside and cover up the edges of these paths, using a lot of these rubble pieces in this area of the zoo. I just think it's fitting for a mountain area. I've used them before in Land of the Reptiles, but they just really, really fit. So there's a lot of these going in. And then I'm using the railings from the guest seating. I've never actually used the guest seating for its intended purpose, but I thought these railings were pretty cool. I've not used them in the zoo before. They're recolorable and the metal, so they go in nicely with the aesthetic, and I just thought they would fit well in here. Bit of a change from what I normally use to do those. And then we're going to move on to the roof, which is my favourite part. So the way I'm going to do this is copy the 4 circles on the floor up into the ceiling so that the windows are in exactly the right place. And then I'm going to copy the individual bricks that I've put into the roof pieces and copy these in exactly the right place, one by one, all the way along the roof. This took a long time, but it's the only way I think that you can get it to look like this, so that when we're finished, the roof will be completely solid, and then with these perfect circular windows in it, it looks really good. I'm so happy with it. Like I say, it's one of my favourite builds for a while, and it's all about the roof. So yeah, definitely worth the time taken to do this. But each group of bricks is just individually copied all the way along, and then stopping when it starts to sort of peek through the circle. When it's finished, we have a lovely roof. And then we just fill the circles in with glass for the windows, and then finally a bit of plaster on the end to round it off and just get the roof absolutely perfect. Next up, we'll put the supports in to keep the roof up there. These are again based on the Bois de la Bâtie in Geneva, a really beautiful way to keep the concrete supported. You just have these double columns, which I think are designed to resemble trees, sort of modernist trees, and they go all the way around. And if they look a bit flimsy or like they're not strong enough, that's what it is in real life. So I guess they work. Then we're going to do the rock work that I mentioned earlier. So I want really natural looking rocks covering most of the ground at the front, and then rising up to cover all of these circles as they go further back. So we go from sort of flat rocks at the front, gradually getting higher until they meet this circle, and then getting higher again until they meet the next circle. And again, just get that sort of mountainous kind of feel in here. The final thing we're going to do is build a shelter. So I want this to be really, really simple. So I'm going to build it on a grid, but I also want it to line up exactly with the mesh at the back. So I'm going to split it in half and build it on 2 grids, and then join it back together. So you end up with something that looks like a rectangle, but actually isn't, because each side isn't parallel with each other. And that's just going to fit it perfectly into the back of the habitat here. So we'll put a door over the keeper gate, and then start moving the separate pieces into place. Just building it out of plaster, and I need to colour it because it's going to be completely covered up with sort of fake rocks in a second. Put a concrete floor in, again on 2 grids, and just rotated so that it fills the floor in. And then we'll move on to using a mixture of the rocks and the faux rocks to cover it all up, so that from the front of the habitat, in fact from the angle that the guests stand at the front, you can't really see any of this building apart from the top of it. So we don't need to go too crazy with the theming here. And it's also going to function as extra climbing for the macaques. So I'm putting the rocks in such a way that they can climb this. And then we'll put some of the faux rocks in as well to give it a bit more of an interesting texture. And that is the Japanese macaques done. We have got a lot to do today. We're going to be building the zoo's first proper restaurant, a gift shop, and the exit as well, in between South American giants, the Capuchin Tower, and the new mountain area. Let's go. So we've got 3 major problems with Tekton Zoo at the moment. Firstly, the zoo doesn't have a proper restaurant. Secondly, the zoo doesn't have a proper gift shop. And thirdly, there are not enough people in the second half of the zoo where we are here. So today we're going to solve all 3 of those problems. So first thing I'm doing is just putting in a little exit area. This won't function. It's just sort of there so that it's there and there's something to see. And then in front of this, we're going to build all the retail area. And we're also going to be hiding a new guest spawner in the gift shop so that people will be coming into the zoo from there. And it'll just look like the gift shop is nice and popular. Lots of people going in and out. But it'll fill up this half of the zoo, because from the primates area onwards, there are very few people in there, and it looks kind of empty. And with loads of the big money animals like gorillas and chimps there, I'm also not getting the donations that I should be getting. So this should hopefully solve that problem. So I've put the little fountain placeholder in there at the front, which will fit in later. And now we're going to build the restaurant. So this restaurant is based on a real Tekton building, which was an art studio that they built at London Zoo back in the 1930s. If you're thinking, why would you have an art studio in a zoo? I think the zoo realised that as well, because it wasn't there for very long. But it was a really cool building, and they would literally bring like an elephant in and students would be able to paint an elephant from real life. Really crazy idea, but that's how much money zoos were making back in the 1930s. It was pretty much the most popular form of entertainment after football, certainly in England. So I guess there was a lot of money floating around for crazy projects like that. But yeah, it's a really cool design, big round building where the animals and the artists would go, and then a smaller rectangular building in front of it, which was, I think, like classrooms and things like that. So we're going to adapt that so that the large round building is the main sort of area of the restaurant, and then the rectangular building will be where the actual restaurant piece goes. So we do have the Forest Café over in Tekton Forest, but that was built before they added restaurants into the game, so it's just a few of the little food and drink boxes. This is going to use the actual restaurant piece, which I'm looking forward to because I've literally never used it before. And I want the whole restaurant area to be raised on this sort of platform here, so that the guests get views across the snow leopard and macaque habitats. And we're going to call it the Lookout Cafe, just seems an appropriate name for a cafe where you look out over things. So lots of fun with the pathing here, using that term very loosely. This was a struggle getting this to look as good as I wanted it to. I'm going to cover all the paths up with floors later on to make it look really clean, but I needed the guests to go in all the areas that I wanted them to go to. So we're going to have a lot of seating indoors, and then a few seats outside on the terrace as well, which will be like the best seats. And a lot of the tables inside won't actually be linked to the restaurant, to make sure that whenever there's guests in here, they're always sitting outside before they're sitting inside, because that's sort of the look I want to go for. So we're going to make a section of the wall here. The piece with all the weird patterns on it is just there, so I've got a grid piece that will be deleted just so that we can rotate it nicely. And yeah, we'll rotate this round and start making the circular part of the build. It's not actually going to be a perfect circle. I'm going to elongate it into a sort of, I don't even know what that's called. An oblong? Is it an oblong? An ellipse? I'm not sure. I'm not very good at maths and shapes, which is why everything in the zoo is a circle. But yeah, we're going to elongate it somewhat so that there's more room in there, and just make it look a bit more interesting. Probably got enough circles in this zoo already. So we'll do that now, get the shape the way that I want it, and then we can move on to some of the tables and things like that. So we'll put this this floor in here, just roughing out the concrete. We'll use a load of different materials, some of the reflective metal textures, which I think are really nice for floors. I think I got that idea from Koala Zoo, if memory serves. But we'll use this to cover up the tarmac outside, and then we'll start covering up the restaurant piece. The way the restaurant looks is stolen wholesale from the most recent episode of Koala Zoo. Just Goran built a restaurant, and he had a really clever idea. I mean, the restaurant piece in this game is so weird. I don't know why they made it like that, but he came up with the idea to put the restaurant in sort of backwards so that you can see the open plan kitchen, and then put the food stands in front of it. So some of the guests go behind to go into the restaurant, some of the guests go to the food and drink stand, and it looks like a proper restaurant with an open plan kitchen rather than the weird in-game one. So I've stolen that wholesale, so thanks to you, Just Goran, for having that idea. And then we're going to do some more work around the outside just to make this look really attractive. Lots of the plaster pieces as always, and we'll be going with our traditional white and orange colour scheme here. And I'm also mixing in these rock walls or stone walls. A, I think they go really nicely with the concrete. B, they tie in really nicely with South American giants next door. And C, this is what the original Tekton building looks like. So happy coincidence there. That's probably one of the reasons I decided to use this building to base the restaurant on. There is another Tekton actual restaurant that I've never based any builds on in Dudley Zoo. But to be honest, I'm not a huge fan of it. It's not one of my favourite Tekton builds, so I decided to use the art studio instead. Plus I just love the ridiculous nature of a zoo having its own art studio so that students can paint elephants and chimps and stuff. It was such a crazy idea. So yeah, this wall, which is pretty interesting, this is based on the original, and then I'm going to fill it in with plants to give it a bit more of a modern look and get away from the concrete. Put an orange highlight in on the roof here, and then have 2 overhangs just to make it a bit more visually interesting. And then we'll copy this across to cover up the join between the 2 buildings, so it's going to end up as one whole. And then we'll put some supports in here so that the building would actually stand up. And this is also going to serve as the place where guests get trays and cutlery and things like that from. So putting the trays in here. A lot of the pieces you're going to see here are actually made by Jaguar. He's got a pack on the workshop for restaurant stuff with some really good pieces in it. But I wanted some trays in sort of Tekton orange. So I'm going to use these new conservation pieces and just flip them round. So we've got a little pile of trays here. And then we'll put some of Jaguar's pieces in as well. And then we're going to make a counter for the staff at the food and drink stands. I'm doing something I never do here, which is using the art pieces. I normally don't really touch these because I'm not great at making things out of them, but I had a really particular shape in mind for this counter, a really modern look, and I needed the art pieces to get that curved shape that you can see there. I probably could have made it out of plaster, but it would have taken ages, and I think it would have been a bit too big as well with the smallest plaster piece. Plus I like the shiny plastic look. Again, not something I normally use in the zoo, but it works really well for this counter here, and just prevents it from looking like a food and a drink stand stuck next to each other. It makes it look like a proper sort of serving place for a restaurant. So we're going to copy this around the load and just make sure it's completely covering up the stands, so it looks like a really sort of designed or engineered kind of build. And yeah, I'm really happy with how this little thing looks when it's done. I think it sits in front of the restaurant nicely. I'm going to open up that back wall a bit as well later on, so that you can see more of the restaurant and get that sort of open kitchen look that most places have in a modern zoo. And then we're going to move on to the gift shop. So this is quite a simple shape, basically just almost like a triangle descending down into the ground, and it looks really good behind the restaurant when you're in the little courtyard that we're going to build in front of it, which is going to have a fountain and loads of seating for the guests. It's modelled a little bit on the sort of food and drink area in London Zoo. They have a big restaurant and then a big gift shop and an exit, and in traditional zoo style they make it look like you can't get through the exit without going through the gift shop, although you actually can if you go behind it, just to maximise profit. And I'll be doing exactly the same thing here, although mine's even worse because a lot of the guests are actually going to enter in the gift shop. So hopefully they'll come back to it to buy things, because I don't think guests arrive at the zoo wanting gifts. I think they need to be impressed by animals and stuff before they do that. But because there's a spawn pad here, a lot of the guests are going to exit the zoo through here as well, which is really going to help with the traffic of the zoo. Like I said in the last episode, not a lot of people up this end of the zoo, and this is going to make a massive difference to that. And it's going to look so much better with loads of people in the primates and mountains area. So again, the white and orange colour scheme, and lots of plaster pieces. I'm going to shorten this a little bit. I thought it was a bit too long in the end. And we're going to have a toilet in here as well as the hidden guest spawner. So there we go. We'll put that in there and put the spawner next to it. And again, cover up all the paths with some floors to get a really cohesive look to it. We'll be filling this with loads of gift shop pieces by a couple of amazing creators, Ricey and Shifty, all on the workshop. And then we're going to put in an info kiosk and just a memento stand so that the guests actually use the shop and buy things and we can get more money. No loony balloons in this zoo. Balloons are horrific for the environment, really bad for animals, so we don't have any of them here. Apologies, balloons fans. We also don't have any of the hats. Fantastic, because I hate those hats. If you're enjoying this video, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already, so I can continue my quest to be the next Mr. Beast. That's not going to happen. So yeah, we're going to do a load more detailing on the gift shop and there's a lot more detailing to do on the restaurant actually, but you won't see it all in the speed build. We'll leave that for the cinematics at the end. These 2 builds, I guess 3 or even 4 if you count the little exit bit and the courtyard that sits in front of this, took a long time, and I didn't want this video to be like half an hour long or something, so we'll keep this to 15 minutes or so. Gonna do a little bit of work just where the toilet and the guest spawner is to sit that in nicely and make that nice and seamless so people aren't just appearing out of thin air. It'll look like they're just sort of coming out of the toilets or something. Gonna use the same counter that we used in the restaurant to give a nice little continuity between the 2 builds and cover up these. Put a big Tekton Zoo sign at the back. And then just reconfigure the walls to sit this in nicely so it doesn't just look like a big billboard that's been stuck there. And then we'll move on to the lighting. So I'm using some of the gantry kind of pieces that I built for the Gorilla project, which I thought would sit really nicely into the gift shop, give it a nice industrial vibe, which is a nice contrast with the very sort of clean white concrete look. It takes a bit of adjusting to get it to fit in, but I think it's worth doing because it looks really nice when it's finished. And this gives us something to hang the lights off as well. I'll get rid of the mesh. We don't really need that in here. That was more for the gorillas. We're going to use some of the new Conservation Pack light bulbs, which I really like. Great to have a new light option. And then it's on to the gift shop pieces. So like I say, these are made predominantly by Shifty in his new shop pack. And then the first one I placed in was made by Ricey, one of the classic Planet Zoo workshop items that. Never made a gift shop before, so it was fun putting these in. Fits in really nicely with the white look of the building. So we'll just put a load of these around. And then the last thing in the speed build is to put the exit sign on so people know where to go. Today we're going to be building a habitat for the Przewalski's horse. I think that's how you pronounce it. And we're going to be building that habitat right here in the new mountain area of the zoo. So Przewalski's horse, that's my pronunciation and I'm sticking to it, is a very famous animal as it was completely extinct in the wild and was then successfully reintroduced after breeding programs taking place all over the world, including at one of my favourite zoos, London Zoo here in England. And they lived, the last place that they lived before they went extinct was on the steppes of Mongolia, so big grassland kind of plains, often surrounded by mountains, and I thought they'd be a really good animal to sort of round out the mountain area of the zoo and lead us from the snow leopards down towards the restaurant and the primates and the non-mountain area of the zoo. So these guys are going to have a really big paddock. I think this is the second biggest habitat in the zoo. I've not checked, but I'm pretty sure, apart from the Cheetah Conservation Centre, there's nothing bigger than this. I want them to have loads of space. Being wild horses, you don't want them sort of cooped up in a little habitat. So that's a bit of a challenge with the style of this zoo. I don't really do big open habitats. So what I've decided to do is build something inspired by Tekton's bear ravine at Dudley Zoo, which is one of their sort of fairly typical circular structures. It's actually where I got the inspiration for the Grand Plaza from. The sort of walls of the Grand Plaza are based on the same design, but it's not actually a complete circle. It's a sort of a, not even a half circle, like a quarter circle, built into a hill, so people can walk up it to look down at the bears in their ravine. And I really like that design. They don't use it for bears these days, it's way too small, but I decided to make a much bigger version of that. So I've built this sort of circular construction and then deleted 3/4 of it, so we've just got this quarter here. And this is going to be one of the main viewing areas for the guests. They'll be able to get up here from the plaza in the middle of the mountain area, which I'm going to be building later, and then from the restaurant as well. And then there'll be more sort of traditional viewing that isn't raised up on a stand like that at the front of the habitat as well. I'm going to put a little tiny little forest in here, just a few evergreens to give it a nice backdrop. give it more of a slightly mountainous feel. But there's going to be very few trees in the habitat itself because the environment that the Przewalski's horse lives in is, like I say, like a grassland plains, not a lot in the way of trees there. It's going to slope down by necessity, really, from the snow leopard and Japanese macaque habitats down to the restaurant. But I'm going to do it in such a way that there's quite a large area of flat terrain in the middle, because obviously that is what the horses would have in the wild. And I'm basing the look of the inside of the habitat slightly on the habitats that they live in the Highland Wildlife Park, which I was lucky enough to visit a few months ago. There's a big rock in the middle which I really liked, so I've just recreated that here with a few of the rocks, put some soil around it, and I'll drop a little decal on it as well just to make it look a bit more interesting. And then we will work on the rest of the habitat. So like I say, I want it to be nice and smooth, this slope with a flatter area in the middle. And then I'm going to use this sort of natural terrain which has been adjusted many times over the course of the zoo. This was sort of my dumping ground, this area here, where I drop in blueprints and things like that when I was building stuff. So the terrain's been sort of raised and lowered loads of times without me really doing it on purpose, so it's got a nice natural look to it. And there's a little hollow there, so I thought I'd put a pool in for them. Not that they can swim in or anything, just a little sort of water area. And I've made that look a bit dirty as well, because that's kind of what you see in zoos, unless it's a really sort of upfront area of water that they want people to look at. And then I'm going to use loads of the new conservation pack meadow flowers, Yorkshire foggrass and things like that to just bring it to life. So it's not just the sort of standard long grass. Do some terrain painting to make it look nice and natural. That is the scratching post tree. And then we'll hide one of the enrichment items in this tree. And then we'll put the barriers in. So I'm going to be using the in-game barriers for the majority of this habitat, this nice sort of very generic fence piece. This will do the majority of the habitat, and then the rest of it will be null barriers because we've already got these concrete walls in that I built. We'll be putting paths into the gantry that I've created there, so the guests actually walk up there, and that's where some of them will look at the horses from. We'll drop a vista point in as well to make sure that the guests go up there, and then I'll replace the fence posts with some white concrete, of course. But apart from that, we're just going to use the barriers because I think they work really nicely for a hoofstock kind of paddock like this. So yeah, put some of this white concrete in just so it doesn't look too generic and give it slightly more of a Tekton feel. But yeah, apart from the gantry at the back, this is going to be quite a like a realistic sort of paddock that you would see in a modern zoo rather than a crazy modernist construction. Just didn't really feel right for the horses to have, like I say, a sort of fairly small enclosed space. We'll cover up the path with some plaster so that looks nice and seamless, and then get the path all the way around so the guests can walk around here and see the horses from wherever they like, really. The end of the path here, we're going to build a stable for the horses. So the way I've built this, I want it to look kind of like this would have been in an original building like back in the 1930s, maybe even for Przewalski's horse. I'm not sure what would have been here. And then it's been modernised so that it's not like this giant lump of white concrete anymore. Put a lot of wood panelling and plants and things like that in it, as they do in lots of modern zoos when they've got an old building that's not hugely important, not something the guests are going to see too much of. So rather than spend millions knocking it down and creating a whole new one, they'll just sort of put wood panels and things like that on it to make it look a bit more modern. Clear up the inside and then put some stables in. So we're going to have 4 Przewalski's horses in here, and then they'll be breeding as well, so we'll have some foals. But I'm just going to make 4 stables. Presumably the foals would go in the stable with their mother. Put a back on it as well, and make it go away green so it can't really be seen. And then we'll put the wood panelling on, using some more of the conservation pack pieces. I really like this curved piece. Goes really nicely round this, gives it a really seamless kind of look, and or it will do once I rotate these. I don't know why I put those in vertically. I'll change those now, and yeah, really nice subtle look to it. The idea is that the building won't really be that noticeable. Once I've finished covering it in wood and plants and stuff, it should just sit at the back of the habitat, not really be something that catches the eye or something that the guests would be looking at when they should be looking at the horses. Takes a while to sort of line everything up and get it perfect, but we get there in the end as always. And then we're going to put a grass roof on. I'm not a huge fan of these grass roof pieces, so I always cover them up with loads of other grass, and they do sort of work once you cover them up. They're a nice little sort of bed for it to give it a green colour and a nice texture rather than just the concrete. And yeah, that's pretty much the shelter done. Obviously some more work to do on the inside, but outside wise I am pretty happy with this. So we'll move on and take care of the next part of the build, which is to get the paddock looking as realistic as possible. So I used to really struggle with trying to get the any sort of large expanse of grass to look realistic. Partly I think that was because of the lack of plants in the game, and partly just because I wasn't very good at it. But I think I've got better at that, especially recently, looking at a lot of people like Haribo and Romana Palacios and how they sort of do things like this. And I think I've got better at making them look realistic. It takes a lot of practice. One of the key things is to sink all the plants into the ground, so you can sort of see the shadows from up here. So I will go back in and sink most of those into the ground, so just the ends of the grass and things are showing. And then we will move on, or in fact now, we will move on to creating some education boards for the guests. So where these pieces that I've rotated don't quite come together, I'm going to cover all of them up with these little stands, which are going to have different information signs on them. Some of them will be the habitat boards for the horses. There will be some signs telling people to not to touch the animals, not to feed them and things like that. And it just looks really nice all the way around here. This little shape that I've made, which sort of does double duty of covering up the ugly bits. We're going to finish this wall off here. Put a little feeder in for the horses, not a real feeder, that will come in the paddock itself, just something to make these walls look a bit more interesting. And that's pretty much the paddock done once I finish tidying up the plants. So I'm going to do some work on the mountain area itself, just to get all these paths joined up with the little courtyard in front of the restaurant. And that's the paddock done. I'll be back hopefully next week with the last habitat in the mountain area of the zoo, which I've already started working on, and I'm really, really liking it. It's only small, but I'm trying to make it perfectly formed. A habitat for red-crowned cranes in this little corner right here. So the main concept for this build is that we're going to do a habitat for the cranes with no mesh in it. And we're going to try and make it like a garden. I want every little part of the habitat to look absolutely perfect. I've spent loads of time on this one, even though it's only small, and I really like how it turns out. The last time I built a habitat for cranes in the wetland zoo, we built an aviary, kind of an inspiration for the Japanese macaque habitat in Tekton Zoo. So this time I want to do something different. So I did some research, and it looks like sometimes cranes and red-crowned cranes are kept with their flight feathers pinioned so that they can't fly. So you don't need to keep them in an aviary. And I thought that'd make a really interesting idea for a build. So this is based on a habitat in Aquazoo Leeuwarden in the Netherlands. Forgive my pronunciation. And speaking about pronunciation, Przewalski is how you pronounce the horses. I've finally been corrected by somebody who has friends who spend a lot of time in Mongolia, and that is apparently the correct pronunciation for it, so that's what I'll be using in the future. But anyway, back to this build. The main feature that I wanted was to have a shallow pool for the cranes to wade about in, and I wanted that to be as close to the path as possible. So I'm using glass barriers to enable me to get the water really close to the path, and then I'm going to sink these down so you can barely see them, and then cover them up with the actual fence that's going to be the sort of habitat barrier. And with the cranes having their feathers pinioned, they're not going to be able to fly out of it. And it will give the guests a completely unrestricted view of the cranes, and it should look really good. So That's one of the little tricks with the water in Planet Zoo. Use glass barriers, you put the water down, and then normally you can lower the glass barriers so that you can put the water in places you wouldn't normally be able to. I decided the water was a bit deep for the cranes. I don't want them swimming, I want them wading. So again, I just raised the glass up, got rid of the water, adjusted the height of the terrain, put the water back in, and then lowered the glass again. Now we're going to start building the fence. So I started with a sort of typical Tekton Zoo style fence of white concrete and white metal poles. When I put it in, I just thought it was a bit much. It was kind of distracting from the build. This is like a little corner of the mountain area, as you can see. So I want this to feel like a habitat that's been put in there in exactly the right little space. It's not supposed to be a big kind of Tekton style build. It's like a space filler, but a high quality space filler, not just something to fill up the space because we need something there. So in the end, I decided to change most of this out for wood. Also, I said there'd be no mesh. I guess there is some mesh, but it's like a foot, and they get and see over it. So I'm not counting that as Avery style mesh. So once we've got the fence all the way around the habitat, then I'm going to switch this out for a mixture of wood planks and bamboo, and one of the new bracket pieces from the conservation pack as well for detail. And I just really like the way this looks in the end. It's not supposed to be a fence that you really notice, if you see what I mean. It's supposed to just keep the animals in, and your attention should be on the garden behind the fence. So we're going to do so much rock work and planting in here. I had a lot of fun doing this. I think I said in the last episode, I think my gardening skills have improved. So I decided to test that out in this episode and do sort of almost like a formal garden in the corner of this habitat, just so there's a really beautiful backdrop. So where we are, at the back of this habitat is the back of the gorilla habitat. You can see the hot wire on top of the concrete wall. That wall is like a secondary wall for safety, with them being gorillas. It's not actually the back wall of the habitat. That's behind that. So we've got a bit of room behind there, which I'm going to use as an inside shelter for the cranes. And then on the other side of it, there's the stairs, which takes people up to the upper viewing gallery for the gorillas. And that is the other sort of boundary of this habitat. So I'm going to do something with that as well, so it's not just a sort of giant triangle of white in the background. First of all, though, we're going to do some planting. Got some periwinkle that looks like sort of moss, like mats of moss growing out on the, or weeds or whatever it's called, growing out on the water. We'll put a lot more of that in later. And then we're going to put the enrichment pool in, which is the only food enrichment that the cranes use. They've basically got the same enrichment as the flamingo, i.e. not a lot of it. So you've basically got to put one of these in. We're only going to have 2 cranes. I know in the game it says you're supposed to have, I can't remember now, like between 5 and 50 or some enormous number like that. IRL with cranes, if you want them to breed and you want a breeding pair, basically you can only have 2. And then like they're babies or juveniles, but you can't keep big flocks of them because they're really territorial and they will fight. I think you can keep a lot of them if they're all female or all male or whatever, but the idea for this is that the breeding pair would have their wings pinioned so they can be kept here, and then their chicks would be sent to various different breeding programs all over the world. The red crowned crane is pretty rare, and they would presumably be kept in aviaries and stuff so they can fly about. But their parents are going to make the sacrifice of no flying in order to be able to live here and breed loads of little baby cranes for the various breeding programs. So I'm going to start I have started on the garden here. So just putting loads more of the temple rubble, which is one of my favourite pieces. And then something I discovered fairly recently is that the flower bed, I think it's called the classic flower bed if I recall correctly, if you turn that upside down, the soil texture on the bottom of it is, for me anyway, a lot better than the mulch. It's brighter. The mulch is like so dark brown, it's almost black. I find it really distracting, quite hard to sort of see. The detail doesn't really come through, it just looks like black. This looks a lot more like soil, so I'm using this to create the bottom of the flower bed, and then we're going to fill it with loads of plants. And do what I always do as we're in franchise mode, which is start using exclusively plants that the animal's going to be happy with. And then when I've done as much as I can with them, we'll put in a few that they're not happy with. And normally that leaves them on 99% welfare, which I'm happy with. With the red crown cranes, they're pretty good for plants. You can use, I think it's what you can see there, temperate, taiga, tundra, aquatic, Asian plants. That gives you a pretty big palette to work with. Just hiding a bit of the bushes in the rocks as well to make it look like moss, and putting these brackets pieces on for detail, which I like to just finish off the fence. And then this back wall with the stairs for the gorillas, we're going to cover this up with a mixture of ivy, and then the in-game murals, the mountain murals, which I never ever use in Tekton Zoo. I use them once in the wetlands. But they fitted really nicely on here, and they just provide a nice backdrop to the habitat. Like I say, this isn't the most Tekton of builds. I just wanted to create a beautiful little garden in this corner of the mountain before you get to all the huge white concrete structures behind it. And I think it sort of balances out the area nicely, and just something small but beautiful to see before you get into the main kind of habitats after that. And now we're going to start on their inside shelter. So the habitat outside isn't big enough for the cranes. They're going to need, obviously they'll need indoor shelter anyway, just in case there's any really bad weather, but this gives them more area to walk around in. So again, we sort of meet our goal of having all of the animals in the zoo at sort of 99% or 100% welfare, depending on the plant situation. So this is going to need to be raised off the ground because of the rocks that I covered up the forage pool with. So we're going to build a raised floor here, and then a little ramp so they can get up to it, and cover up everything in there. And then we'll do something with these big piles of rocks, which are the back wall of the gorillas. Just delete the ones that we need to delete so that they're not sort of sticking through the walls of this indoor shelter. It's going to be pretty simple in the indoor shelter, nothing flashy, just a place for them to go if the weather's bad. We'll just have some hay for them to sleep on, and in fact no, it's not hay, it's the what's it called, the sort of wooden crate kind of thing that's supposed to go on water, but you can put it on land, so I've just put that in there so they've got something to sleep on, and then a few decals and things like that. But we'll keep this inside shelter pretty simple because it can't be seen from the guest perspective, which is pretty much what I always do in this zoo. If you can't see it when you're walking around, it doesn't get nearly as much attention as if you can. We'll put a corrugated iron or steel or whatever it is, aluminium maybe, roof on, because again, it's not really particularly visible. And then we're going to use some of the air conditioning pieces from the conservation pack, which I really like. I use these for the snow machine and the Japanese macaques. It's just a really good sort of simple metal texture which you can use. I'm going to put this in as some sort of cooling unit. The cranes aren't actually that fussed when it's hot, but they are... You know, they spend most of the time in mountains in Japan and the colder parts of China, so presumably they'll want some sort of cooling. And then I'm going to put some of the dry stone walls in here, which I really like because they're recolorable, so get this nice and dark. I don't really want this to be a feature, this back wall. It should be sort of hidden away, which is why it's covered in ivory. We'll do a bit of detailing on it later, but that's mainly going to be in the background. And then I'm going to use some of the new conservation pack meadow flowers and turn them upside down, because you get a sort of grassy texture, which you can mix in with periwinkle grass and all sorts of other stuff, and just make this green area in the middle look a lot more interesting. And then sink some of those same flowers in as well, so there's just a little bit of them poking out. Just get a really nice varied kind of look to this area, so it's not just a giant expanse of green. And we'll put some of these alpine flowers sunk into the terrain at the back as well. And I'm going to use these shop fronts. They're recolorable, which makes them really versatile, so going to colour these all in grey to match the walls, and they just give a bit of shape to this wall along with that custom arch that I've built, so that it's not just a sort of a flat brick wall. Get some more plants in, some moss decals on the parts of the land where the water meets it, and that's the red crown cranes done. The next habitat in Tekton Zoo is going to be the final habitat. I am very excited about that. The intention is that it's going to be the best habitat in the zoo. I hope you're as excited as I am. Let's go. So obviously I've been thinking about this habitat for quite a while. And for the final habitat in the zoo, there was only one choice of animal, which is the giant panda. For me, you're not a big zoo unless you've either got giant pandas or you've had giant pandas, and Tekton Zoo is no exception. But the pandas aren't all we're going to have in here. I really wanted to challenge myself with this last habitat to try and build a really modern, with a small M, habitat, rather than the sort of white concrete, fairly small, one animal at a time habitats that we normally have. So the reason this is called the Wild China Trail is that we also have Asian small-clawed otters, and we're going to have some of Drax's birds as well, some of the ones that live in China, to get a real sort of a Chinese trail feel going on. It's going to be really big with a path running all the way through it for the guests, loads of different viewing areas, and it should be a really modern zoo habitat. So I guess I should explain where we are first of all. So this last piece of land in the zoo is next to South American giants. Just behind where the camera is here is the back of the primates area. And to your right is land of the reptiles. And then the other side is the zoo border. So this really is the last little bit of land left in Tekton Zoo for us to build in. So what we're building here is the Asian small-clawed otters habitat, first of all. So these rocks are going to surround an underwater viewing gallery. I've already got the water in and done a few adjustments of the terrain. So this is going to be the first thing the guests see when they come into the habitat. There's going to be a lot of rock work in this habitat. All the boundaries within the habitat for the different animals are going to be made out of rocks. And basically I'm making one piece of rock work here and spending loads of time on it until I'm really happy with it. And then I'm basically going to copy and paste this all the way around the exhibit, just making the odd changes here and there so it doesn't look like it's been copy and pasted. That's always, for me, the best way to make habitats with lots of rocks in. If you try and do each rock individually, you can be spending like a month on one habitat. So just get one set that you're really happy with, that you think looks really natural, and then just use that over and over again. We're going to be really careful with the glass barriers here so that they are, as you can see here, as low as they possibly can be, so that you can't even see that there's any glass on that side of it, and then higher on this side to stop the otters jumping out. I'm doing something I don't think I've ever done before, which is using the fake tree trunk to make the bank of the sort of little river that we've built here, and some of the conservation grass panels to join that onto the actual terrain behind it. It looks really good when it's done. I'm definitely going to be using this technique again. Sure, somebody's done it somewhere before, but it's not something that I've done. I don't recall seeing it, but it's definitely a really good way of doing things like this. Once you put in a few rocks and a few more grass panels, it looks really natural. So you can see the join there. We'll get rid of that with some more rocks and end up with something that looks really like a sort of high-end zoo, which is definitely what we're going for with this habitat. I'm also going to make sure that all the terrain behind the water is slightly higher than the terrain that the guests are on, so that when the otters aren't in the water, the guests have still got a really good view of them. We need to do some decorating underwater as well, because obviously we've got an underwater viewing gallery, so you don't just want bare terrain under here. So we'll fill all the sides of it in with rocks, and then we're going to do loads of terrain work on the bottom of the pool, put some underwater plants in there as well, just so it looks really good when the guests are looking through the underwater viewing gallery. Takes a bit of time doing this, especially when it's underwater, which makes it a bit harder, but definitely worth doing. I'm going to build up some more of the rocks around here as well. The pandas are going to be in a habitat behind and to the right of this. We're going to do loads of terrain work to make that much higher so that the guests can see both the animals from this vantage point when the pandas are in that part of their habitat, and then it's going to curve around in sort of an L shape, so there's a dedicated panda habitat with much closer viewing for the guests when they get to that part. A lot of work on the paths in this habitat. It was a pain, but definitely worth doing. Obviously it's a trail, so we need a trail for the guests to walk on, which means we need paths. So lots of paths going into this. This is the slight raise in the terrain I was talking about to make sure that the otters can be seen. And then we're going to cover up all the edges of the glass with more rocks, so we get a really nice sort of zooey kind of look to the front of this area here. Next up, we're going to start doing a little bit of work on the giant panda habitat. It's really important that the guests can see them from down there, as well as in the dedicated viewing for them. So I'm raising the terrain up and checking that it's definitely going to be visible from down on the path. And then we're going to slope it down to where it actually meets the path. And I want to make sure that you can see the animals from absolutely everywhere on the path. That is the idea. So I'm going to do loads and loads of terrain work and smoothing and things like that to make sure that it looks good. And also start building up more of the rock work so that the otters can't get out of their little area. The pandas obviously won't be able to get into the otters, but we're going to use loads of different fences and mesh and things like that to keep the pandas where we need them to be. Now, don't worry, there is going to be white concrete in this habitat, but that is going to be sort of the outside border of the habitat. It's not going to be keeping the animals in. It's basically going to be keeping the guests in. And it's also going to be keeping the birds in. So obviously we have no flying birds in Planet Zoo, but thanks to the genius that is Drac, we have his workshop item birds. They look really good from a distance, and putting them in here is really going to help sell the whole Chinese vibe. We're also going to use some of the audio speakers to play bird sounds in it as well. And when you walk around it, it is really effective. So that's the paths done. Let's get rid of the placeholders and bring in the concrete. Ooh yeah. So apologies, there is no speed build for this huge roof and mesh. The reason for it is that I actually built this months ago for our wetland zoo as a giant aviary for cranes and flamingos. But I decided that what I really wanted was a flamingo trail, which is what we had Romano Palacios build, and a little aviary for the cranes. And this just seemed to throw the whole zoo out of balance when I put it in there. I think it was just too tacked on for the wetlands, but I really liked it. So before I deleted it, I blueprinted it, and I've been waiting for an opportunity to use it ever since, and this was the perfect time. It is the perfect size to completely cover this habitat, which I am really happy about. And yeah, this is going to keep all the birds in. It is completely covered in mesh, and it took a long time to build. I'm so happy I've finally been able to use it for something. We're also going to use a modified version of the primate area sign to sort of announce this area. Obviously pandas, well, in a real zoo, pandas would be the biggest draw in the zoo. For some reason in Planet Zoo, they are not the most popular animal. Don't really know why. But so yeah, it's not actually called the China Trail in the zoo. It's called the Panda Trail. I wanted to call the video the China Trail to sort of emphasize that we've got multiple animals in here. But in the zoo, with pandas being the most popular animals in zoos, you really want to sort of emphasize them. So I've gone with the name of the Panda Trail to entice people into this area and just let them know straight away that this is where they can see the giant pandas. If you've not followed this series and you're wondering why I'm not putting any red pandas in here, the reason for that is we've already got them in the zoo, in the house of the red panda in the forest area. And that is one of my favourite builds in the zoo. I really like that one. There's absolutely no way I was going to sort of tear that down and move them over to here. So that's why I've gone with the Asian small-clawed otters and a few Chinese birds instead to get this trail done. So we're going to do a lot of fixing up on this mesh and build an entrance area. I'm using the European cable piece, which is really good for building aviary supports and anything to do with mesh really. Always use that now for anything to do with mesh. And then for the entrance itself, we're going to build a sort of an airlock. So obviously it's not really an airlock. That would be really inconvenient if you visited the zoo without a spacesuit on. But a double door system to make sure that the birds don't fly out when people are coming in and out of the habitat. So I'm just going to use some of the glass modern panels, some mesh, and obviously some concrete to build that. This will be really simple. The archway is the attractive part to get people in here, and then this is going to sit underneath it and just be dead simple. Doesn't need to distract from what's above it. So it's going to be completely enclosed, meshed on the sides and on the roof to keep the birds in, and just somewhere for people to walk through and get into the trail. Now, I want to hear from you guys on this appeal in Planet Zoo. So the most popular animals, as in the ones that are most appealing to guests, are the African elephant, the lion, and the gorilla. I think the giant panda should outrank all of those because, in my experience, they are always the most popular animals in the zoos that are rich enough to be able to keep them. But what do you guys think? Do you agree? Or do you think that the elephant, lion, and gorilla should be higher than them? Or maybe you think something else should be the most appealing animal in the zoo? Let me know in the comments. I'd be really interested to see what you guys think and whether you agree with me or not. Let's get back to the otters. So I'm doing a load of work on the vegetation here, using some of the upside down conservation grass, conservation flowers rather, hiding in a mud bath as always, and then building up even more rocks to bridge the gap between this and the panda habitat. Just using the same group of rocks that we created right at the start. And you can see me just adding a rock here, taking away a rock there, and just getting a really natural looking pile of rocks that's not going to distract from our beautiful giant pandas that are going to be added just above where you're looking at here. So let's get the barriers in for the pandas. So these are going to be a real mix. I'm just using steel mesh to put them in just so I can see where I'm going and what they're going to look like. But this is going to be a mix of the chain link. That's going to give it this sort of aviary feel. And then glass viewing windows for the guests. We're also going to work on these rocks here to turn them into a waterfall. I thought it'd be really cool to have a waterfall right in the middle of the habitat that again sort of bridges the two habitats together and makes them look more like a cohesive whole. It also makes sense because it gives the water in the otter habitat somewhere to come from. So just using loads of the special effects pieces, and then some more water in here, a little pool just for the pandas to chill out in. And there's those rocks again to make the edges of this pool look nice. None around the front of it, obviously, so that they can get in and out. The animals in this game are not the best at negotiating rocks. And then we're going to start turning these barriers into the mesh so that we get a sort of aviary feel around this part of it, and then we'll have glass around the other side so the guests can see in with an unobstructed view. We've got a few null barriers hidden in there as well where the rocks are doing the job for us and we don't need barriers. Going to use a load of the grapes and the ivy to cover the central part of it up just so it looks more attractive, and I thought the waterfall could do with being a bit bigger as well. And then we're going to add in the amazing netting workshop item by Haribo that we've used before, and I'm going to incorporate this into the barriers that we've already put there so that it all looks like one piece. And we're going to use the curved barrier top option to really make it look like netting that's sort of hanging down. I really like how that looks in the end. I'm also going to put a cheeky little drink spot in up here just to try and drag guests up to this part of the viewing area, because as you know, the guests, once they've seen an animal, doesn't really matter where they are, they don't really bother sort of going elsewhere to see it unless they haven't managed to get a good view. So this is another reason for the guests to get up into this top part of the habitat and look down on the climbing apparatus for the pandas here. Going to put some bamboo in here to sort of block out the view and make it more immersive. And I'm going with the earth path, which I've never ever used before, because it's got that bright reddy orange look, which is sort of the colour that everyone associates with China. Then we're going to add in Drax birds, the common hill myna and the Eurasian hoopoe. Those are both found in China and they just sit really nicely into the habitat. And that is the China Trail done. I really hope you like this one. I can't believe this is the final habitat in Tekton Zoo. It's been like 16 months building this. Thank you so much for joining me on this journey and building the zoo. I'll be back very soon for the grand tour of the entire zoo and of course adding it to the workshop so that you guys can walk around it. Thank you for watching as always, and I'll see you soon. Bye. And that was Tekton Zoo. I think you can really see during the course of the series the increase in quality of building, cinematics, and definitely voiceovers. But I really hope you enjoyed that. It's still one of my favourite things that we have ever built on the channel. And if you want to see the tour of the whole zoo, then click on this video here and you can see everything finished. Thanks for watching. Bye.